welcome to night 2 of the PHLY Eagles draft presented by TrueMark Financial and Pabst Light. You see it, you love it. Welcome. Jihaad Campbell was the result of night 1 for the Eagles after a minor trade up. What will they do on night 2? Fran Duffy, our All-City NFL draft expert. Zach Berman, our Eagles insider who just spoke to Jihaad Campbell. We're going to be here all night through the end of round 3, and then we'll be here tomorrow for all of that as well. How do you feel like tonight's going to go, Fran?
I'm excited. Night 2 is one of my 3 favorite nights of the NFL draft. To me, there's so much
How would you
talent.
stack rank it?
In terms of my personal favorite?
Yeah.
I mean, night 1, there's so much lead up, so I would say night 1. I think I would go day 3,
Okay.
even though I do love day 2 just because there are still good players on the board. That the best teams are able to do well on day 2. The Eagles have historically done really well on the second day of the draft, but I would say that tomorrow is one of my personal favorites, just because that's where the sleepers come to play and all that.
All right, so everybody can turn it off. We'll see you tomorrow night. That's when Fran's going to be really excited. Zach, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm excited for the show. Awesome show yesterday. This is my favorite night of the draft. Day 2 is my favorite.
Okay.
Because I feel like you get that sweet spot of consequential players.
Yeah.
But then volume of picks. It goes by a little quicker. There's a lot of action that
I like
happens.
a day 2 also.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's, you saw the footage from him last year. Jeffrey Lurie walks into the draft room and says, we all know on day 3, it says, we all know the draft starts today, right? Like the scouts, the draft guys, they love day 3. Okay. Day one, I don't want to say it's like for like the normals, the normies, so to speak. Is that the term?
Yeah, the normies.
Is that the term?
I like that.
No, but day 2, I feel like it's players who you're taking someone tonight. The expectation, and tell me if I'm wrong, Fran, the expectation is a second-round pick or third-round pick becomes a starter in his career. So you're hoping that you draft a starting player tonight. And
the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl without last year's second-round pick, right?
Absolutely.
Or the third-round pick from 4 years ago,
There you go.
Milton Williams.
Yeah. And I would say, too, because the Eagles are drafting at 64, in the past few years, the second round's been Howie's best round. Yeah. Cooper DeJean last year. Cam Jurgens 3 years ago. Landon Dickerson 4 years ago. I left out 2 years ago because they did not draft in the second round. But this has been a round where Howie has found not just contributing players, but they just signed Cam Jurgens to top of the league money.
Yeah.
All right, now tell me what you think would constitute best case scenario in round 2 for the Eagles, friend. Right now they're slated to pick 64th overall.
Yep.
They have their own pick in the 3rd round, their own pick in the 4th round, and now 3 picks in the 5th round. That's it. But they also have 11 or 12 picks in next year's draft if they want to deal from that. Presumably 3 third-round picks next year. They've already got one from the Hassan Reddick trade, and then they're expecting another comp pick from the Milton Williams signing. Do you think there's a chance they move up? And if so, who would you want them to move up for?
I think there's definitely a chance that they could move up.
I'm talking like a move up big.
Yeah, a big move up. I think there's a chance that they could have a big move up, and it would depend on what positions have the runs early on in the second round. And so if there's a run on edge rusher, if there's a run on corner, if there's a run on wide receiver, which I think all 3 of those are possible, could that bump down to Nick Emmanwori? How do they value Nick Emmanwori? Because to me, I'm looking at my personal board, I view Emmanwori as a difference-making type of player. And so if you see, all right, this guy's available, I'm making a number up. If he's available at 45, and you say, all right, you're halfway through round 2, we can make this jump.
The last guy who was a first-round grade on our board.
Yep,
exactly.
You make that move up for a player, even though it's at a position that's not viewed as a primary position.
The players on your board who stand out like a sore thumb heading into tonight are I would say, Emmanwori, Luther Burden, the Missouri wide receiver, which would probably be a surprise if they moved up for him.
Agree.
And then Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. Everybody's talking about there's some kind of knee issue there. So Emmanwori does sort of stand out there. Then there's a deep group of edge guys. The offensive line sort of thins out a little bit. Yep. What about you, Zach? What do you have your eye on here?
Well, if I were Howie Roseman, the move I would try to make is what Fran just said. I would try to trade up for Nick Emmanwori. Emmanwori. I worked on it in the car, literally looked at the South Carolina pronunciation guide to try to get it down. Because for the reasons we said, I think he said, and now I liked Malachi Starks more, so I don't want to be inconsistent, but I thought he was a legit first-round player. So similar to Cooper DeJean last year, it's like it's someone who's sticking out. It's a position of need for them. I feel like, and I think second round you can start thinking that if you can get a guy who can start right away. But also, what jumps out to me even more is he's a rare player. Like the traits you don't find. 6'3", 220 pounds, 4'3", 840, 43-inch vertical. On the relative athletic score, he's a perfect 10 out of 10. And then you match that up with really strong production. First team All-American, 4 interceptions last year. And from what I understand, I'll defer to you, like clean off the field too. You know, he was I don't want to say academic All-American, but like he was up there. So there's a lot to like with this profile, and I think it's not a premium position, but given the fact that he's a rare player who I think is a first-round caliber player at a spot where they can use the help, I think there's a delta between him and the next guys at the position.
He is also, he's 21 years old.
Yeah.
And you're thinking about all the conversation about this draft versus where would these guys go in a normal draft. This is the prospect of a player who would be a late first, early second round pick in any draft, essentially.
Yep.
As opposed to, like, if you're talking yourself into Ariante Ursary, he's 23 years old. It's a little bit more of a stretch, but he's the best guy left at that position. I think if they're going to make a move up big time, it's going to be for somebody who has sort of a clean profile like Emmanwori. I do think he's a player to consider. And then we also talked about the tight ends last night. We hear that they really like Mason Taylor. Would they be willing to move up for Mason Taylor? I don't know.
Yeah, Tony Pauline said the Jets like Mason Taylor, but they don't think he's going to make it to him. I mean, Mason Taylor's an example of a player who, it's like I talked about in the first round. This guy's never going to fall to you. Like, this guy was supposed to go in the first round. He's here, so you don't. I wouldn't make a big trade up for Mason Taylor because if I'm giving up to get up to where we're talking about, you're giving up your second and third round pick plus, but you're sitting out the rest of the night. Like, you're getting one player tonight unless you trade.
Well, you could do a third next year and a fourth this year, something like that.
Yeah, that's true. And so to me, it has to be like a clear potential difference maker, and that's how I view Emmanwori.
All right, we will see obviously how it all plays out. Much more to talk about, including what Zach learned from Jihaad Campbell's press conference today and how we view that pick. Is he going to be an edge? Is he going to be a linebacker? All of that stuff. But first, we want to tell you a little bit more about the exciting partnership with Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we're going to have Marcus Allen, not that Marcus Allen, the Marcus Allen who is the CEO of the Philadelphia chapter of Big Brothers Big Sisters, joining us in just a minute. But first, check out this video.
30 minutes over a cup of coffee. A laugh, a smile, a message. Thumbs up emojis, clapping emojis, confetti emojis. Loaded nachos at halftime. It takes 1 try, 2 tries, 3 tries, and a girl, you got this. It takes a queen to H5 at the park. Best 2 out of 3. A spin dash for the win. A Sunday morning gift, a bright splash of color. This is how you make an impact on a kid's life. It may sound small, but it's all they need. A word of encouragement. Someone to talk to, advice. And the time it takes to enjoy a slice or two, you can make a difference. So go ahead, share a few hours a month. Share your skills, share a song, share your thoughts, share a moment. Share a dance and share it with the world. Because yeah, mentorship sounds huge, but the truth is, it takes little to be big.
All right, we are back. Marcus Allen, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, tell us a little bit about this partnership, a 3-year partnership with All City that our fans are excited about.
Yeah. I think for those who don't know what Big Brothers Big Sisters is, we've been doing this work now almost 110 years, putting a caring, compassionate adult in the life of a child. And I know that sounds simple, but really mentoring is not just something nice to do. It's something that I think is necessary for every kid to have. We know in this country that 1 out of 3 kids won't have a mentor in their life by the age of 19, which means that they're going to have challenges that they don't have to have. And so we understand through sports, through other pro-social activities, that our kids begin to understand who they are, what they have, what their value they have to offer the world. And this 5-city partnership with All City, for me, is a lot because I'm an athlete. right? I played pro sports. I played basketball. And if it wasn't for basketball and it wasn't for sports, I played football, even though my name is Mark Allen. I'm not that at Mark Allen. If it wasn't for sports, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you today. And so I'm excited about this partnership because it shows that our kids, they can be something greater than what they've seen. And sports teaches us that we can have failures in our lives. We don't all have to be equal, but when we put our effort forth, we all can win. And this partnership shows how we can make sure all of our kids win.
Now, Zach, you were a big brother. I know that you and I off air have talked about how meaningful that was to you. Tell us a little bit about what that experience was like for you.
It was amazing. It was amazing. I hope it was amazing for my little brother. It was amazing for me as well. The perspective that I was able to gain, the value that I saw, seeing him grow from 12 to 18 years old. I don't want to say experiencing those stages of his life with him, but like every milestone he had, I felt it as well. And I remember times specifically when his mother would call me up and said, can you come over and talk to him about X, or about this thing coming up here, or this weekend here we would go over. He was from like the Port Richmond area, Northern Liberties area, and we would go to a pizza spot there, and we would make a list every fall of the different activities we would do. So Temple football games, the zoo, Franklin Institute. You go on down the list, and then there were, by year 3, by year 4, he would say, I really want to do this again. I really want to do that again. And then he would open up about different things going on in his life. I mean, I'm not just saying this because Marcus is here. I saw firsthand how valuable it is. And so that's kind of my question for you too, Marcus, is that if you can kind of take the head of the program hat off,
right,
and speak about it from someone who's also been a big brother in this program. How do you see the impact that it has on kids' lives?
Well, where I'm from in our community, we say kids can't be what they can't see. And so I've been a big, like yourself, and thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
And thank you for what you did, not only for that little, but for that family and for that community. Because when we change the life of a child, we change the trajectory of a community. And so for me being mentoring to other kids, I do believe, and I know, Zach, you're very humble, and you came to me and you were talking about, hey, I lost contact with my little for a bit, and I didn't know if I was really having the impact that I wanted. And oftentimes people don't understand, like, when you're a mentor, when you're trying to help kids, you may not always see the impact. Mm-hmm. And I had to, get over myself and understand that I know that you're pouring some really great things in these kids, and they may not see it until they're in their 20s or in their 30s. There's stuff that I'm just now doing at 53 that I'm sure people tried to get me to do a long time ago. And so, but what I find solace in, what I find confidence in, is the research that's been done on our program. And so when you look at our program, there's a 30-year longitudinal study that was just done by Harvard University and the Federal Treasury Department. And in that study, they went back and looked at kids over the course of 30 years, kids that were in our program versus kids who weren't. The normal profile of a kid in our program is a kid who's probably black and brown, who's probably living below the poverty line with a single parent. They found that kids in our program on average make about 15% more over the course of their lifetime. That's about $300,000 more in the course of their lifetime. They have a 20% chance more likely to go to college. They have longer, stronger marriages. They have outcomes as if they come from wealthy families. That's huge in our community, right? And that's huge. That's a huge plus and a huge win for mentoring, because it shows that mentoring isn't just nice. It shows that it helps with workforce development. It shows that it helps with academia. It shows that it helps with building resilient, confident kids with self-awareness and self-esteem. And so the work that you and the army of volunteers do across this country is so important.
And I think that there are a lot of people these days who are thinking of ways that they can help and give back to the community. So if we are trying to rouse support, give us sort of like, what is the time commitment like? Can I fit this into my schedule? It is very possible.
Oh, absolutely. How much time did it take you, Zach? Like on a regular basis, monthly basis?
Yeah, so the commitment was once a month. I would try to do it twice every 6 weeks. So once every 3 weeks. During football season was once a month. During the spring and summer was twice a month for me, typically.
And that's typically what we find with our volunteers. Like me, I would take my kid, my little out twice a month, and I want to go to the movies. I take him with me, right? I want to go wash my car. Hey, I need, like, while I'm doing the front, you can do the back. I can put the soap on, you can take the soap off. And while we're doing that, we're having a conversation. So every moment you're just spending with a young person, because the greatest capital that you can give to a young person is time.
Yeah.
And when you invest time in a young person, that return on investment is invaluable. And so for me, I was able to incorporate my little, and most bigs are able to incorporate their little into their regular stuff. You don't have to do anything different. You don't have to be this hyper intelligent person who knows how to help a kid and do Chinese math, or you don't have to be a person who has to be a disciplinarian or a stand-in father, or some people say, oh, it's like foster care. No, it is nothing like foster care. This is friendship model.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? And we spend a lot of time like looking at volunteers and say, okay, you like to do X, Y, and Z. We got this kid over here. He or she likes to do X, Y, and Z. Let's put them together. And then when they come together, they do the things that they both like to do. Yeah. And we make it real easy and simple. And the only commitment we ask is that you see your little at least 1 to 2 times a month for at least 4 hours, and give us a commitment of doing it for at least 12 months. That's it.
And how do the matches work?
In terms of how do they get matched?
Yes.
The process. So we have what I believe is some of the most brilliant staff who are trained professionals who are looking at, on average, we get probably about 2,400 inquiries a year of people who say, hey, they raise their hand, I want to be a mentor. And we have about 800 kids on our waiting list. On average, a black boy waits on our waiting list on average about a year now.
Okay.
Right? And so oftentimes what happens is our staff are trying to find that right volunteer to match with a kid, say in Mantua. And sometimes that's difficult because a lot of the people who volunteer for our program, they may live in Wayne, they may live in King of Prussia, they may not live in Philly, but they may work in Philly. And so we'll say, hey, would you be okay with matching with this kid in Mantua even though you live in Wayne? And they're like, yeah, I'm in the city 3 times a week. I can go by his house or her house 1 time a week, spend an hour or 2, and then be out, right? And so our staff are looking at that. They're constantly looking through our database to say, hey, what adult is the best match for this little? Now we're beginning to experiment with AI, right? And so we put the algorithm into AI, and now they can go through 2,400 referrals and say, okay, what's the best match for this young person? And then through that whole process, once we match them, now they're riding along with that big and that little, helping them with challenges that littles may have, talking to them about what's happening in the family. If something comes up that you feel uncomfortable talking about, you can call our staff person and say, hey, my little brought up this topic and I'm uncomfortable with that. And I don't feel like I know enough about this topic. Can you help me with that? So that's what our staff are there to help, to make sure that match goes as well as possible.
Yeah, I would have 2 things to add to that, because that's a great way of putting it in. And the way I always tried to frame it was, I'm not trying to be his father. I'm trying to be his big brother, right? Like I'm trying to be that presence in his life. So even when I didn't see him, we would catch up over the phone every week, and like seeing the excitement he would have when he would do well in math class, for instance. Or we went to LaShawn McCoy's football camp together, and
I remember that.
And then so when LaShawn had a big game the following following season, he called me up. He wanted to know about LaShawn, and so different things like that. The connection that you have, you definitely saw it. And when I'm curious, because you mentioned 5 cities with All City, but we're PHLY. We're proud of the
same
partnership
question. I'm glad you asked
with PHLY. What's unique about this program in Philadelphia relative to some of these other cities?
Well, I think first and foremost, Philly is the most fanatic when it comes to supporting their sports teams, right? We are the best fans when we're winning, and we could be the hardest, toughest fans when we're losing, right? And so I think that's awesome because, we want to give our kids a real world experience. And so being able to have this partnership in Philadelphia for us underscores how we want to prepare our kids, right? Because there are going to be some seasons where we're going to have good seasons, and there are going to be some seasons where it's going to suck, right? And so for us, that's a real life experience, and that's helping us to have conversations. Like my little is a huge Eagles fan, and when the Eagles weren't doing as well as they've been doing the last couple of years, and he and I having conversations, that was the topic of our conversation. Yeah. And that's where you can pull out the character and the values. And I see Philadelphia as a city of great character, of great values, of great loyalty, right? Like, think about it. Like, the Sixers aren't doing well at all, right? But I went to a game a couple weeks ago, and it was a lot of people, and I was like, oh my God, like we're still supporting this team that obviously has disappointed us, right? And so for us at Big Brothers Big Sisters to be able to combine our love of sports, the enthusiasm that the Philadelphians have for their sports team, and then be able to utilize that and leverage that on a show like this to say, hey, those of you who follow sports, those of you who want to see Philadelphia be a vibrant city, you can take one of our kids to a game, right? You can spend time, like we have partnerships with the Sixers, the Phillies, the Eagles, the Flyers, the Philadelphia Union. We have partnerships with all of them. Every week we're giving away tickets to our bigs and littles where bigs don't have to put their own money out. And because of these partnerships, they're able to take these littles to games and have that experience that we know those littles will never forget the rest of their lives.
That's so wonderful. You can learn much more about the partnership and about Big Brothers Big Sisters at bbbs.org/all-city. Marcus, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
We appreciate it. Any hopes for the Eagles tonight?
Yeah, I'm hoping that, I know we got a linebacker. I think we need one more defensive lineman, right? Because we lost Brandon Graham, we lost Sweat.
Yep.
Right.
Those are right.
Yeah. So those are big holes, right? Yeah. And so big shout out to my man Big Dom. Big Dom has been really awesome for us. And so I've been in the Eagles locker room and I get a chance to see what's happening in there. And I also think we need to think about like who's going to add to the culture because I think we're going to have some leadership gaps on the team, and I think we need to find people who fit into that Eagles culture. Those are my
said.
Thoughts. Yeah. So tell Howie Roseman to call me if he needs some more advice. I could do that for him.
If I can just add one thing too, if you're not, if you're not a big brother per se, there's events around Big Brothers Big Sisters that people can also get involved in as well. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We actually got the NFL draft that we're doing an event on May the 6th at the NovaCare Center. Oh, right? Nice. Yeah. So we want to invite those who are interested in coming out to see this. It's not brand new turf. I think they bought the turf a year ago. It's like they spent like $2 million on this turf, and it's awesome. Our kids gonna be out there playing flag football. You can come out and play with us. There may be a couple Eagles there. I won't give up who they're gonna be, but it's a great way to come out, get involved, and most importantly, sign up to become a big. And if you're interested in becoming a big, go to our website, www.independencebig.org, independencebigs.org, and click Be a Big. And the process is really simple. You can do it right there online.
Awesome. Marcus, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We'll be back with more on the PHLY Draft Show Night 2 after these words from our sponsors.
Did Sheduer get drafted or no? I saw his
not
name
yet.
over there.
Not yet.
Not yet.
TrueMark Financial. It is Financial Literacy Month, and it's time for me to tell you about how you can get help off the field by teaching your kids how to handle their money. If you are a TrueMark Financial member, you've got a fantastic opportunity to help your kids and teens learn to earn, save, and spend wisely with a free Greenlight account. Now, Greenlight isn't just any app. It is a game changer for your kids, whether you're setting savings goals, learning how to track their spending, or even getting their allowance. It's all right there at their fingertips. And get this, each kid gets their own debit card. That's right, they can make purchases, learn how to budget, and build real-world money skills while you stay in control from your phone. You get peace of mind, and they get a chance to make smart, responsible choices with their money. So if you're looking for a way to teach your kids some financial plays this Financial Literacy Month, I can't recommend this enough. It's like training for life's biggest game. Head over to truemark.com/greenlight. That's TRUMARK.com/greenlight to get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set your kids up for financial success.
We just talked about it for the past 10 minutes, but I want to talk about it again for the next minute because we are proud. I am proud of our partnership here with Big Brothers Big Sisters. We have the news to share, which you heard, that All City, including us here at PHLY, is teaming up with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America for this exciting 3-year partnership. It's not just about sports, right? You just heard Marcus Allen speak about it. It's about community. We're combining Big Brothers Big Sisters' incredible youth mentoring programs with the passion and power of All City's local sports coverage to create something truly meaningful. The partnership kicks off this week during NFL draft coverage, but it does not stop there. We're working year-round to support Big Brothers Big Sisters through fundraising, contents, events, and even opportunities for our team and maybe some of you to get directly involved. I will be happy any day of the week to give a personal testimonial because I saw firsthand how awesome a relationship it was with my little brother in this program and kind of how I grew from it, how he grew from it. He even reached out to me a year ago, right before the car show, which was an event we used to go to every year. And it was so rewarding hearing from him, kind of hearing some updates about his life. And so it's something that I recommend everyone get involved with. We're excited to support youth mentorship that really makes a difference. You can learn more and see how to get involved at bbbs.org/allcity.
And that will take us to the big draft, brought to you by Big Brothers Big Sisters. And let's talk now about Jihaad Campbell, guys. As Fran, we welcome you back to the set.
Thank you.
Zach, you spoke to Jihaad Campbell today after speaking to him last night. You picked up the little nugget from last night that, the only contact he had with the Eagles in the pre-draft process was with Jeremiah Washburn, the outside linebackers coach. Have you, 12 hours later, changed the way you feel about, is he going to be a linebacker? Is he going to be an edge for the Eagles?
So as he framed it today, he's a football player. And I think that the show My Evolution, as we discussed on the show last night, we talked about positionless. Multi-position is a better way to put it. I think he's the type of player who on early downs could be playing off ball, right? But then on passing downs, they use him as an edge rusher. I think that versatility is something that they'll take advantage of. So I don't think he's going to be exclusively edge rusher. I don't think he's going to be exclusively off-ball linebacker. But I think an interesting framing for this is to view him as someone who can affect the quarterback but can also drop into space, as opposed to a space linebacker who you're going to send blitzing. And as he kept saying today, he's a football player. I heard him talking afterwards to John Clark from NBC Sports Philly, and because he was talking about how he was a wide receiver in high school, and he said everyone makes a big deal about Travis Hunter. He's the Travis Hunter, right? And he was saying it tongue in cheek, but don't put him in a box. That's what Howie Roseman said last night.
But Travis Hunter is important to bring up because this is the conversation we had about him throughout the draft process. Realistically, just logistically, you can't be in every meeting, right? And so he's got to major in something and minor in something, and it would be much more likely to me that he's a linebacker who can slide and rush the passer on third down, as opposed to vice versa, right, Fran?
I think that's right. I guess my big thing, though, if we didn't know about the report, and honestly, confirmed report at this point, they were going to move up to 22 to select Jihaad Campbell. For Jihaad Campbell.
Which I thought was fishy, given the way things played out. Why, if they were willing to trade up to 22 for him, why didn't they trade up to 26 for him? But, it really seems like that was the case.
Yeah, I can say pretty certainly that it was going to be for Jihaad Campbell. And I think that, honestly, you're not making that move. Howie Roseman's not making that move for a pure off-ball guy. I would be very, very surprised by that. I think you're only making that move if you believe in his ability to affect the quarterback. And so I think that it's probably more akin to what Zach was saying, where, early downs he starts here. But I have to think that they've got a plan for him to be a pass rusher in this scheme for some portion of the time. I feel like that's going to be a big part of his role when he hits his peak in terms of what that vision is from Vic Fangio.
Yeah, Howie, at this juncture of his career, he knows what he's doing when he's on that podium, right? And so now, not when he's talking to Todd McShay sometimes, perhaps, but I say that because Howie came out at the beginning and talked about the quarterback pass rushing thing. He knew what he was doing there. Yeah. He's deliberately, he could have been purposely vague here. He could have said that their view on this has evolved and talked about Zach Bond. No, he said their priorities haven't changed. this is about affecting the quarterback. Like that's something he said last night, and how vociferous he was, and how much for him to allude to those Penn State guys, like that was interesting to me.
Extremely interesting.
Yeah.
And very bold to just from the beginning throw out the Micah Parsons, Abdul Carr thing. I think what it made me think of today was the framing we talked about, how he has been described as a guy who has like deep FOMO when it comes to players in the NFL. And I do think that the Micah Parsons thing gnaws at him a little bit. Like, why didn't we evaluate him as an edge rusher? And I think it's possible that he views this as something of a do-over. Now, at 32, you're not expecting this guy to be Micah Parsons, but just as an edge rusher, Fran, I mean, 6'3", 235, 32 and 1/8 inch arms, that's not ideal for a full-time edge rusher, right? You have to imagine he's going to be spending time off ball.
Yeah, one person literally this just clicked as we were talking about it.
Okay.
Vic Fangio was in San Francisco for a few years, obviously under Jim Harbaugh, and there was a player that came out of Virginia. I think you might have covered Ahmad Brooks.
A little before me, but yes.
Before you.
Yeah.
Ahmad Brooks was the Sam linebacker for Vic Fangio in that defense, and I'm looking now at what his snap counts were in terms of his usage under Vic Fangio. So in 2013, he was almost 1,000 snaps on the defensive line, but then he also played about 80 snaps from a stacked role. When you're looking at the year before, it was 1,000 snaps on the D line, but then it was 150 snaps off ball and in the slot. Like I wonder if that might be the usage. That's probably a little bit too heavy going the other way.
I would think so.
I know that Brooks was a player that they used in both spots, and they showed that ability to kind of flex him out. I don't know. It's just,
But if you're talking about size, two things here. First of all, Howie made the point yesterday. He turned 21 in February.
Yeah.
That there's room for him to grow, and
I think that's part of it. I think one thing we have to divorce this draft from is like, this is what the Eagles always do. This is like these are the positions they care about.
Agree.
I think it's like in this draft, this is a guy who has the profile of someone who would be a top 15 pick in a normal draft, if it weren't for the injuries. And so we can hold our nose about the injuries and go get someone who is someone talented enough to have been an elite prospect, a 21-year-old from Alabama or Georgia who fits everything they want culture-wise in any draft, basically.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And so I saw him in person today, and this is not like he's obviously strong, but this is someone who can add to his frame. He's definitely not totally filled out yet. But when you talk about the size, there was a first-round edge rusher 2 years ago who was 6'2", 238 with 32-inch arms, and that was Nolan Smith, right? And, he was undersized per se. And to be fair, Vic Fangio made repeated references during training camp about him being undersized, but you saw by the end of the year, like he was everything they wanted from a toughness perspective, found ways to affect the quarterback. So I don't think the size is prohibitive at this point. Howie kept repeating the fact that, I think Howie made 3 references to the fact that he was brought in as an edge rusher by Nick Saban, by the way. Nick Saban recruited him as an edge rusher. But to the point about trading up, Howie could have said we had a first-round grade on him. No, Howie said they had a top 10 grade on him. And so the top 10 part shows why you're trying to trade up, is that if now I don't know who else was in their top 10, but I imagine, let's say after Walter Nolan goes at 17, because I would imagine Walter Nolan's someone who would have been in their top 10. After not 17, 16. After Walter Nolan goes 16, then I can't imagine anyone in the next few picks, maybe Shamar Stewart, would have been like a top 10 player for them. And so it shows the impetus to trying to trade up, because like Fran's board shows, there's probably a drop in tier at that point.
Now, the injuries, I think, are worth considering in this discussion as well. We know that he's got one shoulder that's a problem, reportedly another shoulder that might require surgery after next season. People are concerned about the knee. That's a lot of stuff. I wonder if you're thinking about those injuries, does the edge make more sense than linebacker? Because you can, at linebacker, you got to tackle with your shoulder all the time. You're running around a little bit more. We saw Josh Sweat make it through 2 contracts with the Eagles with what was described as, a bum knee when he entered the league. Maybe that's part of the discussion. I don't know.
Yeah, and look, if he was clean medically,
he would have been on the board.
They don't have the shot at him. So I think that is the reason why they had that chance to be able to get him. I think when you're looking at Brooks, that's honestly the biggest hole in the profile. Outside of maybe like sample size, he hasn't played a ton of football, at a high level from that standpoint. So to me. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of, it's funny, I was listening to our friend Sheil Kapadia, and he said, it's what's unique about this selection is that there aren't a lot of people out there like ripping it. I think the big reason why is that
people just didn't think it was possible.
People didn't think it was possible. It's he was high on the consensus board, and then also, if you are if you are into the Eagles finally drafted a linebacker, all right, this makes sense. If you believe in the upside of a pass rusher, you're like, okay, I can get into this. He's young. The profile is really good. Really, the only thing that you can knock is the fact that he's got some of these injury issues.
It's interesting. Can I tell you my fan fiction theory that I think would be fun? Is Vic Fangio knew that Howie wouldn't draft a linebacker in the first round. So he spent the entire draft process convincing Howie, this guy's going to be an edge for me. This guy's going to be an edge for me. Like, we're going to play him on the edge to get Howie to get on board. And then he's just going to play him at linebacker forever and never move him.
I was listening. I was listening the other day to Vic Fangio with recurring guest Governor Josh Shapiro, and Governor Shapiro was asking him about his role in the draft process. And he said that's Howie's show, but he said he makes it known to Howie which guy. He said when there's a tie or there's it's between a few guys, he's like he makes sure he gets the last word into Howie about the player that he wants.
He was smiling in the draft room last night, more than he smiled after the Super Bowl, I think.
Yeah, and he made a point in both that podcast and the interview he did at the when they announced the U.S. Open. Is it the U.S. Open? He did that with John Clark. 2 John Clark shout outs here on the show so far. No, it was the Phillies game, but I also heard him there. Was that they lost not just the starters but the backups at these spots too, and they haven't really added that many guys yet. So the draft is the chance to do it. So I can see Vic really pushing for it. And as far as where he's going to start playing, there is a quicker entry point to significant snaps right now at inside backer, I would imagine,
no doubt,
than on the edge.
Yeah. But then there's also rotations on the edge, so it makes it. Yeah. Now this,
I
see you looking at it.
Yeah, I think this.
What do we have?
But we're okay.
Oh, we're okay because you have both.
For Duck Juice.
Duck Juice.
Is he an edge or a linebacker?
And you have both of those positions.
Both, so
that's good for you. So that's good. Oh, could have been just a year of controversy.
Well, Brenna reached out about bold predictions. The bold predictions from yesterday. Did not go kind for me, but she asked because one of my bold predictions was I think it was
Here we go.
Here it is. Yeah, a lot of red there.
A lot of red. That's it's like Kelvin Banks Jr.'s scouting report for you.
It's the antithesis of the Jihaad Campbell scouting report.
Yeah.
One of my bold predictions was that one pure linebacker does not get drafted in the first round because because what I had heard in the lead up was that there were a handful of teams that had taken Jihaad Campbell off the board.
Yeah.
And so I thought, okay, maybe he will slip into the second round. Obviously, that did not happen. She asked, she was like, "Oh, does this count?" And I was like, "I did it with Jihaad Campbell in mind." So I was like, "Yeah, we have to make this one. Make this one not count."
That's big of you. Why don't we? That'll do it for the big draft presented by Big Brothers Big Sisters as the Browns are on the clock here to start the second round. Why don't we flash up Zach's bold predictions because he hit a couple.
Yes, he did.
At least 3 QBs go in the first round. Didn't happen. Only 2 non-Travis Hunter wide receivers. Didn't happen. But the Michigan goes 13 overall.
That was an outstanding one.
That's a really good one. And then the Connerly, Josh Emmons, that's 50-50. It's I would say less impressive than the Michigan one, but the Michigan one's fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nicely done. And then mine, I've got one. Too, right? I've got one for today. I hit one, which was Tyler Booker. It's drafted top 20. I feel good about that.
We got to wait months for the second one.
But the number, and I'm going to hit number 2.
You're going to hit number 2.
I'm going to hit number 2, which if you're listening is the GM of the team that drafts the second and third quarterback in this draft is fired next offseason, and ditto Tyler Shough if he's not one of those top 3. And so I feel good about Shane being one of those guys, and then we'll see what happens tonight as Carson Schwessinger, the UCLA linebacker, is the pick for the Browns at the top of the second round. But then I also had there, I think the Eagles are going to pick twice in the top 50. And I believe that. I feel strongly that they are going to move up in round 2. We'll see if they move up quite that far.
How much would you guys be willing to give up? I get antsy about giving up like day 2 picks because I do believe that there's so I get antsy about that idea.
I would not be willing to give up more than 1/3, and so I would give I would give up a future third and a fourth.
Yeah.
If there's a guy I love, I would be against that, but if there's a guy that they love to the Cooper DeJean level, then that's the price that I would be willing to give up.
Yeah, so if you're giving up, if you're giving up 64,
or the third this year and a fourth next year.
Yeah, so I just wonder, would a team would really need to have a surplus of picks tonight? I think if they're trading from the top half of the second round and they're only getting 1 pick tonight. But to your point there, I would rather trade a second, a fourth this year, and a third next year. If that's a possibility, because I would imagine what Howie would then try to do is just trade back from the third round this year, similar to what he did last year. Last year, he gave up 2 twos to move up for the Gene, gets that third rounder back, but then moves back, and gets a bunch of picks from it. And
I think the makeup of this class, that would make sense.
Exactly, and I've been talking about it all the time, going up to leading up to the draft. When you're talking the top 50 picks, like there's a premium on those players. When you get beyond that, the bucket's usually much bigger, that you don't mind trading back 10 spots, 20 spots, or at least Howie hasn't, because you're confident you're going to get someone in that bucket.
We have our first tipped pick of the night.
People want to know, are we going to, they want this, they want the main screen experience, and so they want your tip.
So Houston is making their first pick after the trade down with the New York Giants, and they are taking a wide receiver. It's not Luther Burden. Not Luther Burden. It's not Jalen Knoll. It's the other Iowa State receiver, Jaden Higgins.
Big and fast.
I would say the fast is more timed fast than play fast, like tape fast.
He looks very robotic when he runs to me. He almost looks like he is thinking about the route as he's running it. You know what I mean?
I agree with that. The production was there though, right?
Production's there. He's like bucket wise.
Yeah,
he's good.
Okay. I wasn't in love with the tape. Some people really like the profile. I didn't love the profile. I saw more of like an Alan Lazard type. Alan Lazard, ironically enough, went to Iowa State. But
I don't think that's a crazy comp.
Yeah, like I thought that. But some people think that he's like Nico Collins. To me, I did not see that level of dynamic playmaking ability.
I apologize. He's actually not in a good bucket.
He's not in a good bucket.
He's productive and fast, not so young, but he's bigger. So he's in that. This is the one where this is the Devontae Smith, Zay Flowers bucket. We talked about 2 out of the 16 guys hit who were first and second round picks, and that's Egbuka, Jalen Knoll, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, Torrey Horton, Ty Felton from this class.
Yeah,
so
I use the reference that we talked about with Coach Flynn on Monday. You pointed out
Nico Collins. Yeah, that's DJ's comp for him. Yep.
Is that if you're a Madden GM and you're drafting a Madden and you see someone who's 6'4" and 218 and runs the 4.38 40, and now they don't have the stats in Madden, but he was a 1,000-yard receiver at Iowa State. You're like, just that profile jumps out to you. So if you're not watching film, if you're just saying, all right, he's big, he's fast, he was productive, those are things that a lot of people would bet on.
We have another trade at the top. Seattle traded to 35, the third pick of this round. Now, they had 50 and 52. I wonder if they had to trade both of those to get here.
So, all right, if they trade both, to me, it's one of 2 things.
Emmanwori
could be Mike McDonald's Kyle Hamilton.
Right.
Good point.
Or is it for one of the quarterbacks?
Or it's for one of the quarterbacks.
Yes. I thought that this was a sneaky Sheduer Sanders
I would be disappointed
team.
From their perspective. Oh, it's 52 and 80 that they're trading, which is actually not that crazy. So they keep 50. That's according to Ian Rappaport.
Waiting to hear now. I think this is a sneaky Sheduer Sanders team. I can tell you that people close to Sheduer think that it's Cleveland or Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh doesn't pick in the third round, though. It's Emmanwori. So there goes Emmanwori off the board.
Okay. I can see that. Mike McDonald, go get me that guy.
Yeah, gets the Kyle Hamilton for that Seattle Seahawks defense.
I'm jealous of Fran. Not just a great evaluator, but man, plugged in my Sheduer source. It's like, I'm like, geez, this guy does it all. He's kind of like Emmanwori. Yeah.
That's why he's the All-City NFL draft expert. Let's talk about Emmanwori. Why not?
Yeah.
Let's make him the future is bright, presented by Shady Rays. a player who you love and have loved throughout the draft process.
Yeah.
Sort of checks all the boxes.
Honestly, I haven't done any film on him since the combine. Like all of my grade, everything that you see up on the Die Hard draft guide on allphly.com, go become a Die Hard. Everything that's written there, outside of the statistical stuff he did at the combine, like I put those numbers in there. Everything is written before that. I was so high on his film. Watching him in the fall, this is a guy that's got outstanding size, versatility, was used all across the field. That athleticism shows up on tape. Sometimes he can play a little bit out of control, but his instincts and coverage, he's got the ability to match up as a tight end. That's why that was the only thing that gave me pause about him guys coming to Philadelphia, is that to me the best version of Nick Emmanwori is a guy that's in a scheme that can move him around and do different things with him. And I didn't think that was going to happen here. He would be. He's going to line up next to Reed Blankenship. He's going to be the boundary safety, or he's going to be the field safety, and he's going to play 95% of his snaps, 18 yards off the ball, which he can do. But I want him to see him go somewhere where he can be moved around.
Well, that's kind of part of the Jihaad Campbell conversation that I've been thinking about. Is like, there's this idea of, well, you get this guy who can do everything to Vic Fangio. Just imagine the way he's going to use him. Like, that's not what we saw last year. What made that defense so good is that they kept everybody in the same spot and everybody knew exactly where to be. And like that, they were so buttoned up and everybody could do everything.
Yes,
like,
but
I don't know if we're going to see him bouncing around all the time.
But part of the appeal of Bond in particular was that you could use him different ways, right?
Yeah.
And so he had 100,
structurally,
yeah,
but
right.
it's not really changing that much.
No, but he had like
yes.
100 plus snaps on the edge last year, Bond. So which you probably wouldn't have done with Devin White,
Sure.
Or, so.
And I think that is maybe the selling point is
Yeah.
that you just give those snaps to Jihaad Campbell, and now Zach Bond can be free to just be the green dot
exactly.
in the middle and
Right.
just play linebacker.
Exactly.
And so, when I look at it, where is I've been thinking about it a lot over the last few years in terms of like defensive structures, and I'm thinking about like the Jim Schwartz scheme, and when they made the transition to Jonathan Gannon, and then from Gannon to Desai, and then eventually to Fangio. I think when you look at it, I break defensive football, like the structure, up into you have your front and you have your back end. Are you going to be complicated up front with different multiple front looks, and you're going to change things up, and you're going to be exotic there, and then you're staying basic on the back end? So I think of the New Orleans Saints. They moved Mario Davis around. You have various sub packages, but on the back end, they're just playing man-to-man coverage, or they're playing quarters, right? Or are you going to be kind of cut and dry up front, and then you're going to have all the different disguises on the back end? Like when I think of Jonathan Gannon, the way that they play, Nick Rallis, this defense with the Arizona Cardinals, they have the safeties, multiple safety packages. They take the nickel, and sometimes he's lined up here, and sometimes he's lined up there. You think of Mike McDonald in Baltimore, and then eventually in Seattle, what they do on the back end. Well, they stay cut and dry up front so that they can be multiple on the back. When I think of Vic Fangio and the Eagles, I think the front multiplicity stuff shows up with Zach Bond. There are times where just before the snap, he's lined up off ball, and then he comes down, he kicks down, and everybody slides over. That's great, but in the secondary, it was fairly vanilla. You knew what to expect, and they were just going to out-execute you week after week. So that for Emmanwori, it would be almost be kind of a bummer for me, because that's what I loved him in a scheme like that.
If I can ask both of you, I don't know if I would say a philosophical question, but it ties in the kind of draft process here. Is that Bo and I in the past have talked about the mistake teams make sometimes when they draft a player for a particular coordinator or a particular scheme. Do you view this differently with the Eagles? A, because Vic Fangio isn't going to leave to become a head coach. Now, I don't want to send him to the Dunmore Senior Center yet. 66 years old, but
Great food city.
I've eaten in.
I was just gonna say,
Scranton
what's your favorite pizza place in Dunmore?
I can't tell you that, but he did recommend an Italian place one time.
Nice.
When I was
Quinshon Judkins off the board too, the Cleveland Browns.
So, but
Wow.
is
That's a bad pick, but go ahead.
is Vic Fangio and the Eagles situation now an exception? Like Sirianni just won the Super Bowl. Sirianni's not going anywhere right now, right? I assume for the next year or two, or 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it is. But Vic Fangio, we would imagine, has staying power here for as long as he wants. So does that make you view drafting a player from a scheme perspective a little different?
I think so. I still don't think you should draft for somebody.
Yeah.
But I also think we can make too much of this guy can evaluate because he nailed the Zach Bond thing. But I think part of the allure of drafting guys for Vic is that you can sort of trust his eyes a little bit.
No, but
right.
you're saying like with Emmanwori, he wouldn't be used here the way that it might be the way to maximize him. Like, should that ever factor into the way you're making decisions this draft?
I think it should.
Okay.
I think honestly, I think it always, because it goes back to my feeling on it's the GM and the personnel, the scouting staff's job to supply the coaches with players that they're going to use. I think that's the best version of this whole operation is when you're working in concert that way. If you go and you find a player that's not going to be a good fit, then that doesn't do you any good. That said, you don't want to get into the situation, which is like the Jalen Reagor, Justin Jefferson conversation of, the coach thinks that he's only a slot guy, so we're not going to do it. You can make the evaluation that way, but if they say, hey, like, no, red light, we don't want this guy, I think that
I think it's more in this discussion, particularly with Emmanwori.
Right.
It's less about, because it's not about maximizing Emmanwori. It's like, presumably if Vic liked him, he would have had a role for him. He would have been the second starting safety, right? It's more about if this is all we're asking of our starting safeties from a resource allocation standpoint, if we can get a guy who can do those things similarly to Emmanwori in the 3rd or 4th round, then we shouldn't use a 2nd round pick on the guy whose real appeal is that he can do a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep.
But I feel strongly that your draft decisions should be independent of scheme to an extent, although I hear what you're saying that the coaches need to utilize them, but definitely independent of your roster. And that factors into the Reagor thing. One of the things that came up then is they wanted to play 12 personnel because they had Ertz and Goddard at the time, and so they didn't want a guy they viewed as a slot because they were looking for 2 outside guys. But I was having a text exchange with someone recently about like the types of edge rushers that the Eagles should be looking for, and it's like, should it be someone who needs to fit with Nolan Smith and J.Alex Hunt? And I said, absolutely not. Like, don't let J.Alex Hunt dictate the player you draft. Draft the best edge rusher that you can find.
Yeah.
Like, don't worry about what this roster looks like.
Yep.
By the way, I just got a text from Emmanwori. I need to say hello to. I don't see the screen.
He's in the
But
chat.
Reed,
Yeah.
what's up? Congratulations! I missed his game tonight. He got an interception.
Nice.
Like football. I'm so pumped for him. And
Reed Emmanwori.
And he's talked to me a number of times about what his draft day is going to be like. So I am. How about this? The first draft that I don't cover will be Reed's draft. How about that? I'll make that pledge to him.
Bold prediction.
Yeah, I'll
Wow.
make that
True.
pledge to him. Yeah.
How does Reed feel about the Jihaad Campbell pick?
So he
Saw
didn't know
Francis'
as much
scouting
about
report
him.
today.
He was he wanted to know if he could get a Tyler Warren jersey for his birthday. He said that he's not going to ask for Abdul Carter because that's Giants, and he said but he can wear a Colts jersey. That's what he said.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
So we'll see.
Like that.
Hello to Reed. How we doing? Okay, so the Browns at 36 taking Quinshad Judkins, and I don't like this pick. We talked about this on the PHLY draft show with Fran Duffy. I love the looking at the running backs' yards per carry relative to their teammates over the course of college. It feels like the one position where you can get sort of that one-to-one comparison, and there's not a big history of guys turning into all-pro running backs who have had a worse yards per carry than their teammates in college. There are 3 guys who did that: Devontae Freeman, Marshawn Lynch, and Josh Jacobs. Devontae Freeman was half a yard worse. Quinshad Judkins, over the course of his career, a full 1.1 yards worse in yards per carry than his teammates. And then you told me that he also faced the highest percentage of light boxes of any running back
In this class, yeah.
in this class.
I know,
And so I know he's a powerful between the trenches guy, but that is at the top of the 2nd round, not a great bet for me.
No, that's a lot of that number was serviced by the fact that he played in that Lane Kiffin Ole Miss offense that is very favorable to those skill position players. That the Giants still thought it was okay to trade up for that quarterback in the 1st round last night. But I
He's
think
giving Jackson Dart such heat.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
But when I was putting the bones together of
Another
a round
trade
2
up
mock
here.
draft,
The Dolphins moving
Yeah.
to 37. Go ahead.
the Dolphins moving up. When thinking about what the Browns were going to do with this pick, I thought they would pass on quarterback overall after making that trade yesterday, and then I thought they need a running back. Nick Chubb is unsigned. They need somebody to be that ball carrier. Would it be Travion Henderson or would it be Quinshad Judkins or Caleb Johnson? I thought it would be Quinshad Judkins. He fits their profile a little bit more. They also need an every down type of presence, and I feel like with Henderson, that's the concern. is he capable of being that guy for an offense in the NFL?
Do you think this is the start of a run on running backs?
Really, the only other one I could see going right now is Henderson.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be my only thing. I wonder if that's who Miami's trading up for.
Garofalo says the Dolphins are sending 37 and 143 for 48, 98, and 135.
The Dolphins.
Third, yeah.
So sorry. Yeah, the Dolphins have said, Chris Greer, Mike McDaniel, they both, as soon as the season ended, said we have to get the offensive line fixed. Now is the time for us to invest in the offensive line. You don't do that on night one. I would think that this has to be an offensive lineman.
Jonah Savanaia, Jared Wilson.
Chris Greer's profile again is young, Power 5. So I think this is not Ursary. My guess is that there would be a Big Jonah from Zona.
Or Big Jonah from Zona. I like that.
Yeah.
Did you just come up with that?
No, I did not come up with that one.
Okay.
Jared Wilson would make a little sense too, SEC. But
He would,
yeah.
and he'd be a great scheme fit. I like that one. Yeah, I would leave the door open there. They've got Aaron Brewer, who they gave decent gave a decent money to in the free agent market last year. But I would like that. I'm going to go Big Jonah here.
Okay. Big Jonah from
From
Zona.
Zona.
Sure.
Damn,
Big
look
John's
at
done.
you. Fran, Fran is killing it. Killing it this year.
It's early.
Yeah.
My bold predictions
Why
were
we
bad.
drafted him.
I know. I feel like I don't want to get myself in trouble. I feel like you've been underutilized for the past decade.
I mean, yeah, I'm shouting that from the rooftop.
I would agree with that.
You're like a sleeping giant here. Like seriously, Yeah.
Now, Zach, did you end up watching or listening to the end of last night's show?
Yeah. Listen on the way home.
And what did you think?
Awesome. I mean, you guys have great chemistry. I didn't
he's
get
been underutilized.
I didn't get to watch Chris with the beer, but I heard it.
Yeah.
The production was awesome. And
Is that why you're going t-shirt jacket?
so I thought that was the first challenge.
Right.
Actually, Emily, who's watching now, she's really pushing more of the t-shirt jacket look.
Okay.
She wants me to dress down a little more as opposed to when she saw this today, she said, that's so much better. And she also wants, she listened to the ad, she wants me to get a contact for Golden Nugget Jewelers. So I can follow up with that too.
Guarantee you won't get hoodwinked.
Yeah, you're getting bamboozled again.
Yeah, right.
But no, so you want a haiku?
Let's hear the haiku. He did it.
Yeah, so I'm not really a haiku guy. I'm more, when I was in high school with Julia, I did more rhyming couplets, right?
Okay.
So I wasn't as big on haikus, but I hope the structure is correct here. Okay.
575.
575, yeah.
Okay. Goodell reads linebacker. Is this incorrect?
Goodell reads?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Goodell reads linebacker. Howie implies quarterback's nightmare. Reporter podcasts on fumes.
These sound like your headlines that you.
Did I not get it correct?
I mean, you did it.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Job done.
Okay, I was trying to make it topical.
Okay.
I used to read every Monday the Adieu Haiku by Peter King. Shout out to Peter King. I miss reading your work right now. The absolute best. Although it was cool seeing Michael Silver in the Jacksonville Jaguars draft room, as that's like something Peter King used to always do.
Yeah.
So I'll read this again. Goodell reads linebacker. Howie implies quarterback's nightmare. Reporter podcasts on fumes. Okay. Yeah!
I like that.
That's okay? Okay.
It's a new drop.
Someone says first line 6 syllables. How about...
Goodell reads linebacker.
Yeah.
Goodell reads backer.
Yeah, Goodell reads backer. Goodell reads LB. Goodell reads LB. Howie implies quarterback's nightmare. Should that be QB's nightmare or quarterback's...
Well, whatever it fits.
Yeah. Okay. Reporter podcasts on fumes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. They
Julia,
say they
very
want their
nicely
likes
done.
back. Is that not sufficient enough for you? I'm sorry. I was.
He did the draft. I mean, he did the
Get
outfit.
it? Yeah, you got it.
Now, I will say,
I want to tell me.
I don't know that Zach has caught on to what is happening with
No,
Julia
he does
here.
not.
I will say one more
Oh,
time.
is that my okay?
I will say. I will say. I should.
I'm
I should
sorry.
let the
I'm
people
sorry. I
know.
was excited
Listen,
for my friend.
Get the likes up. Get
Yeah.
the likes up. We need the views. And I will tell you that last night, night one of the draft, we had the highest amount of live viewers concurrently at one time that we have ever had on a PHLY show. So we want to top that tonight if we can, but that's a great watermark, and it deserves a full-throated.
Yeah! You know what? I was happy for my friend. I was waiting for you to mention the birth of Leah at the Eagles facility today. At the Eagles facility today, everyone's asking, well, has Bo had the baby yet? I could finally confirm. Well, has Rachel had the baby yet? So yeah, I was so excited for you. I was at the top of the show. I thought you would mention it. There was no big social media announcement, so I was waiting for the.
Did you think he was going to make a big social media announcement though?
Well, he did the subtle one.
Yes, he did the
where
very
he has
subtle
3
one.
kids to feed. Please read this. Yeah. But yeah, I was thrilled for you. But I probably didn't need the Harold Dean or Howard Dean. But no,
fun.
so
I
the
enjoyed
person
it.
saying they want their likes back. All right, I'm gonna give you my stats here last night. Okay. Now I fell asleep in 4 minutes. The latency is 4 minutes.
that's a good
Nice.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
At 4:01, fell asleep. I slept for 3 hours and 9 minutes. Okay. I was up at 7:24. And then I saw the kids for a bit. Then I was on Anthony's show with Fran. And
That was fun. I liked doing that this morning.
I tried getting back to sleep, and I just had, I was just too juiced up. I was too revved up. So
And no napping on the cards for you.
I dozed off for about 16 minutes.
Okay. That's a
your
good
chair?
16.
Before I
the chair?
showered. Yeah, on the chair while writing up the players I was interested in for today.
Purposely, or just like you dozed off while you were?
Good question.
I dozed off as I was writing. I was but then I feel great now. I'm ready to roll.
The Patriots took this one down to the wire, and another running back goes off the board to New England. Mike Vrabel.
Really?
Mike Vrabel. This was a takeaway from Andrew Berry last year,
Okay.
because Vrabel was with the Browns, and he said when they drafted Michael Hall, he said Mike loves his Buckeyes.
Okay.
So they get a Buckeye running back
Travion
here,
Henderson.
Travion Henderson going to the New England Patriots to complement Ramondre Stevenson.
That's a good. I like that fit.
I like
we
that.
could
That
debate-
fit.
you
I
could-
like that fit a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
You debate the value of a running back there, but I
Sure.
like that. I like that fit much better.
Yes. I like that. I like that a lot.
Is Travion Henderson your running back 3?
Yes.
He is, right?
Yes.
Okay.
My big thing on my journey with Henderson was I loved the film. I loved the player. I was a little concerned, and still am concerned about his overall role. He reminds me of Brian Westbrook. That was one of the players I wrote down while watching him back when I first studied him. But the big thing was, he came out like gangbusters as a true freshman, and then 2 years he couldn't stay healthy. That sophomore year and junior year were cut short by injury, and then he didn't really take off again until this year when they brought in Judkins, and it was kind of a 1-2 punch there in the backfield. So I wonder, does he need to be that kind of guy? Is the durability always going to be a concern? How high do you take that guy? Because people are making the comparison to Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs was a workhorse at Georgia Tech and then eventually at Alabama. When Henderson, he hasn't shown that ability to be that guy. So that's the only thing that gives me pause with his profile.
Do you think, as I look at Will Johnson sort of standing out,
Yeah.
right, do you think that the Eagles rolling the dice on an injury concern in Jihaad Campbell would make them less likely to do it for Will Johnson if he fell?
No, I don't think so. I think they look at it probably like every player is his own evaluation and decision. You're making a bet on all these guys. I don't think so. What do you think, Zach?
Yeah, so I really love Will Johnson, the player. But again, I don't want to just say because it's the same position. I once loved Sidney Jones, the player, too, right? And I remember when the Eagles drafted Sidney Jones, and I'm like, oh, they got a steal. They're just more patient than other teams. But sometimes it's like, the league, there's a lot of smart people in the league too, like with some other teams. There's some people who aren't very smart, but there's some people who are smart too. So it's like
You watched the
sometimes.
James Gladstone press conference today?
Oh yes, I was gonna text you guys that. That was a little bit.
I haven't gotten.
I
it
mean,
yet.
talk about a
Oh,
guy who
you
thinks
gotta- you gotta hear
who
this.
thinks that he is inventing football.
Oh my gosh, it was
The sermon he gives.
I even think that's worth playing just to get Fran's live reaction. That like if we can play that tweet because
I'll send
this
it to
thing
Julia.
there's hyperbole, there is this was beyond. I mean,
It was crazy.
it was like it was beautiful in the conviction with which he said it, but it was a little much. I jokingly texted my brothers. I texted my brothers the clip, and I'll tell you exactly what I said, and you guys will laugh at this. And I sent the clip, and I said, "If I was a GM," okay. And then my brother,
I'm excited to hear this now.
Yeah. My brother Matt, he wrote.
See if I can
he
find
wrote
it.
about his dislike for this guy. He said, "That's not even real. There's somewhat between cliche city and that speech that I can live with." So yeah, I hope Matt doesn't mind that I read that on
I'll
air.
see if I
I'm
can
sure he
find
does
it,
not.
Julia. I don't know if we're able to play it or not, but it is crazy.
We can play tweets, can't we?
All right. So Chicago, our friends at CHGO, they've got 2 picks in three
here.
selections.
They are
coming up.
they are.
You have
I
to
can tell
leave us again at some point, right?
Yeah, I will. But I can tell you, like, I'm sure that set was despondent when the Patriots took Travion Henderson, because I know that the Bears fans were very much hoping for Travion Henderson. And after yesterday, when they were all so upset about Colston Loveland, this is another kick in the gut there for the Bears.
What do you think they do here?
My gut says edge rusher. You know, I think that when you look at,
I really like Ezraku.
I think that, but I don't think that that's a fit for Dennis Allen is the only thing. Dennis Allen likes the bigger,
Those big
longer,
guys.
sturdier ends. You know, so I look at Tui Moloau.
Okay,
I
that's a
look
good
at
point.
Landon Jackson. I think more along those lines for them.
The UCLA one who the UCLA edge rusher Bo likes is someone who I in the last week have heard good things about as well.
It's less that I like him and more that I just thought that the Eagles
yeah.
would like him.
Yeah.
But yes, that's Femi Oladejo. I could sort of see that, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, my guess is we're going to see 2 edge rushers go off the board in the next 3 picks and maybe 3 in the next 4, because we've got Chicago twice, we have the Saints at 40, we have the Jets at 42. I think we'll see a couple edge rushers here go off the board in the next few picks.
Nick Scorton, Landon Jackson, Donovan Ezraku, JT Tuimoloau, Mike Green's still on the board, and Oluwafemi Oladejo. That's 6 guys who I think are all, top half of the second round likely.
Yeah, and I also want to reiterate something that I talked about with Anthony this morning, is that I don't think, but even if we view Jihaad Campbell as an edge rusher or even like a part-time or most of the time edge rusher, that should not take you out of the decision-making to take an edge rusher this year. As you said, Bo, it's a rotational position. Bryce Huff is either not going to be on the team this year or not going to be on the team next, the year after. The guaranteed money expires after this season. And so, Aziz Ojulari is on a 1-year deal. Josh Uche is on a 1-year deal. So I think this is a spot where it's worth continuing to bolster. This is a deep edge rusher class. If someone like Nick Scorton falls to 64, I think that's a terrific outcome for the Eagles.
The Bears took my best player on the board.
All right.
Luther Burden off the board to the Chicago Bears. I'm excited for that fit.
That's a good one. That's a good
for
one.
Ben Johnson. I'm excited for that fit. I think people will make the Amon-Ra St. Brown comparison. I don't think that he's St. Brown slot receiver type there. I mean, he's going to make some tough catches over the middle. He's capable of doing that, but he is more Jameson Williams in that offense than he is St. Brown over the middle of the field. But
So he'll throw a pass in the playoff game when they make it?
I wouldn't rule.
They would take that.
Bags would be fired up by that one.
Yeah, but it's better than them giving the backup center a goal line carry. On a
True,
two-point
yeah.
conversion.
It's interesting. First 2 picks, they go skill position players.
Yeah.
For Ben Johnson.
I mean, they loaded up on O-line in free agency, or I guess through the trade, but through the pro market. Look, they want to try and support Caleb Williams. They said that from the jump that was going to be one of their big goals here this offseason.
Not a good. I mean, that getting Luther Burden then makes sense when you've got the 2 picks, because the drop off at wide receiver now is enormous.
My guess is that, and like I said, I do think that they'll select an edge rusher at some point in these next couple picks for them. They've got a couple picks coming up here in the next couple rounds. My gut says they'll take one here at 41, but we'll see.
We have a haiku from Deniz. Julia tells me.
I imagine it's about the coach who took Walter Nolan yesterday. Good evaluator.
Oh. Sure.
We definitely need it.
Okay. Decades will pass, but I will still never forgive Jonathan Gannon.
Wow.
That's
It's a
pretty
good
good.
haiku. I would expect no less from Deniz.
But I also think Deniz would sign up for a few more decades. Like, if we can commit to never forgiving Jonathan Gannon 30 years from now, that means you're guaranteeing yourself 30 years.
It's true.
You got to take that.
Yeah, I think so. What do you think?
I mean, I'm hoping for more than 30 years, but I'm 39 years old. I'm trying to push 60 years out of this. But
It's a lot of writing.
yeah, well, yeah, that's just not another book for a while. I promise, Emma, you're watching, not another book for a while.
What? Let's define a while, please.
Because I heard you guys say that on the show. Write another book. Yeah. If the Eagles win the Super Bowl next year, I am not writing a third Super Bowl book. I don't think the third Super Bowl is as compelling of a.
But then they're a dynasty.
Yeah, but has the story changed that much?
I would love it if he was just like, oh, that's a good point.
No, you know what? The one thing, the caveat that I gave is like a young adult's book, right? Because she said children's book, but children's book, that's more about like the illustrations. Like the writer actually, I don't think does that well in those books. I think it's more the illustrator.
Wow.
It's all about the cashish.
Oh, man.
But
Dr. Seuss taking shots.
no, but the young adult book, like that's I feel that's a genre that, I mean, that's like, how long are those books? Probably like 15,000 words, 20,000 words. I don't know.
He's just
Going after everybody now.
crushing somebody right now.
No, and it's a great audience. It's yeah, it's I think that's a.
So
real
you're
fertile-
saying young adult authors are not really writers?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a different. Now it have to be a different type of book. There's a lot of foul language in the book that's coming out on September 23rd.
Just throughout the sentences, or
No dialogue. I mean, I'll say this. Perhaps it's the proliferation of, or I've said this before. The Eagles entertainment department, they do an amazing job. There's more access to information, or there's more access to these clips than there was 7 years ago.
Sure.
I don't know if the 2024 team cursed more than the 2017 team, or if it's just that there's just more clips. But man, this team swears every sentence. Like they can't get anything out without cursing. So, but it's adds to the authenticity of it.
I hope that you're also writing in florid language.
No, there's no curses from my language. There's nothing like that.
Okay.
It's all in quotes.
Saints on the clock. Kellen Moore. What's Kellen Moore going to get? Will they pull the trigger on Sheduer?
This could be Will Johnson.
Okay.
Pick is in? Okay. My guess would be Will Johnson. He fits their profile. They need corner help. They lost Marshawn Lattimore. They lost Paulson Adebo. They like the young. It could be the Revel kid.
I'm gonna say
this is Tyler Shough. It's 40. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This was. Shout out to Nick Underhill. He's been all over this.
No.
Great job.
Did he
This
go
is
to
Tyler
college
Shough.
with Kellen Moore?
What's that?
Did he go to college with Kellen Moore?
This is Tyler Shough. Yeah.
Yeah.
This pick has been kind of.
I'm saying
written
Kellen's the youngest head coach in the
Really?
NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They love Tyler Shough.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are they thinking? He's 26 years old.
Not yet.
I mean, now this is the thing. They do need a starter this year, and it's something that Nick Underhill. He
so
does an outstanding.
unserious.
He does an outstanding job, Nick Underhill.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
And so the logic here is that they need a guy who can start day one, and so now they could have addressed that via trade. I want to throw this one out to you guys. Now
Hold on. Can we make this? We got to make this our ice cold pick presented by Ace Hardware Home Services, because this is a franchise that it's flushing itself down the toilet. I mean,
I disagree with that.
I know
with
you
this
like
pick.
Tyler Shough.
Yeah.
That's fine. He's ancient and not that good.
I think there's a decent chance that he is like Kirk Cousins
Kirk Cousins now.
in a couple
I mean, I
years.
guess you would take that,
like in a year or two. Yeah.
So he's a year and a half older than Tanner McKee. Hypothetically, like if
good point. Good point, Zach.
if
Yeah.
Kellen Moore called the Eagles and said, "We'll
Yeah.
give you this pick right here,
Yeah.
40 for Tanner McKee," would you take it?
I think you'd have to.
I would not.
Interesting.
Wow.
But-
Interesting.
But that's right. I mean,
That's a framing device. I'm curious if it's something.
Well, that's how I always felt about the Brandon Whedon pick. It was the same summer that Trent Edwards was lighting up preseason, and Trent Edwards was a cast-off who was 26 years old. Imagine him having been in college 2 years later, what he would have looked like in college. Like, I don't know.
Is your concern that he was performing against people 4 or 5 years younger than him, or just that the shelf life isn't as long for him? Because
no, it's not about the shelf life. It's about evaluating.
Okay.
It's about contextualizing what you're watching, and just imagine, who else is a prospect like Will Howard, 2 years later. Like
Will Howard is basically the same. He's 1 year younger.
Give me whatever 23-year-old there is as a quarterback prospect.
Jackson Dart, he's 21, but
right? Like, wouldn't they also look a lot better 2 years later?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I think there's something to be said for, it's like the Cam Ward thing. Like, hey, is Cam Ward physically different than he was a year ago? No, but if he went in last year's draft, he was a late third round. He was a late day 3 pick. He goes back, gets another year's worth of experience, and turn himself into the number 1 pick. I think there's something to be said for
sell me
getting
on the ice cold pick here. Sell me on Shough.
I think that if you're looking for a guy that can come in and be, honestly, when I watched him, I thought he has the cleanest quarterback film of anybody in this draft. I would not take him in the first round, but I would say, there's a decent chance that he turns into a Jimmy G level of quarterback. And
what does clean mean? What is clean about the tape?
He's good he's very good in the pocket. He's smart, good decision maker. The arm talent is good. He can make throws from various platforms. The accuracy showed up. Like, he wasn't a wow arm talent. Like, this isn't like, big guy throw hard. It was like, he can make every throw. And again, good decision maker, has played in 4 different offenses. I just look at it and say, I feel good. And everything I heard about, the interview process was really strong. When I watched him in November or December, whenever it was, he got invited to the Shrine Bowl first and then the Senior Bowl. I was pretty surprised at the film, where I was like, there's not enough talk about this guy. I thought he's got the ability to be one of the best quarterbacks in this class.
Now, the general fan who is not grinding film, their question is probably, why Shough over Sheduer Sanders?
Yeah, I mean, I had Sheduer graded higher. So I think that this is where it's the beauty in the eye of the beholder kind of situation, where every team is going to meet with all these quarterbacks, and you're going to say, they enjoyed this meeting, and some teams did not. From what I gathered, things didn't go well with Sheduer Sanders and the Saints.
I mean, at 25 years old in college, he better be lighting it up. His final year completion percentage, under 63%. That's the worst of the top 10 quarterbacks in this class.
Hold on. Stand by.
What do you have something?
Yeah, I might have nothing crazy.
I mean, I'm cherry picking a little bit because yards per attempt is in the middle of that group, right? But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm looking at his adjusted completion percentage, which takes into account take the throwaways and the drops out, and it's 80.5%, which is above average number. It's not a mind blowing number, but that's better than the number that's just the pure grade there. So. Yeah, I don't view him as a world beater. I don't think that he's going to be an all-pro, but just the same, honestly, it's the same way that I can make the argument that Bo Nix is worthy of a top 15, top 20 pick last year. I feel the same way about Tyler Shough at this point in the draft. When you get to day 2, taking a swing on a guy that can be that level of quarterback, I think is a fine swing to take.
Okay, maybe this is something we'll put some Pabst lights on.
Sure.
Okay. What was the question you were going to ask before? That'll do it for the ice cold pick presented by our friends at Ace Hardware Home Services.
I don't recall, but I do know that Julia, Chris, and Brenna have the
you want to watch the James Gladstone clip?
It's quick.
I do. Real quick, just because this guy was an Eagles target that was in for a 30 visit, Buffalo is selecting TJ Sanders.
Interesting.
Interesting. I like TJ Sanders.
And they traded up with the Bears to get him.
Yeah. I was actually going to say earlier that I thought he would have made sense as a guy in the range of 64 if they stayed and didn't go all the way up, and he goes a little bit earlier than I was expecting. But I do like TJ Sanders. Let's play the James Gladstone.
It's going to change your life, Fran.
Yes, this is it. This is it.
As we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football.
and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself, Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
Do you think he wrote that?
Yeah, all right. Probably. The first half of what he said wasn't bad. I
Yes.
think that was all right. We got a little out of control at the end there. The last
Decision and the
sentence,
statement, yeah.
Yeah, that was a little.
How many times do you think he practiced that?
Oh, I mean,
Legitimately.
well, because he memorized it, right? So he had to. There had to be a good 15 times, and then you're working on the inflection. Am I going to play up this angle? Am I going to play up that?
And you go with the
angle?
right? You go, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right? You know, you give it that.
Yeah.
It was only a few years ago that he had to memorize the speak in front of his high school class. So he's had practice at this recently.
Man.
Yeah, I mean it's the close.
It's going to change the world,
Yeah.
this decision to draft Travis Hunter. I'm inspired. I hope you guys are.
Yeah,
I
mean,
that
that was-
shivers down my spine.
That was
I
wild.
do love football. I don't know if that's the framing I would make, but hey, be you, man.
Well, that's my problem with it. Is it doesn't feel
It doesn't feel authentic?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like this is what if I'm cosplaying
Sure.
as Les Snead, but also an evangelical preacher. This is the speech I would give.
Can I share it? All right,
yeah.
I'll let you share it.
No, go for it.
No, you
no,
got it,
no.
Zach.
Yeah.
No,
You
no.
got it. Go.
No, because you're reporting from a source. I'm reporting from Twitter. So reported from a source.
Mason Taylor going to the New York Jets, so that's
Yes.
an option for the Eagles off the board. I'm okay with this.
I
outcome.
think if you're an Eagles fan, I think that's okay.
Yep.
So let me ask you guys this then. Something that Anthony Gargano said on the show this morning. Make sure you're watching Anthony. Is that he thinks Harold Fannon's the Eagles' target at tight end. We know Fran's rankings, which if you're a diehard, you've seen, you've watched us the past few weeks. You know Fran has Arroyo as the number 3 tight end after the 2 guys who went yesterday. But do you think Fannin would make sense as an Eagles target? And let me ask this in an interesting way to frame it. One thing I've heard throughout this process is that he's not as popular with the analytically inclined teams because of the athletic profile doesn't really kind of add up. Is that?
I think that's fair. I think there are some people in the analytics side of it that are looking at
the production matters.
The production model is outstanding.
Sure.
It's the athletic model is not great.
Yeah.
And so I think when you're looking at it, there's 2 sides of the coin there. I think Fannin at the end of the day, when I watched him purely off film, I thought that he was a pretty good athlete. He's a little awkward, a little bit gawky. He's not he's not the same athlete as Arroyo. But obviously the production, he was the focal point of that offense,
Yes.
whereas Arroyo played in a scheme with 3 other receivers that went to the combine. There were other NFL prospects. He had 2 running backs that are going to be draft picks in that backfield, so they had to spread that ball around a little bit more. I think when you're looking at Fannin, 64 might be a little early.
Yeah, I'm probably
Yeah.
thinking,
Yeah,
third
probably
round, fourth round.
Third round.
I heard he was going to fall to day 3 because, the people saying that he's a hard player to model because of, he's 6'3", 240 and runs a 4.71.
Yeah.
And even, beyond the 40 time, like the other athletic testing numbers didn't, they weren't particularly good. And so teams kind of have a hard time getting around that. So I heard he was going to fall to day 3 relative to a guy like Terrence Ferguson, who is just easier. It's easier to kind of project from that perspective. But I look at
I like
it.
Fannin more than Ferguson.
Me too. And,
I do too, yeah.
And Fannin, when he played against Penn State this year, and Penn State's defense has guys going all throughout the draft. That's the best team they played. He killed them. He was one of the best players on the field that day. I remember when the Eagles took Dallas Goedert. Dallas Goedert didn't run at the combine that year, and I remember asking them how they reconciled that, and they're just like his production was so prolific that that's what they need to see. If you're coming from not a top school, then they need to see, did you dominate your competition? He dominated his competition.
I would be totally fine with Fran in the third round.
Yeah, I agree.
I think at 64, I would feel like that was a little bit rich.
Yeah, agree with that.
I'm going to jump off
Okay.
CHGO.
Okay.
I'll be back momentarily.
Sounds good. Why don't we use this opportunity then to head to break and hear from some of our sponsors. Starting with our friends, the presenting sponsors at Pabst Light. Pabst Light is a new light modern beer from Pabst Brewing Company. You have news?
No, wasn't Pabst Light the first one? Then we do Pabst Light Big Brothers. So isn't this Ashley on Saturday?
No, this is Pabst Light. This is not Saturday. This is Friday.
Shoot, I am
It is
sorry.
96 calories, Pabst Light, 3.5 carbs, and full of crisp and refreshing flavor. At Pabst Light, they used high-quality ingredients so you can get that high-quality beer at a smart, approachable price. Retains the fun and independent spirit Pabst is known for, but it's also light. Learn more about the new Pabst Light at PabstLight.com. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or older. And if you need to learn a little bit more about Pabst Light, just ask our dear friend Chris, who's just been drinking them nonstop.
I am sorry for that mistake. That was the floor of my show today. What you just saw. And if you want to know more about floors, the place to go is Empire Today. Okay. We're talking about the players' ceilings. We're talking about the players' floors. Empire Today, you have the home floor advantage. They have flooring experts there. They're dedicated flooring professionals who focus on flooring every single day. So you compare Empire Today to these big box stores. It's not even a comparison. At the big box stores, you're going around aisle to aisle, and you ask someone for help, and that person doesn't really know flooring. They were coordinating things yesterday, right? They were in the light bulb department yesterday. They were doing sinks yesterday, right? The great thing about Empire Today is they are flooring experts. The other thing too is you don't want to be overwhelmed by choice. Sometimes what you want is just quality material from people who know what they're talking about. Empire Today, they're your best bet for new floors. They live and breathe flooring, and they will be with you every step of the way. It's a whole different ball game. With Empire Today, you get clear, upfront, all-inclusive pricing. Plus, you can schedule installation as soon as the next day. You don't want to wait next week. You want to wait till tomorrow. That's Saturday. Okay, today is Friday. Schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better at home. PHLY listeners can receive a $350 discount when using promo code PHLY. Yes, you heard it correctly. A $350 discount with code PHLY. Restrictions apply. Visit Empire Today /PHLY for details.
All right, Zach, this one is for you. I want you to listen to this one closely.
Yes, I'm listening.
Because I know that Emily is listening intently on this one, because for the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of the very same location in the heart of Philadelphia. Customers from across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and even Baltimore and New York City, and even the Philadelphia suburbs have come to Golden Nugget Jewelers to find that perfect engagement ring or wedding band, and much more than that. Their staff at Golden Nugget Jewelers is highly trained and dedicated to providing a personalized shopping experience. A vast selection of engagement rings and wedding bands, along with high-end watches, fashion jewelry, and sparkling diamond necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and more, receive a final cleaning and written appraisal with every engagement ring purchase. Golden Nugget Jewelers, family-owned and operated since 1987, right there on 8th and Chestnut in downtown Philly. You deserve an expert and the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit goldennuggetjewelry.com today to learn more. All right. Niners on the clock at 43. They are taking the big defensive tackle from Texas, Alfred Collins. So it looks like a bit of a defensive tackle run sparked by the TJ Sanders selection. That leaves, as far as I'm concerned, Shamar Turner as a possibility there for the Eagles in the second round. Everybody else would be later, I think.
Yeah, did you like Shamar Turner?
I do like Shamar Turner. I don't love Shamar Turner, but I would be okay with him at 64.
Yeah, like what, 6'3", 290. He's I don't want to make them the Milton Williams comp, but he's obviously a much different player than Alfred Collins. He's not your big bulldozing defensive
Alfred
tackle.
Collins would be your Jordan Davis
Exactly.
replacement, essentially. What did you make, by the way, of the reporting around the Jordan Davis fifth-year option decision that is looming for the Eagles? They've got about a week to decide.
Yeah, and they're taking it down to the wire, and they're being particularly cryptic about it as well. I saw.
Do you think that like waiting to see how the draft plays out is a part of that?
So that's one theory. Another theory is that they want to see him at the offseason programs, like see how seriously he's taking things. I think if you need to see how seriously he's taking things, then if you need to see that in year 4, then that's a problem, right?
I totally agree with that.
Like
if we're basing this decision on
exactly.
like did he do enough
exactly.
offseason work in his 4th year, then don't do it.
Yeah, it's like when I'm talking to my friends, when they were asking, should I propose, should I not? I'm like, if you don't know, you already know, right? And so
Yikes.
I'm like, no, I'm saying if if you have conviction, I think I think Jordan Davis is worth extending. I still believe in the player. I believe in the person. Now, what I would do, I've been on record and I'm consistent with this, I would try to give him a contract extension as opposed to the 5th-year option. I don't love the 5th-year option unless you can't quite come to terms on an agreement. I would try to come to like a 3-year deal that's less money than that 5th-year option. And
so what the 5th-year option is what, 13 and a half?
Yes.
And so what you would do?
Or I think it's
330?
12-8 maybe, but it's thereabouts, between 12 and 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you would want to do something like
3 for 30.
3 for 30?
Exactly. And
I can
20
see that.
guaranteed. Yeah.
Listen, he plays a third of the snaps.
Is he going, they want him to play more snaps?
They wanted him to play more snaps last year too, and he didn't.
Fair. That's a good point.
I know that they want to protect the pick, and they're
Do you think that's
happy-
what it is still?
I think that's part of it. Sure. I think that there's something to like keeping the Georgia guys together. I think they think that he's a positive influence culture-wise. But I don't think that you can justify the 5th-year option for him right now.
I wonder too if there's, I don't want to say disagreement, but if Howie's view on him is different than than Fangio's view on him. Fangio's the one deciding how much he plays, right? From Howie's perspective, I think he looks at Jordan Davis
2 sacks in the playoffs.
And the tools in the body. Like the tools in the body cannot, if you're just going on the high water mark.
By the way, we did not get a tools in the body last night.
We did not get a tools in the body.
4 nights left.
And he's the kind of guy you would need tools in the body for.
Yeah.
If they had traded for, the safety from South Carolina, you would have gotten tools in the body. The pick is in. Okay, that's the Colts. So by the way, Reed wanted me to mention him again. I said I can't just put you in the show all the time, but when the Colts are coming up, I said when the Colts coming up, I will mention because Reed will have a Tyler Warren jersey at some point, and so whoever they're drafting now will be Tyler Warren's teammate with the Colts. Oh, that's the Cowboys.
Well, the Cowboys are up first. The Cowboys are.
Gotcha. Well, the Colts are next, and so that player will be teammates with Tyler Warren. But yeah, the way I view Jordan Davis is it's hard to find guys with those types of tools. So you need to have conviction that he's not going to reach the ceiling you think. Because the one thing I know would particularly vex Howie Roseman is if he reached that ceiling somewhere else, right? If they didn't pick up that 5th-year option, he has a strong year this year. He's a free agent, and next year he's signing somewhere for $20 million a year. And it's like you had him in your building, you liked him, and you just didn't go forward with it.
Sounds like the Dallas Cowboys, Zach, are drafting your boy, Donovan Ezeraku,
Donovan
beginning the run potentially on edge rushers.
Yeah.
You like an Ezeraku.
I really do.
Got those long arms.
Yeah, long arms, really productive. I think that I think he needs to add more to his pass rush repertoire as he gets to the NFL. But I see someone who has good bend around the edge. I see someone who you can't fake your way into 16 and a half sacks. 6'2", 250 pounds. I think he moves well. You saw him, so 241 pounds there. You saw him run and test well at the combine. From everything I've heard off the field too, like team leader. I've had a chance to speak with him at the combine. We heard him on Anthony's show the other day. I think he's going to be a good player, and I think he's someone who's going to, I don't want to say hurt the Eagles in the future, but he's someone the Eagles are going to have to contend with.
Daniels makes this point all the time, and I think it is fair that it has been a luxury for the Eagles to not really have to worry about the quality of opposing edge rushers every week because of Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata. So yeah, I don't know if they're shaking in their boots about Ezeraku, but I think that's a totally reasonable pick for them at 44.
Yeah, really good value. I thought he was someone that the Eagles were going to look at in the first round. And you just see if you're, I hope you're watching us on the first screen. If you have NFL Network on the second screen, you see the clip here when he can get around and under. That bend is what I'm talking about, and it comes up multiple times on film.
All right, so let's play the name game a little bit now as we approach the halfway point of the second round, and the Eagles at 64, 20 picks away, 19 picks away, but the flexibility to move up if they want to. They're not going quarterback. They're not going running back. They're not going wide receiver, given the people on the board. Elijah Arroyo, we talked about. I think that's a possibility. Ariante Ursary, basically the best offensive lineman available.
Well, I was going to say there's been a clear rush on edge rushers. There hasn't been a rush on O linemen.
Well, there hasn't been. This is the beginning of the rush on edge rushers. They
Sure,
haven't
yeah.
really gone off the board.
But
There's still Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton, JT Tuimoloau, Femi Oladejo, and Mike Green.
Sure, that's a good point. So you're looking at it here, Ursary.
It's not great out the offensive line. If it's not Ursary and it's not Jared Wilson, you'd think the Georgia center can move to right guard for you. Then I don't think they're going to draft one in the second round.
Now, just the one name though that Tony Pauline, one of our favorite guests in the past.
Sure.
And he went Wyatt Milam.
Wyatt Milam.
I'm sorry,
from
Wyatt
West
Milam
Virginia.
from West Virginia.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, round two, that would feel a little bit rich for me as well. An older prospect in Brandon Thorne, when we had him on to talk about the offensive lineman in this class, talked about how the specific nature of that West Virginia offense makes it difficult to evaluate him. I think you would trust Jeff Stoutland, but in round two, that would be a little bit spicy for me.
Is this our My Guys night or is that tomorrow?
We could do it tonight, but we'll wait for Fran to get back for it.
Yeah.
But we could also do it tomorrow. We can maybe we'll wait for the third round after the Eagles have made their pick.
Sure.
They're not obviously not going linebacker again, I would imagine. Now corner, we've talked about. Will Johnson is out there,
Still out there.
Siobhan Revel, a Fran Duffy favorite, who I like as well, but is also dealing with an injury. Zaire Thomas, who is a nice young long corner from Florida State, but lacks top end speed, and then Trey Amos from Ole Miss, who they brought in for a pre-draft visit. Those are possibilities. And then Xavier Watts, the safety from Notre Dame, and Jonas Sanker, the safety from Virginia, I think also possibilities there.
Yeah, I think Trey Amos, that's someone who they brought in. That would make sense. Of the players you've mentioned outside of the edge rushers and Scortons, we should see JT Tuimoloau
off the board. To
off
the
the board.
Colts.
He's someone I really liked.
Tyler Warren's teammate.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out to Reed. Nick Scorton is the player who, if he gets to 64, I would rush the card up for. But Ursary, I haven't been as high on him as you've been.
I'm not that high on him.
Or as maybe as Fran's been. But I'll say this: the comparisons to Brandon Brooks in terms of the athletic profile is very similar. The size and athletic profile is similar. So of the tackles who can move the guard, and the thing that Brandon Thorne talked about and Fran talks about is the strength. Ursary definitely has that type of strength.
No doubt. But then it really does fall off. You mentioned Milam, Charles Grant, who you like from William and Mary, but I think the second round would be a little bit rich. Anthony Belton, the big fella from NC State, who the Eagles brought in for a pre-draft visit, but he's a little bit older. It's a little bit rough there.
Yeah, I mean,
now that Tuimoloau is off the board, you imagine that these edges are going to go pretty quickly.
Yeah, back to back.
Landon Jackson, Scorton, Oladejo, Mike Green. Maybe if one more of those guys goes, the Eagles will feel compelled to move up if that's the position that they target.
You're absolutely right. Now, at safety, I've heard people saying this guy that I liked, but Xavier Watts is someone that there's a feeling he's ready to play right away.
Yeah.
So the athletic testing's not good. I tend to think that the Eagles would lean more toward athletic testing at that position, especially if you're talking about a second round pick. But
you think Vic changes that at all?
Maybe, and and especially with the structure of their defense. I heard someone in the chat asking about like not having the sideline safety. What we mean by that is they play 2 deep safety.
Yeah.
Right. So this is not, Jim Schwartz wants that middle of the field safety who's going sideline to sideline. The Eagles are often going with the split safety look at the top. So functionally, it's a bit different.
All right, why don't we pound through some of the super chats that we have through the start of the second round here. And we appreciate everybody supporting the show. Jack Royer says, how much intel on other teams would the Eagles have had on the trade up to number 31? Would they have known of another team trying to trade for that pick, and specifically a team interested in Jihaad Campbell? That's a good question, Zach.
It is a good question. Now, clearly, if they were looking to trade up to as early as 22, then they were worried about teams going up and beating them to it. So I think that for 31 in particular, it was not about one team. It was to ensure that, all right, you can get the guy that's a clear outlier for you by only giving a 5th-round pick. Now, if you want to take this a step further, Jack, if you want to kind of talk about process, it clearly worked out for Howie Roseman. But whatever he was offering to get to the Chargers at 22 would have been much more than what it took to get.
They got very lucky.
That's what I'm saying.
And the reports are that like they thought they had a deal done.
Exactly.
They were moving up to 22, and there was just a problem getting it done with the league.
Yeah, so that's extraordinary. Like they clearly thought he wasn't getting to where they were, and they were going to give up a lot more. I'm curious to find out what it was.
Probably
lot more.
2/3, right?
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
So they got fortunate there, but from a process perspective, I think luck is a good term to use.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's okay to be lucky.
Yeah.
It's okay to make that part of it. And then I also think on that specific move one up, you have to remember that for Kansas City, if they want, they're drafting a guy they think is going to be their long-term left tackle, they're incentivized to want that 5th-year option. And so for them to, instead of move down 5 spots and get a slightly better return, this way they get the player longer term.
But my guess is that the Chiefs made sure that the Eagles weren't taking Josh Simmons with that pick.
Maybe they go offense, defense,
Exactly,
that little situation.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Next up, from Eric, he says, just want to say thank you for all your hard work and time put in to entertain us. Also, congrats, Bo. Thank you very much, Eric. We appreciate that. We appreciate everybody spending their time with us over the course of draft weekend.
It's Friday, right?
It is Friday.
Okay.
Last I checked. Idiot Sandwich. Shout out to ZB for the best Campbell story yet.
Thank you.
Zach.
I appreciate that. I mean, there's stories that I would like to think are like the best that's written. That was just kind of getting my thoughts on the paper. We're onto the screen, but that means a lot that you read it. And please, like I know we pitched Die Hard here, but this promo that we have is not going to last forever, right? It's
we have an update, by the way, from yesterday. Are we still ahead of Dallas?
We were as of this morning. Yes,
Okay.
we were as of this morning. But my understanding is after this weekend, you don't get this 36-hour intro offer. So if you want to take advantage of it and just get on now, because I don't want to speak for Fran, but in my conversations with Fran, he is like jacked up about what next year is going to look like.
Yes.
And he has the full summer now to start working ahead on this. And I think that you'll start to see draft stuff like as soon as the college football season. So you sign up for your subscription now, you'll get it draft the draft, right? So you get it now all the way through next year's draft.
Labor Day to President's Day.
Yes, there you go.
And listen, the written content on allphly.com is more than worth the Die Hard price, I would say. But you also get access to special events such as the golf tournament that we're going to have on June 14th coming up at Valley Brook Country Club at 2 o'clock. Looking forward to meeting a bunch of sickos there. That will be a lot of fun. And then also on May 6th, if you're a diehard, we put out the call last night and we filled up for the opportunity to watch film on the players the Eagles draft with Fran Duffy. You get to do some guys with Fran. And it was such a good response. We're opening up a few more slots, another handful of spots. So now is the time to get in if you want to join what will be a very fun event, watching Fran and learning about the players that they draft. As at 46, the Rams, who tried so hard to get Brock Bowers last year, are instead drafting Terrence Ferguson in the second round.
Ahead of
tight end from
Arroyo.
Oregon.
Yeah, so that jumps out. I mean, we would have probably thought that Arroyo would have been one of the top 4 tight ends taken, either ahead of Mason Taylor or after Mason Taylor. But Terrence Ferguson goes ahead of him. And I had been hearing when I asked around about tight ends that Ferguson was going to go in front of Fannin. That the kind of the consensus in the league was that Ferguson was ahead of Fannin. So you saw that here. You do wonder now, 2 tight ends have gone. I do think that 64 is a little rich for Fannin, but if that's a tight end that the Eagles want and they want to come out of this with a tight end, I don't know if because there's been this run, if he's going to keep falling.
Yeah, fair point. I think you would want them to move back a little bit, but maybe we're beggars can't be choosers. Let's keep going through the super chats. From 1 second, all good. Arizona's pick is in. Do you have it, Chris? Who is it? Arizona
Interesting.
Taking Will Johnson.
Yeah, so the PHNX crew is really going to like this one because he was someone that they talked about in the first round. And so Will Johnson, I was fascinated to see if he would get past the Chargers because, like I said last night, he's someone who, and by the way, Patrick Peterson introduced him, one of the great cornerbacks, and at one time I thought that he could be an Eagle. But Will Johnson, to me, is like the clear, from talent perspective, number 2 corner in this draft after Travis Hunter. He is awesome. And just a rock-solid player, was a program-changing player at Michigan. It's a shame that the knee is the reason why he's dropped here. If he can get right, that's tremendous value for Arizona. He joins a secondary that has Garrett Williams as an emerging player. So I like that pick if he can get right.
Well said. Interesting. That'll be a fun one to follow. Does he hold up health-wise long-term, and if so, do the Cardinals get a steal there? Keeping with the super chats, Roger E. Any Goddard buzz as the weekend progresses, Zach?
So I thought with Goddard, a lot would depend on how the tight end teams shake out. So clearly the Colts get their tight end in Tyler Warren. I did not see the Bears as a candidate for Goddard, and they took Loveland there. So that really didn't affect it. But when you look at teams, I thought the Jets would be a possibility for Goddard. And obviously they get Mason Taylor, so take them off the board. I think one team to kind of watch that might be lurking potentially is the New York Giants. And I don't know about an intra-division trade, but they do have Theo Johnson. But that's a team that could potentially be in the tight end market via trade. Now,
informed speculation, or are you hearing something?
That's more informed or that's not like it's just kind of connecting dots for like potential teams. But I do think Mark Andrews has more value in the NFL than Dallas Goedert does, and I think there's a thought that Mark Andrews could go first. Now, team that has kind of been pegged for a potential.
I'm surprised by that. Why would Mark Andrews have more value?
I think he's a bit younger, and
he's just as injury prone, and he's more one dimensional.
True. But
I don't know what his contract situation is, though.
So I have heard that watch out for the Chargers for Mark Andrews. We'll see if that happens.
They're also the same age, essentially. So he's a half year younger.
He turns 30 and says, okay, yeah.
But that's interesting. Fran Fan says, you guys can't expect me to be able to focus on the draft analysis when you're all looking so good today.
Sharp, how about that?
What are we going to do tomorrow? Are we going dressed down Saturday?
Be you, man.
No shirt at all, just jacket?
Well, no, it has to be consistent. Well, no, I mean, it doesn't have to be consistent, I'm saying, but definitely wear a shirt.
I mean, if we get enough likes.
No, I will not.
The Texans have traded up here, sending a third-round pick to move up, I believe, 9 spots with the Raiders selection, so that's exciting. Next up, OK Max Legroom says, ZB, I would never take those likes back. Just sarcasm. Appreciate all the work you and the PHLY crew obviously put in. Everybody like and die hard up.
Thank you.
Amen. How many likes are we at so far? 284. What the heck? Support us.
Also, let's get some comments going. We didn't get enough comments on yesterday's show. Let's get some comments going.
Well, the comments are in the chat.
True. But from the people watching it back. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just join live. Let's get the live viewers up. That's what I want.
Fair.
Go send a link around to your friends. How'd it go, Fran?
Good. Ursary's off the board to Houston.
Yep.
It made sense. They're moving up for an offensive lineman. Yeah. Last legitimate offensive lineman available, unless you count Jared Wilson.
Does it surprise you that Ferguson went ahead of Arroyo and Fannin?
No, there was some love out there for Ferguson. And honestly, my comparison, he won't care that I share this. So talking with our friend Greg Cosell a few weeks ago, we were texting about Terrence Ferguson. He hadn't watched him yet, and he was like, "Hey, have you done Ferguson?" And I said, "I have." And yes, correct.
I was at that dinner.
You were there. Yeah, you know how this goes. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. So how about Ferguson? Have you done Ferguson yet? So I gave him the full report, and I said I could see him being a great fit for Sean McVay with all the play action boot stuff. He would be great in that situation. I compared him to Tyler Higbee, and he said I feel the same way. Higbee's a really good comparison. I said Higbee went in round 4. I think he probably goes a little bit earlier.
It's pretty good.
So I like that fit.
They've been desperate to add a tight end.
Yes, they've been searching for it. So I'm sure my understanding is they would have loved Taylor. It was funny when we were doing the episode, the mock draft episode. Was that this week or was that last week? Whenever it was. I was like, oh, Mason Taylor would make a lot of sense. And so I did some digging, and they were like, yeah, like he's someone that McVay and the Rams want. So obviously they missed out on him when they made that trade with Atlanta, that ridiculous deal. But then they end up getting Higbee Jr. there with Terrence Ferguson.
And then does it bother you? Oh no, you're not as anti-Gannon as some other people who've been part of the PHLY Eagle show. But that that they landed 2 of your top 18 players, Will Johnson and Walter Nolan. How about that? That's a good process, at least.
JG was really high on Milton Williams when he was with the Eagles, and they took, and Milton was a top 30 player for me that year. So maybe we have the same eye.
There you go.
Do you think he was at Louisville with Tyler Shough, Jonathan Gannon?
Probably.
He was. I've said this to JG. We were on opposite sidelines. 2006, Louisville football. Brian Brown was the quarterback. Michael Bush was the running back. He broke his leg the week before.
That.
So Colby Smith, who was another future NFL back, came in. They had Mario Arrudia, and then who was the Harry Douglas was the receiver.
What's a Harry Douglas?
Yeah. So they had a really, really good talent. They destroyed. It was the week two of 2006 at the Link, 63-3. We went down and we kicked a field goal in the opening drive, and then they
you got the lead.
Yeah, 63 straight points after that. Man, it was brutal.
I once tried the small talk Gannon with some Louisville football. Like, did you see that game last night? He's like, yeah, I'm not really watching them. I'm watching St. Ignatius. And I was like, shoot, I got to look up St. Ignatius to score.
And
what'd you find?
Now, if I see Darian Kennard in the locker room, I can tell you what St. Ignatius did the Friday before.
There you go.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Men's room real quick.
Cincinnati on the clock now after Owen Daniels about to announce the Ariante Ursary pick.
Good suit.
Any recent picks jump out to you, Fran, as ones that you like? So since you last joined us, I think we have TJ Sanders to the Bills, Mason Taylor to the Jets, Alfred Collins to the Niners, Donovan Ezeraku to the Dallas Cowboys, JT Tuimoloau to the Colts, Ferguson to the Rams, and Will Johnson to the Cardinals.
There are a few there that I like. Alfred Collins that's a big swing there for the Niners. I know the Niners wanted to address defensive line. Certainly they've done that now with their first 2 picks. They lost a lot of players there. They look back at when that defense was really humming, and it was, they had a really good group up front. Collins is a tough evaluation because I liked the film as a stout, kind of nimble feet, big nose tackle, and when you dig into the background a little bit, he's been on my sheet for a long time, like since the 2021 season. Back then, he was your upfield 295-pound 3 technique, like the guy that could make plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. Every year he's just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, and now he's turned into this big sturdy nose tackle. And the production was never really there. He was an upperclassman when Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat got there, and the underclassmen overtook him and became a starter. So you didn't love that, but so a little bit of a late bloomer that never really quite reached his ceiling, but the flashes are excellent. This is probably a little bit earlier than I thought, but I like the talent. I like the film.
Yeah, it's a specific type of player. I mean, they could have gone a TJ Sanders, Shamar Turner. Instead, they're going for the big body.
Yeah. Ezeraku, I've got to give
Yeah.
my piece about Ezeraku. Now, they like to rotate defensive linemen, and they've got plenty of pass rushers. You've got Marshawn Nealand and Sam Williams. Obviously, you have Parsons. So if everybody's healthy, they can rotate them through, and maybe he's able to give them a return on investment there. I like the Tuimoloau pick for the Colts. I think that's a guy that can come in and give them snaps right away. They only have one edge rusher under contract after this season, and that's their first-round pick a year ago in Laiatu Latu. And so I think that was important for them to continue to bolster the depth in the trenches.
Unfortunately, we have already used the ice cold pick of the night because otherwise we could use it again now.
Oh, for who?
The Cincinnati Bengals, at this pick, according to, I believe, Connor Hughes, are drafting South Carolina linebacker Demetrius Knight, who is 75 years old.
Yeah.
You are such an ageist.
He's going to be 26 as a rookie.
Yeah. I don't like this.
And he's a linebacker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're leading off with the intangibles on the graphic for NFL Network. He's a great leader. I would hope so. If you're going to be that, if you're going to be that old.
He's playing with his children.
He played 4 years at Georgia Tech and was like a backup in average. Then he transferred to Charlotte and had a good year for Charlotte in 2023. Then transferred again to South Carolina. Had a good year for the Gamecocks this year on a good SEC defense.
This is such an unserious pick. Go ahead.
I wasn't blown away by the film. Some people really liked the film. To me, I looked at him like, okay, like he can be at best. This is a replacement level middle linebacker, and from what I understand, everybody loves him as a person. Like the intangibles, he's going to be that guy in the locker room. That's why DJ led off with that at the top of the graphic. I get it. This is too early for me personally. Yeah, the linebacker play has been abysmal there the last couple of years. I mean, Jermaine Pratt has really fallen off, and so I know that they want to rebuild the spine of that defense. I probably would have gone a different direction, though. Waited
any other
later.
direction.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, don't love that pick.
Ugh, yuck. Well, that's good news for the Eagles. That's a player they weren't going to draft.
That's true.
Seattle up again.
Yeah, he's going.
This could be a quarterback here.
And so we're at the point now where the Eagles are finally on the screen.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
that's the first time where you see the PHI on the screen. You think this could be a quarterback for Seattle?
I think
Sheduer?
it could be. It could be Sheduer. It could be Milroe. I could see.
Okay.
I could see both possibilities there. You know, the last time the Seahawks struck gold, they went out and they signed Matt Flynn to that big free agent deal. You know, big-ish free agent deal, and then they selected a quarterback on day 2, and then it worked out well for them. Maybe he's trying to recreate that.
Yeah, I like that.
If I can ask you guys about someone you both know, Bo Allen is going to be announcing this pick for the
Yeah,
Eagles.
that's fun, right?
Yeah. What do you expect? Are you expecting it to be run of the mill, or do you think there's going to be a highlight?
I think it'll be a highlight. I think so. I think he'll have fun with it.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna try to make it too much about himself. I think he'll do a nice little thing. But
Is it going to
I
be
don't
with
think it's gonna go
costume or with
crazy.
what? Like, is he going to be dressed a certain way? Is he going to be?
I think he's gonna be dressed how he's normally dressed.
you know,
which is a certain way.
Oh, okay,
right?
yeah,
You know,
okay.
he's got some flair to his
Sure.
game.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. I think it'll be fun. Yeah.
I did, and this is no disrespect to Bo, to that
Which
Bo,
one?
not this
Okay.
Bo. It was like you get the email like the NFL legends, and it's like
Well, it's
Eagles
in
legend.
Wisconsin.
Bo Allen.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know, but I
Yeah.
don't consider him an Eagles legend per se. But
How dare you?
Man, the Honey Bobo.
He's a
package.
Super Bowl champion.
that is true. Once the champion, always the champion.
I'd call him a legend.
Okay. Always liked Bo Allen.
Oh, he's great.
Apparently not as much.
Not legendary
Yeah,
enough.
I mean, you like him.
Bill Matt says he's going to do it as Kylie Kelsey, and
Oh, that's good. I like that.
I also want to give look. I appreciate all our viewers, but a special appreciation for all our PHLY colleagues who are in the chat as well. That's awesome to see.
Yes.
Amen to that. I believe somebody is trading up here.
The Broncos are trading out of it.
So the Panthers moving up.
Panthers move up.
Do you? What was the Chicago CHGO reaction?
It was Hogue led off. He was like, "Fran, this is the complete opposite of last night," because they took Loveland, who was my tight end 3. They took him 10
Yeah,
overall, and they get a player that I'm extremely high on with Burden. So I was able to talk about Burden. I think I love that pick. I love that fit. So they were happy there. I chatted with with Dallas about Ezeraku. I told them they're getting a likely Eagles fan down there, so they should be excited for that. But yeah, I think both went well. Both teams excited about both picks.
Yeah, Zarako's fun.
I think Arizona, I think PHNX will be excited about the Will Johnson selection as well. I'll be jumping on with them here in a couple minutes.
Okay. Jeez. Can't believe Tyler Shough wasn't even the oldest player drafted in the second round.
See, like this is what
Who's up
that
next?
is
Nosferatu?
the age thing is much. It's a much bigger deal for me with that selection than it is with the quarterback.
Agreed.
Well, I get it because the quarterback matters so much, but I still think the context of what you're seeing matters. But
I agree.
yeah.
I do agree with that.
At what point here do we need to reignite the Mike Green discussion? And does the calculation change?
No, it's an
like,
important.
or is it, if I don't feel like your morals are less flexible in the second round than the first round, but the investment's different. But it's still you have to be comfortable with the person that you're bringing into your building, and so. But Mike Green continues to be on the board here, and as there has been a run on edge rushers, he's an edge rusher who has not gone.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that. I don't think you stack your board like, well, we would be okay with it in the second round. I think you're okay with it or you're not.
Sure.
Yes, I agree.
As far as my understanding of how it works for them. But I would still, I would rather have Nick Scorton. I would rather have Landon Jackson. I would probably rather have Femi Oladejo as well.
And I've heard Braden Swinson as a player who fits the Fangio scheme in particular. But
Interesting.
I don't know if you pick someone based on Fangio.
Seahawks.
I
You
actually
know what
disagree
they're taking
with
here? Taking Elijah Arroyo. So there goes another tight end.
So the
For the
second
Eagles.
round, second round's had a run on
I
tight
feel
ends.
like you like the Seahawks draft so far.
Who's the first?
Arroyo,
Emmanwori,
Emmanwori,
and Arroyo.
That's the
gonna,
full
That's going to get an
Fran.
A grade from me. Yeah.
I mean, that's you might be in that war room.
Ugh, that's a good pick.
Those are all Fran guys.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Oh, I like him in that offense too. They got Kubiak there. The only thing is that like all these guys work the middle of the field. All these pass catchers that they've got. So now you've got Cooper Kupp, you've got Jackson Smith and Jigba, you've got Arroyo. Yeah, he was so good at the Senior Bowl. He's a good player. I think teams are going to regret passing on him.
Your
Personally.
number 3 tight end, and
He's his number 2
My
tight
number
end.
2 tight end.
That's right. You had him over
Loveland.
Loveland. That's true. And it's going to be worth monitoring now the NFC West, where you have Ferguson and Arroyo both in the same division.
That's a good point.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
All right, so the Eagles are 13 picks away. And I like Landon Jackson, but Scorton's there as well.
I would like
Yeah,
Jackson.
I like Scorton.
I
I like
would like
Scorton more than
Scorton too.
Jackson.
But there's not after that a guy that you would be really excited about. I think you could sell me on Oladejo potentially. Shamar Turner, the Texas A&M defensive tackle, I think you could potentially sell me on. Now Trey Amos, they brought in the Ole Miss corner,
Yeah.
and then the 2 safeties, Jonas Sanker and Xavier Watts. Some people like Xavier Watts a lot, and that would be sort of a plug and play starter as far as they're concerned.
How about a guard?
But who? Jared
Tate
Wilson?
Ratledge.
You're moving him? You
Tate
like
Ratledge?
Tate Ratledge?
He's a good player. Yeah,
Okay.
Tate Ratledge is a good player. And I think that's the right range. End of second round.
Okay.
Into third round.
I would be a little bit underwhelmed by that, but you could sell me
Yeah.
on it.
I have a vertical board versus horizontal board question
Okay.
for you here. Okay, so let's say the Eagles
Somebody
are
should
up.
invent the diagonal board.
That would make sense.
you know?
The Eagles are up at 64, let's say,
Okay.
and Harold Fannin Jr. Sticking out like a sore thumb at tight end. Like there's no one in that tier at tight end, but he doesn't have the grade for this round. But if you don't take him here, you might not be able to get him. So you could do the slight trade back.
Yep.
But then you also risk getting too cute. Like, do you reach for a position because there's a significant drop off after that player
I don't think so. I think you gotta. That's a situation where you stay true to the board.
to the horizontal board?
To the horizontal board.
Okay.
That would be a situation where you don't want to dip into that.
And just for the record, Nick Scorton now off the board. That's who the Panthers moved up for to 51.
Gets to play with Derek Brown. What a lucky guy he is.
So you and Dan Morgan are like kindred spirits because he is obsessed with young players. All he does is draft
interesting.
21-year-olds.
Okay.
After drafting the overaged Xavier Liggett with his first pick
Okay.
last year, they trade up to take Liggett, and then it was like 5 straight 21-year-olds, and he started off this draft
You got to
with
wonder how much
2 of the younger
Canales
passes.
matters in that discussion, but
He just likes the young.
tail.
Staying far away from that one.
You know what? The other thing is, what
else
if
we
the Eagles
got?
are just keeping Dallas Goedert?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
That's fair.
you know what?
The Josh Sweat from last year.
And if they say to Goddard, like Dallas, the draft just happened, you're not getting your money anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
Take the best deal here. You're a starting tight end in
Yeah.
a good offense. You have a good year. You can do what Josh Sweat just did. You go in the market. I mean, Josh Sweat was not getting $18 million or $20 million, whatever, per year last year. He had a big year, and he goes in the market. Now, Dallas Goedert's older than that, for sure. I get that. But I think the best football situation for Dallas Goedert right now is playing for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I agree.
Benjamin Morrison,
You like a Benjamin Morrison?
young corner, starter.
Well, this goes back to the discussion we had last night about corner.
Your boy's going here. Oladejo.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, so Oladejo goes to Tennessee.
Okay, so that leaves Landon Jackson. Well, Mike Green, which I
Mike
guess
Green,
we
Landon
got to
Jackson.
continue
Yep.
to monitor that. You sold me on Landon Jackson, and then I watched him, and I really like Landon Jackson. I really see Connor Barwin.
Yeah, you said that, and I was like, wow, that is a great comp. That's a great comp. Like, he has a lot of. Morrison's going to Tampa.
Oh. So Benjamin Morrison will be going 53 to Tampa Bay.
I covered
That's a great comp.
Cincinnati basketball, or I covered Big East basketball when Connor Barwin played for Cincinnati. Connor Barwin would have loved, I think, if he was 6'6", right? So the frame is a little different, but the playing style I definitely see.
Yeah, super explosive.
Yeah.
I mean, not a bad production.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him.
Revel's still there, right? Siobhan Revel's
Revel's
still
still
there.
there.
Your guy.
But this goes to maybe it's just the strength of where things are right now. But I don't think the Eagles need to force a pick at corner.
No, but he's my best player right now.
Yeah.
So looking at my board. Who are the guys that are here that they've brought in?
So the guy. Oh, you know what?
Anthony
We have
Baldwin.
that. We actually have that graphic. The top 30 visits. So why don't we flash that up, because that will give us a little bit of a framing device.
Safety is good. There's good depth at safety.
Yeah.
Sanker's there. Watts is there. Kevin Winston's there.
And I still think offensive line is where we haven't seen that run. Now, it's not a good offensive line class.
Yeah.
But
I just don't think it's. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a priority position for the Eagles. You can get your potential swing tackle here if there's someone that you like. But it is, it is narrowing here.
Yeah, I mean, so the offensive line, you're talking Charles Grant from William and Mary, Anthony Belton from NC State, both guys a little bit older and, a little bit project-y too.
Yep.
You mentioned Tate Ratledge. That is probably the one that would make sense.
I wanted to ask Zach on that.
But he's also, he's going to be 24 as a rookie, and
Sure.
he's playing. He's just a guard,
Yes. He's a good player, but yes. Tested like a great athlete.
and just a right guard too.
Correct.
So Trey Amos there jumps out. Jacob Parrish jumps out. Obviously, Shamar Turner
Parrish
jumps
is a
out
good
as
one.
well.
If you're listening, we've got the list up, and so Nolan has gone, Starks has gone, Azaraku has gone, now Hairston has gone, Connerly has gone, Scorton has gone, Amos is there, Oladejo's gone, Jackson has gone, Jacob Parrish, the Kansas State corner, is still there.
More of a
Shamar
nickel.
Turner, which I do think Shamar Turner would make a
Yes,
lot of sense.
me too.
Yeah.
Tyleik Williams is gone, TJ Sanders is gone, Marcus Bowe, Anthony Belton, Charles Grant, and then you're getting to the day 3 guys after that. Although we should mention Wyatt Milam, who you brought up, Zach, as having been rumored to the Eagles
Yes.
by Tony Pauline. What's your Wyatt Milam scouting report, Fran?
Yeah, I thought that he was. Honestly, I don't know that he's like a great fit here. All right, Belton off the board to Green Bay, so there's another one. Another one bites the dust there. When I look at Wyatt Milam, he was a college tackle who almost certainly has to move to guard. I think he'd be limited at tackle. But then he moved into guard at the Senior Bowl, and he had a rough week. It was a rough go. His anchor really got tested. This is a great. It's like the Connerly thing, where just like, oh, this guy looks like a guard. We'll just slide him in. Well, if you have problems with your anchor and your strength is an issue, and then you get tested by defensive tackles or players with a runway that just have a lot of space to be able to go right through your chest, you better have the ability to kind of drop your weight and hold the pocket firm. And he just doesn't have that right now. That said, he's really tough. He's smart. He's physical. He's known for his leadership. There's a lot to like there with Milam. I struggled with like the upside there. This would be a little early for me. I think it's 64 personally for me for Milam. But players of this profile, like this is right around where I compared him to Braden Smith. He went late second round. Luke Gedeke is another player I wrote down while watching him. He went late second round to Tampa a few years ago. So this is about the range where I think he probably would go off the board. It would be a little bit too early for me.
I mean, as far as upside, the player who's available, I think, has the best chance of being like first round value is Kevin Winston Jr.
I knew you were saying
because if he didn't get injured, I think he would be in conversation for that top three. You know, he'd be in that top three cluster among the safeties. So that's the profile that would really jump out to me. And as Tim McManus reported, he came in for a visit. That was a late report there. So I would pay attention to Kevin Winston Jr. just as far as like the now I'll defer to you in terms of the scheme fit, but I think he's the first round caliber player who the injury brought him down.
Yeah, I think that his athletic upside is a little concerning for me, Winston. I love the physicality. I love the way he plays. The off-field is like nearly peerless. Like it's like everybody raves about the kid. Obviously, he has the injury, but he works his way back and runs as well as he did for his private workout this year. So I like the kid from that way. He's not the athlete that Starks is on film. He's not the athlete that Emmanwori is on film. And so I wonder, with the injury, does that take a guy that probably would have gone second round and bump him to the third round? Or are teams like confident where it's like, oh, you know what, he's going to be healthy. He's still going to go in the second round.
Yeah, he was awesome last year. Like not this past, 2 seasons ago. He was awesome.
What I wonder is, how do you guys feel about overvaluing need here versus, best player available, right? Like if they go guard, if they go Tate Ratledge and like this guy's just going to be our week 1 starting guard, or if they take a safety, those two positions would scream to me, okay, they're trying to fill out this roster and maybe overvaluing need a little bit, maybe not, maybe that's just how their board is, versus almost any other position you could tell me is just that's their best player on the board. Now,
would you go best player or best upside? And
whatever your board is.
Yep.
Okay, but I just mean like Siobhan Ravel might not be ready this year to be the contributor you want, but if you're saying 3-4 years from now, he might be the best player or among the best players from this round.
I would like him.
If they took Revel, that would be really exciting. That would be an awesome secondary.
He's a little bit older.
He's older than Keely Ringo.
He's older than Keely Ringo, who is, by the way, younger than Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah.
So 2 years in a row, they draft a corner in the top 2 rounds who's older than Keely Ringo. That would be interesting. But, I mean, you want to see him dominate at a smaller level? He was dominating.
Yeah. Chargers take a receiver. They take Trey Harris, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, Jackson Dart's primary. His numbers, like,
interesting.
He's going to break. He breaks like all the production models. So in terms of like final, he was averaging his like yards per route run because he got hurt. What was it? An ankle or something towards the end of the season. So he missed a bunch of time down the stretch. 5.12 yards per route run. That shatters the high.
It's like you can't even take it seriously.
Yeah,
right?
Insane.
So I
kind of like Jordan Watkins, who you didn't do, the other Ole Miss wide receiver.
Yeah, and
I get like a late day 3 guy.
And his workout at the combine, like not the athleticism, but like the position workout. I was like, whoa, like this guy looks. I just didn't get to him. He was awesome. The position workout.
Yeah, I kind of liked him.
So I was doing my morning reading this morning, and there was a connection here that would make Fran proud. Okay, the Giants reporters asked Jackson Dart if Trey Harris, his college wide receiver, told him anything about Malik Neighbors, Trey Harris's high school teammate. So this would require Jackson Dart to get drafted and to reach out to Trey Harris to find out about Malik Neighbors within that time frame.
Not only was he his teammate,
he
was his quarterback.
That's a good connection.
Trey Harris was a high school quarterback.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, he was that's part of the reation why people like the profile too. Even though he's a little bit older, is that he was a quarterback all through high school. He actually didn't. I was listening to Dane over on the Athletic Football Show, to Dane Brugler, and he was saying like he actually like didn't like love football. The coaches had to like get him out. They were like, yeah, we're just gonna put you at quarterback. They put him at quarterback, and Neighbors was the one who kind of like said like, I need you, like you're our best quarterback, like stay with me. And he ended up getting a college scholarship and turning a receiver at Louisiana. At first, Louisiana Tech, was there until 2022, then transferred to Ole Miss.
A nice job by the Boys and Girls Club of Green Bay announcing that Green Bay Packers pick of Anthony Belton.
I'm going to jump off
Okay.
to hop on with PHNX and then CHGO quickly, and I'll be back before we pick.
Sounds good.
There you go. I'll be back.
Ooh, we're closing in.
Yeah.
Very nice. Why don't we take a quick break? Hear from some more sponsors as the Eagles are now, well, it says 10 picks away, but it's really 8 picks away. There's a little bit of latency. Closing in. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out soon. I mentioned it earlier, and this is a lovely treat for the diehards coming up on June 14th. Join us at Valley Brook Country Club for the second annual PHLY Liberty Open on June 14th at 2 p.m. 4-person scramble includes a limited edition PHLY golf t-shirt, prizes, and a post-round dinner and draft beer, along with a great raffle, including Philly memorabilia. You get to see Fran swing a golf club, myself as well, and I don't know, maybe Zach will be there. Should be fun.
Let's see. Yeah.
Over to you.
Yeah. 2 things that I really enjoy, comedy and blackjack. And you can knock them both out at Parx Casino. Doesn't that excite you? Because the Excite Center at Parx Casino is one of the many things I love about my casino of choice. It's also my grandfather's casino of choice. If you're watching right now, pop up. What's going on? Parx Casino is...
What's going on?
I appreciate you watching. Parx Casino is Pennsylvania's #1 casino and is so close to Philadelphia. It's located in Bensalem, so take the Street Road exit off of I-95 and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The Excite Center is the state-of-the-art entertainment venue. It's located inside Parx Casino. It's named one of the best places to see the country's best comedians and music headliners. Visit parxcasino.com to buy tickets for all shows, pregame the shows at their amazing beer garden, and then play some pop culture slots, roulettes, cards, and other table games you love while you wait. I can tell you, Parx Casino, awesome spot, and again, some good restaurants there too, right? You can get some good crab fries when you're at Parx Casino. Parx Casino, this is how you win. You must be 21 and over. A gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And then, tell you about our friends at Ashley, because as spring is here in Philadelphia and it is just beautiful outside, the low prices are also blooming at Ashley Home Furniture. So you can spring into savings at Ashley. Save up to 50% off living rooms, bedrooms, and dining rooms, and have it all delivered free. Plus, you get long-term, no-interest financing, save on top brand mattresses, and get free delivery, setup, and removal, but don't wait. Spring into savings now at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for complete details. Hurry to Ashley. Visit ashleyfurniture.com for more information. All right. Lions trading up to 57, it looks like. I don't know if that means we've missed a pick here or not, Zach, but it's getting close. How you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the way this board looks for the Eagles, if I'm being honest with you.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, in my piece this morning, I identified, or it was actually this afternoon, if I'm being honest, truth
and journalism. I appreciate that.
3 trade-up candidates, and that was Nick Emmanwori, Donovan Ezeraku, and Mason Taylor. And then the stick at number 64 picks, I put Nick Scorton, TJ Sanders, and Ariante Ursurite. Now, in the other receiving votes there, I put Shamar Turner, Xavier Watts, J2 Molo, and Elijah Arroyo. The one guy sticking out from the visit perspective would be Trey Amos.
Yeah.
And what did you think of Trey Amos in your work?
I didn't love him. I mean, there are some nice highlights, but the profile itself, it took him a while to get on the field. He transfers into Alabama, has to transfer out of Alabama, and has that good year, but he's a little bit older. Mm-hmm. I would not love that at 64, and I think to the conversation we had yesterday about corner, like when we were talking about, Will Johnson or something, it's like, okay, this is too good to pass up.
Sure.
I don't know that I feel like Trey Amos is too good to pass up.
Agreed with you there. I mean, I think the chalk pick, like the pick, if you're connecting positional priority, value on the board, top 30 visit, would be Shamar Turner. Shamar Turner's the one who's like, all right, he We know they prioritize defensive line. They can continue using defensive line depth. This is the range that Shemar Turner is expected to go, like mid, probably late second to third. So 64 is in that range. He visited here, but I don't think, and in the chat, tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think Shemar Turner would cause like a lot of excitement in Philly if that's the pick.
I agree, but that's okay. I mean, It's a defensive tackle.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard to get super excited about that from a normie perspective, but I think that's okay. I guess the Mike Green thing looms.
Mike Green thing does loom.
It's also like if he's on the board by now and the rest of the league has decided that he's not worth drafting, how would that change your opinion?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, teams that we talked about, whether it was Cincinnati, now we'll see. Detroit was a team that I thought was a potential Mike Green destination. They're up next year. But that's the league speaking as well. So,
oh man,
what?
The CHGO guys are not going to be happy with Fran because they're drafting Boston College's Ozzie Trapilo, the big offensive tackle who is Fran's basically doesn't deserve to live category.
Yeah,
he hates the guy.
I like Ozzie Trapilo more than Fran does.
Impossible to like him less.
Yeah, son of Steve.
He's his tackle 16.
Yeah, son of Steve. Good. I like Boston College more than Fran did this year. Maybe it's the residual Steve Adazio. He associates the program with Adazio. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a solid pick for the Bears. I had a Nate Solder comp for him. That's the player that I thought he reminded me of. So I don't mind this, but Fran certainly grinded this more than I did. Josina Anderson says the Lions are trading up for Tate Rutledge, so take him off the board.
So there you go. So basically all the offensive linemen off the board for the Eagles, unless you love Jarrett Wilson, who was the Georgia safety, and you want to move him over to guard, or you like Charles Grant or something like that. But I don't think they're going to go offensive line here now.
As unsexy as it is, do you see a trade back? Do you see like it's a muddled board here? There's not.
I
really
wouldn't
that
want to go back
out.
too far.
Okay,
but I could be convinced on a small trade back. Amos, I like Azaria Thomas, but again, this is do you really need to go corner? And then I do like Siobhan Revel. Shemar Turner to me would be the most likely of these guys, I guess. But do you think that the Jihaad Campbell selection changes? Do we need an edge or not?
I do not think
they'd be willing to double down there?
Yes,
because I love Landon Jackson.
Yeah, and Landon Jackson's a unique player. Landon Jackson would make a lot of sense to me. So I don't think it should affect you. I think that first off, Campbell is just a unique player, and I think edge rusher is one of those spots, and we've seen it time and time again where you can use your depth. Right, you can use four guys, and I don't know what that depth chart's going to look like 2-3 years from now. As we said, I don't know if Huff's going to be on the roster, Ojulari's going to be on the roster, and Uche's going to be on the roster beyond this season. So there's three guys who, So then you're basically just looking at J.Alex Hunt, Nolan Smith, and if Campbell is an edge rusher, Landon Jackson fits in well there. Also, Landon Jackson's a different type of player, so. Landon Jackson would be a very sensible pick to me.
And then you mentioned Winston. I do think Xavier Watts from Notre Dame would make some sense.
Who I really like. I really like the player. He doesn't have the athletic upside of some of the other safeties. And sometimes at that position, you're looking at athletic upside. But, man, Xavier Watts, to me, is like plug and play. He's a good safety who knows he's so smart out there, knows for the ball. He's plug and play.
It's interesting because I was pounding the Eagles would like to go offense in this draft drum, but the board is such that like there's just not a lot of chances to go offense right now because the offensive line has been totally depleted. They could go Harold Fannin.
They could.
This could be Cuz calling the shot, and they go Fannin here at the end of round 2. But other than that, what are they going to do? Are they going to draft Kyle Williams? I don't think so.
No.
So it certainly seems like it's Fannin or defense.
Yeah. Because the offensive line candidates, I do think it's early for Charles Grant. Now, Marcus Bowe, this is kind of potentially Marcus Bowe territory. But no, I don't see like a running back or a wide receiver that they would take. So yeah, certainly defense is what jumps out.
Getting down to it. Nitty gritty. About in real time, we're what, 6 picks away? Because Detroit's pick is in and the Raiders are on the clock. Okay. Oh, you have it. Jack Betch. Oh, who you talked about with Coach Flynn on Monday's show.
Yeah, nice hearing Coach Flynn's perspective on him.
Wide receiver. Bit of a high floor, low ceiling player.
Yeah, that's the word on him. But I mean, a very emotional Senior Bowl week. Then had that game-winning touchdown. But there's a lot of Jack Betch fans out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is we've talked about it before, but I mean, I am a sucker for every one of these phone call videos. Give me the emotion of the player living their lifelong dream. I mean, what's better than that?
It's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Did you see the Q&A the Eagles website had with Howie?
No.
Right? Oh, okay. Yeah, you've been pretty busy. Yeah. A few things have happened this week.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Man, I'm never going to live that one down.
Yeah!
Congratulations, Bo. So user submitted questions, and one of them was his favorite phone call that he had with the draft weekend over his career. Yeah.
Ooh, can I guess?
You can probably guess. Is it
Trotter?
Yes. Yeah, it was Trotter. He said the Trotter one's hard to beat.
Okay.
Now, I found the Trotter one, because I've watched that a few times actually during the past few months, or past 7 weeks in particular. I found the Laurie part was particularly emotional. I didn't find the Howie part especially emotional.
Interesting.
But maybe they didn't show the full Howie part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe it's more just
the overall sentiment.
The sentiment behind it is more than the actual call for him. But that's good. And then one day we'll get yours with Reed.
Yeah, he's confident. He's confident. He asked me to pledge to, or he said, "Will you move wherever I get drafted?" And I said, "Yeah, if you get drafted, I will move there." I said, "That's
wow. You're gonna. This is the only way you'd be willing to leave Philadelphia."
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a fine bet to hedge on that one, but it's awesome.
Reed, I believe in you.
He loves it.
Give me this one.
Is this
No, I want the solo shot. Oh. Reed, I believe in you. You can do it. Okay, that's all. All right.
So this is going to be Rutledge here.
So did you get the play-by-play of the interception?
I called him on the way over here,
okay.
And he went through it with me. He didn't have as much. I don't have the full detail. It was his first interception of the other year. He's excited. He's eager to see the standings.
Was he playing off and he broke on it? He read the route. Was it a jump ball? And he
didn't give me that. I'll get more on that tomorrow.
Okay.
Then he's eager to see the standings because next week's the playoffs, and next week I committed to something. I
mean, when have you not committed to something?
Oh my God! Look, it's a very in Doylestown next week. There's a great event. It's a number of art. It's like a beer crawl, bar crawl, where you meet different, where the authors are there.
Beer crawl,
bar crawl for authors. Like now, I'm not the one drinking, but people are, and they're going from like bar to bar, meeting authors. They close down the streets in Doylestown. It's a great
bar crawl. I cannot say it.
It's a great event. But when I committed to it, I did not know it was going to be my son's championship weekend, and so. That one's tough.
Breaking news here from David Rickle.
Oh, my great father-in-law.
He'll move as well if Reed gets drafted.
Yeah, that's really nice. That is really nice. Yeah, that is awesome. That's
Amen.
Awesome. Who's off the board?
The Eagles will have to make.
Wow.
Oh, Baltimore drafts Mike Green from Marshall, and I think a lot of people sort of.
I had a
Myself
joke.
Included.
I had a statement there that I probably shouldn't say, but it's an organization that's had situations with violence against women in it.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know the full Mike Green story.
Yeah.
Of course. So don't want to conflate one with the other, but Mike Green to the Ravens. So yeah, the Eagles don't need to make that call.
Okay, so we're 5 picks away. Denver, Washington, Chicago, Kansas City, Philadelphia. I'm going to give you 5 names. Landon Jackson, Shamar Turner, Trey Amos, Xavier Watts, Harold Fannin Jr., and Kevin Winston Jr., so 6 names.
So if I'm being predictive, I would say Shamar Turner.
Okay.
The player that I think would be the best year one in that group is Xavier Watts. The Landon Jackson is the pick that I think would make the most sense from an organizational philosophy. Kevin Winston's the one there who I think has the best chance of surpassing the value of the pick.
Okay.
If I were in Howie's position, I would probably take Landon Jackson in that spot. I like loading up on edge rushers.
If we're thinking about just them sticking to their SEC guns,
yes,
right? Landon Jackson makes a lot of sense. I guess, Shamar Turner's in the SEC
Sure.
too. Xavier Watts, you can say we're going back to the national championship team game. Trey Amos to me is I would.
I'm not as
I'm not as into that.
I didn't understand the visit as much. I just think I think Landon Jackson's a unique player. Tested really well at 6'6", 264. Right, we all saw that 40.5-inch vertical. And then you see like really productive. Transferred from LSU, had 6.5 sacks each in the past 2 years. Was first team All SEC 2 years ago, second team All SEC last year. Plays on special teams. He's been blocking field goals. You've seen those highlights. So to me, Landon Jackson would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I'll contextualize some of those numbers for you. I've got my my sample of all the elite edge rushers over the past decade plus, and some of those testing numbers. The 40.5-inch vert is the second best in the entire sample, tied with Mario Williams and Connor Barwin, interestingly. So there you go. There's the Connor Barwin comp coming in. 6.5 sacks. That's not bad. The 129-inch broad jump shows the explosion as well. Fran loved the way he ran the hoop.
Yep.
I am in on Landon Jackson. I don't know if that's the way they're going to go. And also, if they draft Landon Jackson, does that all of a sudden push Jihaad Campbell back to linebacker?
But if you do care about type, he's like a totally different type of player than he's not your speed rusher around the edge. And
he's setting the edge for you.
Exactly. You can use him in different spots along that line. So he's a different type of player than Campbell.
This is interesting. I'm surprised that the Eagles did not move up. I really am.
And
especially given the way this has played out, because it has really thinned out as far as I'm concerned.
I haven't followed the trade comps so much. Were there deals there that were comparable to what the Eagles had?
It didn't seem like they were crazy. Yeah,
Okay.
I suppose it would have meant giving up their third, depending on how high up you were going. Oh, you got this bad boy back.
I heard you describing the Fran, the water bottle.
Yeah, it's enormous. I can't believe you got another one. How many did you get?
Well, they had a deal, buy 2. So, of course, that's why I did it. I get 100 ounces for $4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, somebody, I don't know.
They said my hands looked really small with it. Yeah.
No, not that. Somebody noticed that you were drinking from this. You took one sip from it, but then when you were back on from Novacare Complex, you had a different water bottle, and they wanted to know if you drank the entire thing as you were driving.
Oh, no, it's a fair question. Let me flip this around.
Is it a fair question?
I had a
careful with that thing.
I had a bottle of water in my cup holder, like a small bottle.
Yeah, that's not fitting in any cup holder.
And so I ran into Novacare, like I sprinted in, and I just picked up the water that was there. But I appreciate how eagle-eyed the PHLY Eagles viewers are. I need
Look
water.
at this thing.
Is that going to be?
You're holding that in the same way that
I don't want to spill on my laptop.
7-pound baby.
I have 50.7 ounces of water right here. If I spill on my laptop, this thing is finished. Dunzo, right?
Oh my God! You start a monsoon.
I try to drink. I try to drink 100 ounces of water a day. I'm way behind right now.
That thing is something else.
It's a normal bottle.
Highlight of
Find
the
a
show
new
so
slant.
far, I'd say.
Yeah, find a new slant.
All right. Denver on the clock.
Yeah, the Eagles are coming up here. Washington, then Chicago. Interesting.
What does everyone want? Let us know in the chat. Who do you want? I see some love for Landon Jackson. I see some love for Shamar Turner. I see some love for Siobhan Revel. Who do you want?
How's your mock draft? My mock draft's not looking too good.
My Eagles one?
Yeah.
I had him going Landon Jackson in the second round.
Okay, so that's still in
that's
play
alive,
for you.
but,
I had them going Nick Scorton, so that's out of the blue, or out of the realm of possibilities right now.
People want some trade outs. People want Xavier Watts. Killer Cow wants Christopher Hewitt.
Now, let me ask you this here: what if the news is just spitballing here because Mike Green goes to the Ravens? What if the Eagles trade the second round pick for Duffy Owe? Would you say that's a good move, or is that too high a price because you have to give the contract? And
Yeah, I don't think I would like that.
Okay.
And it also doesn't really match with, like, we're getting rid of guys because we can't pay them. We're going to trade a second round pick for a guy who's from somewhere else, and we're going to pay him.
Fair. Which running back?
Broncos are drafting R.J. Harvey, the running back from UCF, in the second round.
Seems
That
a little
is
early.
a wild pick.
Seems a little early for me.
I there's some fun moves on R.J. Harvey's tape,
Yeah.
but given everybody else who's like, that's a wild pick.
Yeah, I compared him to Devin Singletary. So that was the player that he reminded me of.
Interesting. What about Sheduer Sanders for Howie Roseman?
You know, I got a text from somebody during the draft, not someone in the media, asking me.
I'm gonna guess Mike K.
No.
I'm gonna
someone in the
guess
Philly media.
Adam Schefter. Oh.
No, Shefty's usually DMs, not text. So
Okay. John Clark. Let's make it number 4 for him on mentions today.
No, but this is someone who loves hypotheticals and would ask me.
I think we know who it is.
Yeah, and he asked me if hypothetically if Sheduer's on the board, and what I said is I think that Laurie would sign off on it. I don't think Sheduer is Howie or Laurie's type of quarterback. He's not especially mobile, and so I mean Jalen
Neither is
Milroe.
Tanner McKee.
True, but that was like a late. I think Jalen Milroe would be someone that they'd be more interested in based on type than Sheduer Sanders. Sheduer Sanders is not he's not a very athletic quarterback. The Eagles tend to kind of veer toward more toward quarterbacks who, as Jeffrey Lurie said, are triple threat players. That's the term he's used
The
multiple
legs,
times.
the arm, the mind.
Yeah, and so I think Jalen Milroe would be more the type of quarterback that they would go with if they were to reignite that quarterback factory in the second round than Sheduer Sanders. But you would think that if Sheduer Sanders has this type of value, someone would want to trade in. Now, I think the thing that really hurt Sheduer Sanders, frankly, was that Cleveland Browns trade. Because I think if Cleveland took Travis Hunter at number 2, and they don't have that extra first round pick next year, maybe they take Sheduer in the second round. But once they make that trade and they have that draft inventory for next year, it really seems like they push quarterback back to next season.
Interesting. Well, R.J. Harvey was good news for the Eagles because there's no way he was going to.
He was not going to go there. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just look for some other. I mean, so I see somebody mentioned Darius Alexander from Toledo, the defensive tackle.
He's an old.
He's a very old, 25 years old. I can't get behind that. In the second round.
I just want to bring up one thing here, and that is, we are going with Fran's rankings, Dane's rankings, right? That it's pretty clear the board might be different in the building. the Eagles might have a second-round grade on Harold Fenton Jr. That's not a.
I don't think
reach for
that's
them.
crazy.
Yeah, like it's not a reach for that. Like we've seen Terrence Ferguson go, obviously, and so if they had him in that cluster, it's not crazy to think that Harold Fenton Jr. would be the 64th pick. Like our valuation, or I should say Fran's valuation of him might be a little different than what the Eagles is. So Fran has him.
Harold Fenton Jr. doesn't turn 21 until July 20th.
Yeah.
You know, I'm interested.
So Fran had him as his 80th ranked player. So you'd be looking at your 80th ranked player, 64. That's certainly not crazy. And I think if it is the case that he's someone that they really liked, I don't think I don't think he's falling to day 3 at this point. So Harold Fenton Jr. could be an interesting option at 64.
All right. We don't have Washington's pick yet, right? Oh, Chris is all over it. Washington.
Oh, okay. So they
Trey
took that
Amos.
off.
Not Benjamin Morrison. Benjamin Morrison's already off the board.
Yep.
Trey Amos, the Ole Miss corner, and the last player other than Shamar Turner in this range who was in for a pre-draft visit with the Eagles is off the board. So now the Eagles are 2 picks away. Sorry, 3 picks away. Chicago, Kansas City, and then the Eagles.
So just to kind of give perspective on this, Trey Turner. I'm sorry, not Trey Turner. Shamar Turner rather is Fran's. I should have had this up here. Do you have it up?
I can find it.
Here, I got it right here, actually.
He's his number 60 player.
He's number 60 player, so that's good value. He is Dane Brugler's 56th player. So if you're talking about 64th overall pick, you're talking about defensive tackle, a position that is a priority for the Eagles always, and someone who visited the Eagles. I think from a value perspective, Shamar Turner would be the play here.
For the record, on Fran's big board, there are 2 players in his top 25 still available. And that is number 14, Siobhan Revel, the East Carolina corner, and Jonas Sanker, the Virginia safety, with Xavier Watts 2 spots behind at 26, the Notre Dame safety. Landon Jackson's 29. Kevin Winston Jr. is 31.
So what threw me off is I have our Eagles 100 board up as opposed to
Yes,
Fran's
a classic
ranking, so.
mistake.
Yeah, so I was like,
We've all been there.
I was like, Landon Jackson's the 14th ranked player, but that's the Eagles 100 board, which shout out to Bo. It's been an awesome resource throughout the pre-draft process. Bo put that together. Bo.
I mean, I'm basically just aping Fran's work on that and just reordering it, but you're welcome. All right. RJ Harvey, what a wild pick for them.
So the Eagles are 3 picks away: Chicago, KC, then Philly. And again,
They should make another trade with the Chiefs up 1 spot again.
Yeah,
just to get rid of those fifths.
Yeah, Brett Veach keeps adding to it.
How you doing? Like energy, sleep wise. How your eyes doing?
Right now, I have energy right now. I'm really hungry. I didn't eat dinner.
Well, that's a classic mistake.
Yeah, I know. I got here right before because I came straight from NovaCare, and so I got here right. But then I said hello to Marcus Allen, and
did he remember you from the Super Bowl?
No, I didn't. I didn't interview him in the Super Bowl.
That's right.
But that turned into that was like a 9-minute conversation. Then I came to the set. So I took Reed and Sloan. They had conferences today, so they weren't home or they were home for school. So I took them out to lunch at 11:30 today. So I haven't eaten since 11:30. So I am
maybe after the Eagles
hungry.
make their pick.
Yeah, I might. Yeah,
You should go get some food.
yeah. So but energy wise, I was worried I wasn't gonna have it. But there's something about the bright lights and being here on set with you. And Bryn is doing the show with Fran over there, but obviously having Julia and Chris in here, that gets me energized.
All right, closing in. Closing time. We can flash up a couple super chats to pass the time here. Get those likes in, people. Let's get to 600 by the time the Eagles pick, and Zach will write an epic poem. Dinkelberg, our friend, says, thanks for the wicked good draft show, my fine gents. For you and us, a haiku. The tush push is cool. Mark Murphy is a baby. His diaper is full. That's pretty good. I like that. Alex Nuss says, congrats, Bo. Adding a new youngest member of your family reminds me of how Ringo is younger than Quinyon Mitchell despite being drafted a year before him. Amen to that. Go ahead.
Real quick here, and definitely congrats to Bo. The Bears are choosing Shamar Turner with the 62nd overall pick. So Shamar Turner off the board here. So I think
The board dwindling.
Landon Jackson, Xavier Watts, Kevin Winston, and Harold Fannin would be the four that I would think would make the most sense for the Eagles.
Why do you think Landon Jackson hasn't been picked yet? That would be one thing that I would be thinking about, just because it is a good profile.
It is
An
a good
important
profile.
position.
So I did do
You
work.
said Fannin, Jackson, Watts, and Winston?
Yes.
Okay.
I did some work on the edge rushers, just like asking people's opinions, and he wasn't thought to be like a really potent pass rusher, right?
Okay.
It was more like he's your utilitarian defensive line with a good athletic profile, but maybe doesn't project as like a double-digit sack guy. Whereas, look, I mean, James Pierce, it might be a problem that Terry Fontenot and me have the same taste. I mean, Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Now, James Pierce, he trades so much for James Pierce Jr., but someone like that, you say, all right, you can see the pathway to double-digit sacks. Landon Jackson isn't necessarily viewed as that type of player.
Okay. Michael Wall with a pair of super chats and says, congrats, Bo. Thank you very much. How many shotguns do I need to do for Z-Berm to show some skin?
I heard you guys talking about this on my drive home last night. I don't know why there's such an urge to see. I'm not showing skin. Like,
Sex sells, man.
Yeah, that's not sexy. That's
who?
That's just me. So no, I'm not. I am not showing skin. No,
You're showing a little bit of a chest hair right now. A little bit of a chest.
Okay,
You go deep V sometimes.
I don't go deep V. What I go is the button down, maybe like an extra button on. But I don't own a deep V. I promise you that I don't own a deep V shirt.
You don't own a V-neck shirt of any kind?
Not a deep V-neck shirt. A standard V-neck.
Okay.
There's difference. There's difference. Yeah. I don't want to do it.
I'm not going all the way. I'm not going belly button deep V.
No, it's the shape of the V is different.
Let's clip that one.
Why did you walk me down that rabbit hole, Bo?
A lot of quotes to come.
All right,
from,
let's focus on the
15 hours
picks
of content this weekend. It's the shape of the V that's different. Will be one that lasts the test of time. Hopefully.
I am just trying to do a show about the Eagles and football. That's all I'm trying to do.
Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl losers, are on the clock. One pick ahead of the Eagles.
I'm gonna get my phone out here.
Yeah, do it. Let's get some.
I felt like my breaking of it was anticlimactic yesterday, and
But you did have it.
I did have it, but
Yeah.
it was anticlimactic.
If you get it, you shout that out. You don't.
Yes.
Don't worry about interrupting.
Okay. Do you want me to do the pick is in?
If you have it, yeah.
Okay, we're getting close here.
All right. Here we go. What are the Eagles gonna do? Xavier Watts, Jonas Sanker, Kevin Winston Jr., Siobhan Revel, Azaria Thomas, Jacob Parrish, who they brought in for a visit, Joshua Farmer, Landon Jackson, Jared Wilson, Charles Grant, Marcus Bowe, Kyle Williams, if you want to get spicy, Sheduer Sanders, if you want to get freaky, Jalen Milroe, if you want to get nasty. Lots of options. What would you do? You said Landon Jackson would be.
Yeah, Landon Jackson, Kevin Winston would be the two that I think there's Landon Jackson, because I do prioritize position. I think Kevin Winston has the most upside here. It wouldn't surprise me if this pick is Harold Fannin Jr. Because I do think there's a delta in tight ends, and
the rest of the drop off to the other tight ends. If the Eagles are dead set on getting a tight end, which you never want to overvalue need.
No,
but if they are, I mean, you're talking Mitchell Evans, like a 4th round pick.
But there is a chance that they have a high grade on him too, or
for sure,
a higher grade than And that was the case, by the way, a few years ago with Juergens, where I think the Eagles view Juergens differently than maybe consensus did.
Sure. I like I could be sold on Harold Fannin Jr. Now,
Yeah.
you're tanking the Goddard trade value, but maybe that's something that they've just accepted.
Yeah, I think the league knows there.
What are we thinking, guys?
Fran Duffy has joined us. Fran, Eagles are about to be on the clock. The Chiefs have not yet picked.
No, they took Omar Norman Lott.
Your boy.
okay.
Yeah, they took Norman Lott.
Wow. And we got to 600
Oh,
likes.
beautiful. Nice job, Chad.
So Eagles are on the clock.
Eagles are on the clock.
Here we go. Landon Jackson. Landon Jackson.
Who else are we thinking here?
Harold Fannin Jr.
Harold
Xavier
Fannin Jr.
Watts.
Yeah, the
Kevin
safeties,
Winston
the
Jr.
safeties are all there. Yep.
Your boy Siobhan Revel. That would make you excited.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
There
There are a lot of players here that
are
I
there?
wonder if there's a trade down. I mean, yeah. Honestly,
Yeah, I could see a small
Or
trade
a
down
cluster of players.
There's
yeah.
a cluster. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to let you guys
What do we
catch up
think?
here.
Omar Norman Lott.
Yeah, Norman Lott, and he's that's a good fit for them. That one makes a lot of sense.
Is he enough of a bad guy off the field for them?
Maybe.
Wow. What an answer.
If they were going to go offensive line, would you expect Charles Grant, Gerald Wilson, or Marcus Bowe?
Grant first, then Bowe, then Wilson.
Okay.
Just Wilson, I don't know, just because of the
Yeah,
size.
it's a real
the athleticism,
projection for him
and
to
it's-
get the guard.
Yes, I don't think you want to put him next to Juergens.
Okay.
That wouldn't.
Yeah,
be
Stout
ideal.
likes a big old boy.
Yeah, and that's
next to-
honestly that's
next to
kind of how I
Juergens.
feel about Bowe as well.
Okay. Xavier Watts, Kevin Winston Jr.
I think the safeties feel right.
Well, what we were saying is there's a real chance that their grade on Fannin might be different than your grade, or
True. No question.
But it's not even that
Dane's
different.
grade.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's marginally different from where Fran has.
But
it.
that if he's the tight end they had circled, right, then
Sure.
like this isn't unreasonable.
The tension,
Yeah,
the
it
tension.
is intriguing.
Could
right?
it be Willie Lampkin?
I don't think it's going to be that.
What will you can you commit to doing something if they draft Willie Lampkin?
At any point?
Yeah, at any point.
Yeah, I'll do something.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. We'll all do something.
Whatever you want me to do. All right.
60 seconds left on the clock for them. So
Wow.
they're
Maybe they're
right
hoping
down
for
to
a
the
trade
wire.
back.
Yeah, they could be
otherwise,
working on a deal.
this is dwindling down. Time keeps on ticking.
Pick is in.
There we go.
Da 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 da. Z-Berm.
It's Andrew
Mukuba?
Mukuba.
Andrew
Your boy.
Mukuba.
Andrew Mukuba.
Nice
Andrew
one.
Mukuba.
Wow.
The Eagles are taking Andrew Mukuba, safety from Texas.
Zach Berman breaks it. The Eagles are going after a safety. And I'll tell you what, we did that safety show, and Sean Syed, who's
loved him,
majoring in Vic Fangio, says this is the guy who he thinks would fit the Fangio system. 22 years old, Andrew Mukuba, 5'11", 186, played for 3 years at Clemson. This is a 4-year starter, and then he transferred to Texas for his last year. Ran a 4.45 40-yard dash, and as we talked about him, Fran, reminded me a little bit of Sidney Brown, the way that he sort of runs downhill and like picks a direction and just goes without thinking about it. It's kind of an interesting fit here.
That play style, like where he just comes down with reckless abandon, is Sidney Brown-esque. He is a more fluid and confident, like athlete laterally. Like Sidney Brown is a straight line, the like rolling ball of razor blades type of athlete. Mukuba, more confident in space and a better feel in zone coverage in my eyes. Ironically, I'm looking because he stood out to me as a true freshman. And what I usually will do is when I first get eyes on a guy, how did he first come on my radar? Well, I was watching tape in December of 2021, and I was watching Clemson corner Mario Goodrich when I was like, man, this freshman safety is really standing out. It was Mukuba, and where he stood out was that ferocity, that ability to be that top-down defender and run the alley and finish one-on-one. He has some outstanding tackles, some big hits in the hole. There's a lot to like there. But the other aspect of it, and this is to me what separates him from a Sidney Brown, is that there is no panic downfield with the ball in the air. When you watch that college football playoff game, Ohio State, early on in that game, they went to the star receiver, Jeremiah Smith, and they said, yeah, we're going to try and take a deep shot over the top to Jeremiah Smith. Mukuba's there in coverage, no panic, and forces the incompletion. The production wasn't always there in terms of like interceptions. He had 1 interception in 3 years at Clemson. He had 5 this year for Texas. So obviously that certainly helped. But I love the physicality. I love the instincts. I love the lack of panic, and I love the physicality.
And yet the question here will be, they're taking their pick at safety, but there are other safeties available here, and they're sort of leapfrogging the consensus, which would have been Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, who's a little bit older, but is thought of as a little bit more pro-ready. Kevin Winston Jr., who you talked about, Zach, from Penn State, who is younger and is more of a long-term bet. Then you've got Jonas Sanker from Virginia, who you like a lot, Fran, and was your safety 3, whereas Mukuba is your safety 7, but it's sort of you're splitting hairs a little bit.
I think so. I mean, I did have a couple of those other guys like a tier above, but I did give a starting grade to Mukuba. So it's not that I didn't feel like he was a starter. I did have higher grades on some of these other players. I thought Sanker was a little bit more well-rounded. Xavier Watts, I thought, just had a better propensity to take the football away. To me, I think that...
It's an interesting pick.
Yeah.
This is we really wanted to draft a safety pick, and this is the guy we liked.
I think that's what it comes down to. This is the player that I'm sure that Vic Fangio felt the most convicted about.
I mean, this is like Vic's draft.
Yeah,
Vic did the Zach
Vic's
Bond thing, and how he's like, all right, Vic, you got it. I'm done.
Yeah, so this is a player that I liked, but I do think it's earlier than I thought. I thought he was going to go 4th,
Yeah, you had him in like the 5th round.
I had him in the 5th round. I thought he was going to be an early day 3 guy.
Yeah.
I thought 4th round. So late 2nd is early from my perspective, but I thought he makes a lot of sense here. I did like, I'll admit it, I liked Winston more. I liked Watts more among the safeties.
I like Sanker more too.
Yeah, I like Mukuba more than Jalen Reed, but I could see the fit here. Similar to Fran, he was awesome when he was a freshman on Clemson, but he didn't necessarily have the same type of production those next 2 years. Really looked good in Texas's defense this past year. I like what Bo said was in terms of like you can see the Sidney Brown in him, and like he flies to the football, but not a big guy. And so here's Bo Allen.
We get to take a little bit of a second to watch Bo Allen announce the pick, looking very sharp.
I was gonna say, how do you feel about the outfit
in that green outfit? Nice.
Yep.
Now it is Mukuba.
Mukuba.
Mukuba. You put the emphasis on the ku, but it's a mu, not a ma. Mukuba. Now, Zach, big important question here, given some of the content this week. Will you take credit for this projection?
No, I mean, I can't. No.
You had him in the 5th?
Yeah, I'm in the 5th, so no, I can't. I'm getting crap right now from EJ Smith, who was EJ was all over me for my mock draft. And no, I mean, I can say like I think I had him in. Did I have him in the Duck Juice?
I think you did.
Yeah, I had him in the Duck Juice.
Well, then you definitely get credit.
No,
for
so
that.
The only thing I get credit for, I'm not trying to get Tommy John surgery from patting myself on the back, right? Like the only
Chris Barletto front and center in that shot on NFL Network.
The only thing that I could get credit for is like connecting the interest to the team. I can't get credit for the mock draft there.
You actually did not have him.
Oh no, who had him?
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, it's a win for me.
You have him.
Win for you. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I thought he was someone who would make sense for the Eagles. But yeah, I mean, the 3-pick spread there.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty egregious.
3-pick spread there is pretty egregious. Especially when it's, so it's like I thought like this Fran, if they took Jalen Travis in the 5th round and Fran had him in the 3rd round.
Right.
But I think I think you get more credit sometimes for over predicting than under predicting, right? Because if that makes sense.
I think you would.
Like if you're too early, you should get more credit than if you're too late. Yeah, if you're too late.
I agree.
Yeah, so no, I can't claim credit for that one.
It's okay. Still, I mean, you mentioned his name. That's good.
Yeah.
Al draft we're going to be in some dire straits. A lot
Yeah,
of
we're
these
not
guys
looking
are off
good.
the board.
I know.
But yeah, so I think that I think he's a good player, and I saw in the chat that Niz said, what are the chances he's starting week 1? I think he's absolutely in that competition with Sidney Brown, and I think he could beat Sidney Brown.
In the competition.
Yeah, I think he could beat Sidney Brown out.
Let's put your turkeys on it right now.
Exactly.
Who's starting next to Reed Blankenship week 1? Spread your turkeys.
Going 55 Sidney Brown, 45 Mukuba.
I'm going 85 Mukuba.
Okay, yeah, second round pick. He should. Number 64 overall pick. Now, Sidney Brown was high third, but
not by Vic.
Not by Vic. That's true.
This is the guy.
Tristan McCollum would be starting ahead of Sidney Brown.
Yeah.
But if you take what I think what the value was and you just look at the player, there's a lot to like here. I mean, I would like if he was a little bit bigger, but
sure, and there's a reason, and it is also, we're talking about it as a second round pick. It is the last pick of the second round, right?
Yeah.
So you're thinking this is essentially a third round player.
But there were safeties on the board, so he is.
That's what's interesting.
He's the third safety taken in this draft. Is that right?
Yes, and that's what he will be judged against.
Exactly.
It's not necessarily the value of the pick; it's relative to the other safeties here. He has to outperform Xavier Watts and Jonas Sanker and Kevin Winston Jr.
We got a super chat asking about could he play in the slot. He actually did spend a fair amount of time in the slot over the course of his career. That said, I don't think that's his landing spot. I think that he's better slot corner than Sidney Brown, but I don't think number one, I think Cooper DeJean has that on lock.
Right.
But number two, I think that he's better playing that deep part of the field and just kind of let him be that center fielder that way.
All right, that's the end of the second round, which means it's time for the round recap presented by Parx Casino. And the Eagles addressing their safety need after trading away C.J. Gardner-Johnson this offseason. Certainly looks like Andrew Mukuba will be the leader in the clubhouse to start alongside Reed Blankenship at safety with Sidney Brown competing. The Eagles going a bit aggressive relative to the rest of the consensus safety boards, going with Andrew Mukuba over Xavier Watts, Kevin Winston Jr., and Jonas Sanker. Other big news in the second round, Fran, a lot of old guys being drafted.
I was just a round too late for my bold prediction in terms of all the old guys going. Still waiting for Iowa State corner Darian Porter to go off the board. But no, a bunch of old guys went. This class.
Tyler Shough to the New Orleans Saints will be their week 1 starter, you would imagine.
Would have been in my mock draft. If had I done a round 2 mock, it would have been Tyler Shough at 40 to the Saints. I think that connection had been made publicly and privately behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I think if we're doing the round recap from like a national perspective, I think the big story is the Sheduer Sanders.
Yeah, falls out around 2.
Yeah.
Continues to fall.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Quick spin around the NFC East in the second round. Zach, the Dallas Cowboys taking your boy Donovan Ezeraku, adding to Tyler Booker, which is what they did in the first round.
Yeah, love the pick. I mean, I thought he was. I thought going into today he was the second best player available. After I've worked on it in the car right here, the South Carolina safety,
Nick Emmanwori.
Yes. I struggle with the vowels. I need some more consonants in the name. Yes.
We'll get back to his family about it. We got to change the name.
I struggle with the vowels.
Elsewhere, Washington, Fran, backing up Josh Connerly in the first round with Trey Amos, the Ole Miss corner in the second round.
Yeah, really good pick. Honestly, if they had taken him at 30, wouldn't have blinked an eye. I thought that was a good fit for Washington. You talk about a guy that can play up and press, can play man, can play zone. There were questions about the speed, but goes to the combine, runs in the low 4.4s. I like that fit for Dan Quinn in Washington.
And then the Giants didn't have a second round pick because they traded in for Jackson Dart, although we will get to it in the third round. They continued to play out the string of a franchise that is absolutely taking on water.
Harold Fannin Jr. off the board.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, goes to the Cleveland Browns.
Any final thoughts on the second round before we get to all of that stuff?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
don't
the round
think,
recap presented by Parx Casino.
Yeah, so my quick thing with the second round is I don't think this was an ideal round for the Eagles. I mean, I think
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think you would have liked more of an upside guy to fall or you to trade up. And when I say more of an upside guy, like maybe now I don't know what their board says. I'm curious to hear what Howie said, but this seems to be like it came from a pool of players as opposed to one really sticking out. Last year, I mean, they took first round value in the second round, right? It's different when you're drafting at 64. That's why we talked about them trading up. I don't think they got first round value, of course, in the second round. So
if the Eagles got quote unquote lucky in the first round by not having to give up what they were willing to give up for Jihaad Campbell and getting to only move up one spot. I think it's fair to say that they got a little bit unlucky with the way that the second round played out and them staying pat.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's interesting because when we go through this fast, like, all right, we're reacting. It's like, oh, Andrew Mukuba. Like, all right, but sitting back and looking, I'm like, it's going to be interesting to see when those safeties start to come off the board and how those guys are judged against each other moving forward.
All right, and so start of the third round, we have the Giants going Darius Alexander, who some people like. He's extremely old.
And unproductive in the MAC.
And unproductive in the MAC. So that's a real leap of faith that they're taking there. And then you mentioned Harold Fana Jr. goes off the board.
Who was very productive who was young and very productive in the MAC.
Very young and very productive in the MAC.
So he goes off the board to Cleveland, and then we spoken into existence. Darian Porter Jr.
Really?
Off the board to the Las Vegas Raiders with the 4th pick in the round.
Well, that makes sense. He went to high school with Pete Carroll.
Right. Well, the Pete Carroll, the comparison a lot of people have made with Darian Porter was Tariq Woolen. And so
that's a Pete Carroll type
Carroll
corner.
looking for his Tariq Woolen.
And also the Chiefs adding to their defensive line group with Ashton Gelati from Louisville, who's a fun player.
Yeah, one of my guys. I like Gelati. Man, he went ahead of Landon Jackson.
There must be something with Landon Jackson, right?
I guess so, yeah.
So do you like the ice cream, then the water ice, then the ice cream?
We get it.
Yeah.
The gelati,
Yeah, I prefer.
Well, speaking of which, shout out to my mother-in-law. She's watching. Jody. She's a wonderful woman. Okay, she's amazing.
There's a butt coming.
So
here.
supportive.
Yeah, right.
No, she texted out when she's very concerned that I haven't eaten yet. All right, as any mother-in-law is. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break because Emily's saying you should have packed something, and I'm saying no. We have food here. I just got here right before, and she said that her mom's very worried about me. So I'm going to just get something to eat really quick.
Go get some gelati.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That's very
Way
funny.
to sell that gelati joke though.
Well, I thought he was going to answer it.
I enjoy gelati. Yeah, Julia liked it.
And to be fair, Fran had already made that joke, the gelati joke, but that's okay.
Today?
Not today, no. I do have to say I do enjoy that every time Zach leaves the set now, people are in the chat just going, he's pooping.
He's eating. Yeah, that's good. Polar Jam.
Oh, that's so funny. All right. Well, the Eagles are set to pick 96th in the third round. This is where night 2 gets interesting, is that it feels like we just made it through the whole thing and we've got an entire another round to go.
I know, but I love it. This is great.
That's great.
There's nothing better than that. Like, this is one of the best parts about it is just kind of seeing these players come off the board. All right. Apparently, there is some medical with Landon Jackson.
Okay. Some good scoopage.
Yeah. So I started. There's no way his film and character are too good for him to still be on the board. So, that's a shame. That's a shame.
I'll have to put in a backup plan in my shadow draft because that would have been the pick.
Right.
Landon Jackson.
Yeah.
Probably safer.
What do you think? What's going on? What's going in your mind right now?
Well, I don't know that the Eagles have done enough to address their offense this offseason. That's kind of what's going through my mind.
Okay. So what do you want?
If they're letting Dallas Goedert go,
Yeah.
For
Slim pickings
nothing.
right now, man.
I mean, they're not gonna draft a running back in the 3rd or 4th round. I guess they could in the 4th round. Does Kyle Williams move the needle for you? I like Kyle Williams,
Yeah.
but none of the other tight ends right now are super exciting, and even the offensive line options are not great. I do like Caleb Rogers.
Yeah. Swing back up in the interior.
Could probably
played
play all
tackle.
5 positions.
Yeah.
in theory.
In theory.
But I just think about the team long term, and so much of what you're counting on offense is everybody maintaining their level. Like, it's hard to expect anybody on offense to get better.
Right.
Who on the offense is going to get better next year? Maybe Jalen Hurts is what you're counting on, but AJ's not going to get better. Saquon can't get any better. Lane and Mailata can't get any better. The offensive line in general can't get better.
Calcaterra.
Right? And so if we're expecting the defense to still be good, but not the best in football, realistically.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
I don't know that I'm ready to think that the offense is going to make up for that.
I think that's all fair. You're still counting on the fact that even if it's not better, the talent is good enough to just will you to victory on a lot of those games. Like,
I mean, maybe you're counting on better scheme.
They also were extremely healthy last year.
Yeah,
for the most part.
I don't know. I'm a little bit now. Listen, the offseason's not done yet. They could still make some trades or whatever. People say Devontae in the chat. I'm like, yeah, Devontae could take a bit of a mini leap. He's already really good.
He's already really good. It's just that's a production thing.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a different player.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting better as much as like his production could improve. And so you really are counting on Jalen Hurts.
You know the market.
I don't know.
You know the position that dried up? D tackle.
For sure.
Yeah, that position got picked over big time. Looking at the best available.
I think the offensive line to me is maybe it just wasn't that deep to begin with.
Yeah,
and then maybe there are some like round 4 guys.
There are some guys here that I'm looking at. I have more higher graded players.
Okay.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Along the offensive line than I do with the interior defensive line right now.
Like a Joshua Farmer potentially.
Yeah, Farmer is probably the guy that sticks out for me.
And I think there are day 3 dart throws, but this is why I don't think that the Eagles needed to draft a defensive tackle, and maybe this goes into their belief in Jordan Davis. But I think there are some traitsy guys that they could roll the dice on day 3, like a Jordan Phillips. Shout out to Chris, Deion Walker, who you don't love, but guys they could sort of talk themselves into.
Right.
Yeah. Riley Mills, maybe CJ West.
Yep. Yeah, that group got picked over.
Yeah.
I'm looking around, or what are the positions? So I think it looks like Kyle Williams is going off the board right now to New England.
Okay.
So there's your receiver off the board. But there are still, Jalen Noel is still there from Iowa State. That's surprising. There are some good receivers, guys that I think have the ability to be good, that are still on the board.
Now, I got to tell you, I know Zach liked Emmanwori.
Yeah.
He's the only other guy in this class with Luther Burden who is young, fast, and productive, who hit all 3. I didn't love watching him play, but I would be willing to roll the dice in the 3rd round, I think.
He looks to me like a guy who's going to be a starter, but not a super productive. I think he's like your dirty work, kind of like frustrating possession guy that can work all 3 levels. Who's the kid from Green Bay that everybody loves?
Dontavian Wicks?
Yes. Dontavian Wicks is like
he's
like a hipster, like, oh, I love breaking down the film on Alec Ayumannor because look at his releases, look at his routes, but then he drops a lot of passes.
Okay.
That's kind of Ayumannor.
Progressive Riley Cooper.
Sure.
Good. Do you like Savion Williams?
No.
The TCU player?
I'm letting somebody else take him, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, that profile often doesn't work out.
Exactly right.
He's kind of fun.
Right.
Do you want to do your guys?
Sure.
Or should we wait for Zach? We should wait for Zach to do our guys. He's going to like that. But and you said it when you were doing your 7-round mock.
I know.
That there's a point in this draft where
this is where it levels out.
It really thins out, and then it gets fun again, and you know, in the 4th round you can get excited about guys, but it does feel right now like this is tough. Now there are some guys, Revel, Azareye'h Thomas I could get excited about, but on offense there's nobody who I'm super excited about.
Yeah, I'm looking. I mean, look, I've got. There's a lot of guys. When I have my horizontal board, it's tiered by color. So the starter, like people I think can be starters, are in green. And I'm looking around, and I've got 4 safeties. I've got 6 corners, 1 linebacker, 4 edge rushers, 1 D tackle, 4 interior linemen, 6 tackles, 2 tight ends, 4 receivers, no running backs, 2 quarterbacks. So there's still a lot of guys that I think can be starters, but there are profiles that are it's not someone that they're not the most exciting. When we were talking about Ayumannor, did he go off the board, or is he still out there?
No.
Okay,
we were just talking about him.
Got it.
Dana says 10 of the first 65 picks were defensive tackles.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's your pick over.
Yep. Now what was the average coming in? Give me a second, I'll tell you.
I've got on my shadow draft board 6 guys with 2nd round grades left.
And there's another defense tackle just went off the board in New Orleans.
Ooh, let's see. Was it Cam Jackson?
No.
The Ty Robinson.
He's actually a guy that I didn't finish writing up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I knew the book on him, but just didn't get it finished.
Okay.
Didn't get a chance to write him all
Who was
up.
that?
Vernon Broughton from Texas. He's another player where there were trades. He's very similar to Joshua Farmer. Very similar body type and skill set. Big, broad nose tackle. Production was up and down. Stout, has some light feet. Flash player. Maybe a little bit early for me personally, just based on what I've done.
Yeah.
But just I didn't do a full eval, so I didn't finish the write up. But that's kind of the book on him after I did like one game back in the fall.
What'd you eat?
The pizza, Santucci's.
Nice.
Yeah, good job there.
See, what I love about Santucci's is that it ages very
Exactly.
well.
Yeah, you can have it cold.
Yeah, so you can have
Yeah.
it cold, and it's
I
perfect for
agree.
a night like this.
I agree. By the way, if we want, and I'm going to defer to our host and the best host in the city, maybe we just defer to these for tomorrow. But if we want, there's going to be a conference call with Andrew Mukuba soon. If we wanted to go live to it, or if we wanted to wait just the players tomorrow while we are on that 6-hour marathon.
If we're able to do that, I think we could do that. Is that doable, Julia?
So it's not ready yet, but I will tell you when it's going to happen.
Yeah, why not? Let's give it a shot. As Isaac Teslaw goes off the board, I think it's Teslaw. You want to bet?
No.
I did my work.
Yeah, if there's anything that has to do with a name, I'm gonna trust you, because I know how much you would have loved it to be Tesla.
It's Teslaw,
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
according to the Beast.
Yeah. Who did he get taken by? Detroit.
Detroit. Now this is a player where boy, the profile's not great, but he's fun to watch. I know I listened to it on the Coach Flynn show. He's fun to watch.
Flashes are good, big, athletic, and the athleticism shows up on film.
Yeah.
Didn't put the ball on the ground. Flashes as a route runner, but definitely needs to get better. Landon Jackson off the board.
To New Orleans?
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
New Orleans took.
Okay.
We're a couple picks ahead
Gotcha.
now.
Okay.
New Orleans is taking Broughton from Texas.
Oh, okay.
Then Buffalo's going to take Landon Jackson. Tesla. What's tricky about it, man, is that he started at that small school. He was like Hillsdale College, I think.
Yep.
And then transfers up to Arkansas.
That's the alma mater of Tom Heckert.
Oh, there you go. Good one.
What? What? What is funny about
Listen, it needed to be said.
that? All right, I get it.
It's good.
But yeah, that's a tricky.
Spoken like someone who's had to write about Tom Heckert in the past 2 years at least.
Actually, he got a very casual mention, and he wasn't a prominent part of the franchise.
He was in there.
He was in there. That's
Yeah,
true. He
okay.
was in there. Yep.
You must have at least done your research on him.
Oh, of course.
Did Hillsdale get a
Hillsdale
name
didn't.
drop?
Hillsdale did
Got it.
not. No, there was a few other small schools that did, but Grand Valley State got in there, but Hillsdale did not.
I do find that Buffalo, as long as I've been doing the shadow draft, is actually often a team that is drafting some of my guys.
Yeah.
What's going to be the shadow draft status? Like, are we going to get a show with the shadow draft, or is it going to be?
Oh.
Because
Well, yeah, I'm not going to be on the show next week.
Yeah.
I might do the writing. But
okay.
we'll
No,
see.
I'm not even thinking about the writing,
Yeah.
but like it's always a fun show to
I could do it. I could do it the week after if
Yeah,
you want.
yeah, we can wait for the week after. Yeah.
I like that.
That's fine.
Gives us something to look forward to
There you go.
on your return.
And we got the schedule release. What day?
Wednesday. Big news. The schedule. So that schedule release comes out on May 14th, Wednesday night.
We're
And
over
then-
700 likes now.
And
Chat.
the NFL also announced tonight that they're coming out with they're having like the City Connect type jerseys. You know how? So that's starting. I think in 27 teams will have more alternate jerseys. I'll say this. Kids love those, man. Like they're not geared toward adults.
Yeah.
You know, kids love the City Connect type jerseys. So
All right. You want to do our guys? Oh no, we're waiting for Mukuba.
yeah, we're gonna have them. I think our guys will be good for tomorrow at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
Because
was
we
your
can
guys'
mention-
approach with our guys? They were mostly like the day 3 types, right?
Mostly, I had a couple.
I had a couple
Day one, day
French.
two. Actually, I don't know if I had any day one guys. I had
Yeah.
a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just guys, you're higher on.
Yeah,
the
guys that were higher on the
yeah.
consensus.
Yeah, those are fun.
One of mine went in the first round.
No surprise.
James Pierce Jr. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think that's okay. I
counting-
think,
yeah, exactly.
Although apparently you don't love him as much
As much
as
Terry
Fontenot
Fontenot.
did.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
Starting corner off the board, potentially starting corner off the board. Azaria Thomas, the corner from Florida State.
I like Azaria
Goes
Thomas.
to the Jets. He
He's
can't
slow.
run. Yeah,
Yeah.
he can't run. But even like
Got to
on
be in a
film,
specific
yeah.
system.
Yeah.
What's up with Revel?
Yeah, I
The
mean, I guess
ACL.
the profile, I guess, that hasn't played a ton, smaller school, coming off the ACL.
Iced coffee's gone. It was a good run.
It's a good run. I had 2 ventis today, and I'm feeling it.
I did get a nap today.
You did. Nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
How long?
It was a pretty good nap. Might have been about 2 hours.
Wow.
Did you sleep? Did you do the sleep while the baby sleeps?
Well, this was Rachel and her mom,
Got it.
who was in town, took the baby out for a little walk and
Nice.
go get a little lunch somewhere. So that's when
Nice. Took
How are the
advantage.
kids handling the adjustment?
they've been amazing.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I've been like blown away by how great they've been
That's
so
awesome.
far. Yeah, it's been wonderful. So that was a nice nap.
Sure.
Didn't get a ton of sleep last night, but that's
No.
okay. Nobody's complaining.
Yeah, this. I'm just like, all
It's
right,
thin.
It's thin. It's thin, man. It's just getting thinner. It's just getting
Like my hair.
We got
Your hair looks great. Yeah.
Thanks.
Your hair
Zach.
looks great. Yeah.
23 picks away from the Eagles' next selection. It's a lot of players that are going
Yeah.
between now and then.
So
And
was it-
what's disappointing is that probably the best position that you could hope for guys to fall is safety.
safety. Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
So
Offensive line, it looks like there'll be some guys there. Defensive line, I think there'll be some options. Corner. There's some corners that I like that are still out there.
they gotta pick somebody on offense.
Yeah, and there are some receivers. I'm shocked that Jalen Knoll hasn't gone. Jalen Lane's a player that I like too from Virginia Tech.
Yeah, crazy explosive numbers.
Yes.
As a jumper
Yep, both players.
that we talked about.
Yep.
I'm with you, Zach. You were out. I would be intrigued by Emmanwori.
Oh yeah, he's the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Well, I'll discuss him tomorrow. But
Well,
he's the wide receiver there who, because he's
That's
my
one of your
guy.
Got
Yeah.
it. Got
get
it.
it.
And I mean, I have the Canadian allegiance to him as
right.
well. But man, I mean, you watch that. I don't know if they do that in Canada, but you watch him against Travis Hunter, man, and you would think this guy's going to be like first team All Pro.
Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, he had that big game against them.
I want the Eagles at this. Now, listen, you know that I think Tanner McKee is an all-pro caliber quarterback. But I do think the most fun thing that could happen tonight now is them taking a quarterback, either Sheduer or Jalen Milroe. I think that would be a lot of fun. If we're going team content.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think Sheduer's the content king there, right? I mean, Sheduer's, but I wonder if the Eagles are going to trade out at the third. We'll see.
Yeah, I could see that.
We'll see. I mean, this hasn't been so good. This hasn't been good so far for our trade predictions, right? I mean, everything's kind of been chalk for them so
Yeah.
far.
Man, I can't believe there really must be something dire medically with Landon Jackson because
For him to go this late.
Yeah.
Yeah, early third was definitely later than I anticipated.
Yeah, I think it's the lack of pass rush juice. I mean, that's what I kept hearing relative to some of these other edge rushers.
You might have been when you I think it might have been when you stepped out to go to the bathroom. I'd gotten a message that medical was
medical.
was the reason
Okay,
why.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was the
interesting.
reason why.
All right. How's everybody feeling? We're settling in. We've got 23 picks to go before the Eagles are up at 96, unless they move up.
And what should my plan be in that? Is there enough time? They make the pick. I talk about it, then I head to NovaCare. Because
Good question.
there's those comp picks afterwards.
Yeah.
There's 1, 2. Oh, there's a decent amount.
There's a decent amount. Maybe Howie comes down, but I think
There's
Howie's
not
six-
that many.
Yeah, it's 6 players.
So I should probably think about heading over there soon. But
Probably.
then I'm on the road for Mukuba. Although I don't need to see Mukuba, I can do that in the car.
I'm going to jump on to do Denver.
Okay, I'll
gonna
wait
go
for you
on-
to leave Denver.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
you
go-
got a
I'll
ways
go
to
with
go.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'll go
I don't
with
think you need to
DNVR.
go before 80 84?
84. That's good with me.
Something like that. Maybe a couple picks earlier, you could go and get another bite of food on the way over.
Well, they got the chickies and Pete's in the.
Oh.
But they'll be sitting there a few hours at that point.
The cafeteria on draft
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah, back.
But the best is Saturday morning. That's a great.
Saturday morning was the breakfast. Yes.
Yeah, they used to
I
let
know-
us
I know
there.
there, yep.
They used to let us there, not anymore.
Yep.
So now they bring in the food. But
I like this point by Kevin in the chat, who says maybe the better move would have been to take Fannin at 64, and then whichever safety falls to you in the 90s. And if you're gaming it out that way, maybe that would have worked better if they loved Fannin.
well, that's the question of the horizontal board versus the vertical board, right? And because there were more safety, it was pretty scattered. I got to think, Mukuba was a targeted player for the Eagles. I did ask Howie the other day about drafting at the bottom of rounds, right? And the lessons from the 18 draft. And the thing that he said is like you have to kind of hone in on guys that you really want. And I imagine Mukuba was a guy that they really wanted. Now, again, I don't know the board for the other teams. The Eagles don't know the board for the other teams. Howie does a good job typically with valuation on players. He gets a sense of the range. But, there is a major drop-off now at tight end to the point that I'm kind of with. I think the best situation for Goddard and the Eagles is for Goddard to come back.
I agree.
Yep. I think so too.
Now
It's a big swing for
Flu
World Order.
Yeah.
Yes, which
It's
we're all
just
rooting for.
it's easy for me to say I'm not controlling Goddard's wallet, right? But again, I don't know what money Goddard's getting.
Right.
So I don't know if a team's giving Goddard what he wants. So that's
agree.
the question. And I guess I'll pick my head up after the draft and look at tight end depth charts. But yeah, I
wonder if Donald Parham is available. Hashtag Parham watch.
Might be going to New Orleans though.
2K5.
True. Yeah, the Kellen Moore. Good point.
Do you need to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, we'll be back in a bit.
Let's hit up those super chats as Fran takes a little stroll with Brinny. Musa, what will it take to get a ZB?
Yeah,
nip?
this isn't happening. Okay, I'm preserving my professionalism. I appreciate the sentiment. I'm flattered.
You're a sex symbol, man. Embrace it.
I'm flattered that you ask. The shirt's staying on.
Okay, the nips are staying covered. Andrew O'Rourke says, is Laken Vakalahi on track to be a backup option? Good question, Zach.
Yeah, so he's on the international exemption again. So we'll see him this summer. I don't think so yet. I mean, it took Jordan Mailata 3 years to even be able to get on the field, right? And now I know there was injury year one, but really it took him 3 years. Laken Vakalahi, it's a similar type of progression. He's not the athlete that Mailata was, so he was with the team last year. He was with the team throughout that. I think this is another year of them taking advantage of the international exemption. I think if he's a player for them, it'll be next season, not this season.
It's probably right, but it's just keep him in the back of your mind. Sure. He's still here. Who knows?
He's like 21 years old, 22 years
Let's
old.
be Vic Fangio. Let's nobody put a ceiling on the guy.
That's true.
Next up, we have Tyler, who says, ZB, word on the street is you're Donald ducking it behind the desk right now. Would you be willing to stand up and give us a spin? How dare you?
What does
Tyler?
Donald ducking mean?
That means you're wearing clothes up top and nothing on the bottom.
Oh, no, I'm wearing dark.
I can confirm.
Yeah, I'm wearing dark pants and Air Force Ones. Okay? So
Air Force Ones.
Yeah.
Good for you. Mm-hmm. How dare you? How dare you, Polar Jam? That's not Polar Jam. Polar Jam says, between Tyler Steen and Kenyon Green, do they really need a guard? Yeah. The later the draft goes, feels like the odds of getting someone they like more than them drops. That's probably fair.
Yeah, I didn't view guard as a need. I viewed it more like
upgradable.
Exactly, and we always talk about them getting that tackle early, right? Which I agree with everything you said leading up to the draft. I still think that was a real consideration for them. It wasn't a great tackle draft class, of course, but I think that it's more you if you take a tackle early, someone who can move over to guard. after that, I don't think there was ever a situation where I was like, all right, their 3rd round pick needs to be the starting guard next year. No, I mean, I think part of the Kenyon Green acquisition is to compete with Steen, and I think that they want to see what Steen can do. Steen was drafted earlier than the pick that's on the board right now. Steen was like what, the 1st pick or the 2nd pick of the 3rd round.
I think you're right that I think they feel like between those two guys, and I mean, if you want to get aggressive, throw Matt Pryor in there, and you've also got Trevor Keegan, who is still kicking around. They would hope that they could get by, but I think that I just think there was a scenario where they saw someone in the first 2 rounds who was a potential tackle or even just a plug and play day one really good guard, and that was a spot where they could have addressed. Yeah,
you're right. I have a quote here from Steve Sarkisian that the Eagles sent out.
They call him Sark.
Sark. What a great addition to our program Andrew was, not just as a player, but as a leader, a teammate, and a tremendous example of hard work and dedication. He just puts his head down, gives it all he's got all the time, and is an incredible teammate. He was a really good football player for us this year who helped us win a lot of games, made big plays, and always stepped up when he was needed. Andrew was very versatile, played well in the run game, is excellent in pass defense, has some position flexibility. I think the Eagles will see his practice habits, his preparation, and the things that lead to positive performances on game day will really make him a great pro. Those are characteristics he had that will serve him well in the NFL.
Too long of a quote for the post-draft thing, and too obvious that he didn't write it himself, I would say.
Oh, you don't think he said that and they transcribed it?
Yeah, it's because it doesn't sound like spoken.
Interesting.
It sounds written.
Written.
And I don't think he sat down and wrote that whole thing.
Okay. So I'll say Steve Sarkisian in a statement.
Yeah.
How about that? In a statement about Andrew Mukuba.
Yeah. I'm sure they've got plenty of good PR people at Texas.
Oh, I imagine
they
they
got
do.
lots of people.
Yeah, I imagine they do. You like Austin?
I like an Austin, yeah.
Awesome city.
Good food city.
Great food city. Every type of food you can want. Like in the internet.
I mean, yeah, that's true. There's a lot of good,
Yeah, I mean, it's a very eclectic city,
sure.
Right? Big fan of Austin.
Did you ever go to the bats under the bridge?
No,
I've seen the bats.
Bats? It's like food trucks?
No, it's bats. Yeah.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about like a restaurant. No. Oh, no. Are you a bat guy?
No, this is a famous thing about.
Do you want to see bats?
Austin, that like when dusk comes, there's the big exodus of the bats from under the bridge.
Okay. I don't think I've ever seen a bat. No. I'm trying to think of what
How about
context.
at the zoo?
Well, yeah, but
Okay.
like in
the
real life,
wild?
like where in your. That's about you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
My dad built a bat. So
This is Shotgun Chris.
Yes.
Yep. So
who
my
is like Forrest Gump. He hangs out with Saquon. He's everywhere. Yeah.
so at my parents' house, there's like my dad built like a bat house up in the tree where the bats like literally live because they have a bunch of fruit trees. So the bats at night come out and will eat all the bugs and stuff to keep them from like attacking the trees and stuff. So it keeps all the gnats and mosquitoes away.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it makes it not so buggy.
Yeah. So
right.
there's
Have they ever
bees.
come into the house though?
No.
Okay.
No. But I have been hit by one because we were like, if you throw something up in the air, they'll think it's a bug, so they'll fly by.
Okay.
So
did you then have to go get checked for rabies or whatever, or just a flyby?
Just a flyby.
I remember this happened at camp a couple times. People got a bat in the bunk, and then they had to get tested for rabies.
Yeah. That's
A lot of like chasing the bat with a broom.
Are you able to
Trying
catch
to
it?
whack it.
You're
Well, no,
trying to
you're trying to get it out.
I always think of the Office episode where, where Jim acted like he was a vampire. Yeah. And he got bitten by a bat.
Is it the one Meredith?
I think of the Manu Ginobili.
Oh yes, I
Just
do
taking
remember
it down
yes.
with a SWAT all by himself.
That I do remember.
That is badass.
So I suppose I've seen a bat on TV, and I've seen a lot of Batman movies.
You've seen a lot of Batman movies?
Oh, a lot of When I was younger, I was really into
Like the George Clooney Batman?
I saw the George Clooney. I mean, I'm thinking the Michael Keaton Batman, then the Val Kilmer Batman,
Okay.
and then the George Clooney Batman. Yeah.
Peck Nest Migrate, Keaton, Kilmer, Clooney as Batman.
I guess I would Nest Clooney, Peck Keaton, Migrate Kilmer.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know. I like George Clooney as an actor. I mean, I like him as a person. I like read a lot of interviews with him. I find him to be
Okay.
extremely insightful. I'm a sucker for how they used to have it in Esquire, the What I Said type thing. It was like a one page. It was like it was an interview, but you didn't see the questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Does the chat know what I'm talking about? What I've learned, Esquire. What I've learned. Yeah.
Okay.
And the George Clooney one was one of my favorite ones.
Okay. What do you remember about it?
I remember a few things. He was with Barack Obama, and he said to Barack Obama, what keeps you up at night? And Barack Obama said, you have to understand that, like, if something comes to me, like, then no one else can figure it. So then no one else can solve it. So everything would keep me up at the night because it means no one else can answer it. And he said, so then he said, but like, what's the one issue? And then he said the one issue. I believe it was Iran at the time.
Okay.
And then he gave an example of it was something really powerful. Like he was talking about friendship among men, and he said he has this group of friends, and Richard Schiff. If you guys know Richard Schiff, he's actually on the show now with John Mulaney. But Richard Schiff's like in this group of like 5 or 6 friends that they have, and Richard Schiff's father passed away, and I
can't believe how well you remember this.
yeah, it was a really powerful scene, and it was like a big difference between like guys and I don't want to generalize, but like
Guys and dolls.
no, like men and women, is that your group of friends, you might not talk all the time, right? And he said like they don't talk to each other all the time, they don't see each other all the time, but he was talking about like men friendship, and he said that they got a note from Richard Schiff that my father passed away. The funeral Saturday. I don't want you guys don't have. He just kind of told him that, or I don't even know if he told him when the funeral was. Anyways, George Clooney gets a plane and picks up all the friends, and they don't tell him, and they're there in the back of the synagogue where the funeral is, and Richard Schiff's giving his eulogy. And he looks out and he sees like his closest friends, and he's like that's what friendship is. He's like we don't talk, but like you're there, and that was always really striking to me. So that stood out. So anyways,
That's good. That's
I
memorable.
remember-
But I also
yeah.
think that's there is also room for communication in there. It doesn't have to be just silent showing up. There are other ways to do it.
Yeah, or not Richard Schiff, Richard Kind. That's what it was. Sorry. I don't know why I said Richard Schiff. Richard Kind. Richard Kind.
Maybe
is who
Richard
it was.
Jenkins.
Richard Kind. Anyways, but then I've read a lot of like essays from George Clooney and interviews with him, and he's an impressive person. So
It's funny that Richard Kind is part of George Clooney's close friend group.
yeah, I guess they came up in Hollywood at the same time. I don't know, but anyways, that was how we got on that topic from Batman. What's your favorite?
Well,
Batman?
let's go through
Okay.
let's go through some of the most recent picks because there's an interesting
Oh,
one
the picks. We are doing a draft show. Okay.
in the NFC East.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys taking Siobhan Revel, one of Fran's favorite players in the draft, the cornerback from East Carolina. That will be an interesting one to follow.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos drafting Illinois wide receiver Pat Bryant, which is a bit of a reach as far
Yeah.
as I'm concerned, but do what you like. Sean Payton might be a couple Paps Light steep by now. San Francisco drafting Oklahoma State linebacker Nick Martin, and then Carolina. Everybody's so mad that they didn't address defense on day one, even though I kind of like the Tet McMillan pick. They're drafting Mississippi edge Princely Umanmielen, which is a fun name.
Oh, okay.
Texans are. So who did the Cardinals pick?
That's coming up on.
Chris saying
on
that
TV now.
the Texans at 79 drafted Jalen Knoll from Iowa State. Explosive. A little old.
Jalen Knoll, though, was Fran's favorite. He might be Fran's my guy. He was
liked
real
Jalen
high
Knoll, yes.
on Fran's ranking. There was one person in there that so Princely. I liked him 2 years ago at Florida. He transferred to Ole Miss. Ole Miss paid all that transfer money. I didn't think he was as good last year or made the jump that I expected. But yeah, this
Great
is
name. I'm surprised that the after the Mukuba pick, more safeties haven't gone.
No, you're right.
Sanker, Xavier Watts, Kevin Winston Jr. all still available.
You're right.
All right. I mean, we're close enough. They're not quite on the lower.
Yeah. Who was
But-
your third round pick in your mock?
I think I maybe had them trading the third round pick
Okay.
as part of a move up.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Yeah, I did not have them making a third round pick.
I had them going Charles Grant. Charles Grant's still,
I could see
Still
that.
possibility
That's very possible.
and Charles Grant is a tackle that I really like.
In fact, if I was setting odds, I might make Charles Grant the shortest odds of a pick for the Eagles in this round right now.
Now, Fran had Jalen Travis going.
Jordan
in the-
Birch from Oregon, the edge, is who goes to Arizona at 78.
Fran had Jalen Travis in the third round. I had Jalen Travis in the fifth round, so a bit of a spread there. But tackle would be a spot to watch here. You're kind of looking probably for like a developmental or potential swing tackle type at this point.
I wonder about Cameron Williams.
Me too.
The big Texas tackle.
Yeah, huge,
who,
long arms.
Enormous, really big hands, bigger than really we've ever seen from an elite offensive lineman. Extremely raw and relatively low on Fran's board. But if you're thinking about the Jeff Stoutland critical factors, like let's get this guy to Stoutland you, and if anybody can get 90% of his upside out of him, we're the place to do it. He's enormous.
Yes.
That's a pick where I could be. I would almost rather that pick than Charles Grant because we're thinking about some real upside.
Yeah, 1 year starter, right? So you would think a big developmental curve ahead. I think he dropped down from like 380 to 340, but I mean, his wingspan's probably this, the size of this room, right? I mean, he's big, he's long. So I could absolutely see that. That would be an interesting name. Charles Grant was just someone I kind of had targeted early on in this draft process, even before the Eagles brought him in, because smaller school, William & Mary, but you see the athleticism, you see the length that he has, a wrestler in high school, and as we heard from Brandon Thorne, that comes through in his film. So Charles Grant, I thought would be interesting, but Cameron Williams is a big school project, really young, and that would intrigue me.
Interesting. The Texans, so they drafted Jalen Knoll. They also drafted Jaden Higgins.
So
they kept the two Iowa State wide receivers together.
Yeah. Next thing you know, they're going to take Rocco Becht. Do you know who Rocco Becht is?
No, of course not.
He's a quarterback, so it makes sense. You know who Rocco Becht's father is?
Beck, the singer.
He's a tight end from the Philly area. Played for the Jets. He's been on Anthony's show.
Anthony Becht?
Anthony Becht's
Really?
son, Rocco, is the quarterback at Iowa State.
Okay, I remember Anthony Becht.
Yes.
Nice.
And he's from...
Is he in this draft or he's still there?
No, he's going back next year. But decent player. Coach Flynn liked him, I believe, when he was watching film of the Iowa State receivers.
Who else jumps to mind when you think of Iowa State?
I mean, I can give you 30 players from Iowa State. But Troy Davis is the one when I was younger.
Okay. Royce White?
Oh, we're going basketball?
I mean, you do anything you want.
Yeah, I mean, so, Fred Hoiberg's the mayor.
Sure.
Right? You go before that, Larry Eustace had a tough trip.
Think about those co-eds.
Yeah.
There's a guy who liked the student union.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. I don't think he liked the student union. He liked
Justin Walley going off the board to the Indianapolis Colts, the Minnesota corner.
He liked the Greek life, not the student union. Right? Yeah.
Well, but I mean, how do you think he gets the invites to those parties? He's got to show up with the student union first. I like how Julia popped for Larry Eustace.
Did you know that?
Eustace
Did you know the story?
Oh.
Oh, you know the story.
I thought you were laughing at Larry Eustace.
Oh, okay. He was an Iowa State basketball coach who, after a road trip, went to a college party and
Like in the hot tub.
lost his job. Okay. Before that was Tim Floyd. At Iowa State, their football coaches, they had Gene Chizik for a year. Then he goes to Auburn. Now they have Matt Campbell, as we all know.
As we all know, yeah. Justin Walley, I liked. Eagles brought him in for a visit. Nice, movable player in the secondary. Would have made sense for the Eagles, but I don't know if they would have gone quite this high on him.
And Julia and Chris, just to update you, the Eagles haven't been able to track down Mukuba for. They tracked him down to tell him he was drafted.
I hope he's not A-ball.
No, they haven't. They haven't tracked him down for the video conference with the media. So that's why we haven't gotten it yet. Sorry to keep you.
Brock Purdy, of course, from Iowa State.
Of course, and he was the predecessor, I believe, for Rocco Becht.
Rocco Becht. That's a good name. Tim Crumry. What a great name. Let's see if they can take someone older than the last player they took. Wow, they drafted George Clooney.
They took another old guy, Dillon
Fairchild, the guard from Georgia.
Yes.
Cincinnati Bengals, always in search of offensive line help.
That is true. And they like Georgia offensive linemen in the past. Marius Mims last year, Cordy Glenn in the past.
Cordy Glenn getting a pop. Love that on day 2.
They like Georgia. They took David Pollock one year.
Wow.
They took David Green. So yeah, they took AJ Green. Are you just watching me drink this water?
Of course I'm watching you drink this water. Here comes the two-hander.
Can we pan the video to him? I'm self-conscious right now.
Can we zoom in?
Okay, about the
The
water.
two-hander. Easily the highlight of the weekend is this water bottle.
So we got, I'll tell you how many ounces here. 50.7 ounces.
Well, it's that 0.7 that puts it over the top.
Yeah. What's it? Yeah, I have it cool because I'm embarrassed to keep going. I should have brought it out when I had the pizza.
Yeah. How about this for the likes? You chug the water.
For the likes, sure. But we'll do it tomorrow, okay? We'll do it tomorrow. Not today.
Will you have the same water?
I'll stop and pick it up. The deal's through the weekend.
But I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, so yeah, we miss you. But
The deal is through the weekend.
The deal is through the weekend. But I'm gonna be a little tight on time tonight.
Okay.
I will do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow, if we get,
if you're watching us on Saturday,
if we get to 1,000 likes
I will
before Zach leaves tonight, he will chug a big thing of water on the show tomorrow.
Yes.
I can't wait for that.
But it was about the wrath of ZB's mother-in-law. No, my mother-in-law wants me hydrated, so yeah.
And we want him eating too.
Yeah. She appreciated. I haven't looked at my text here. She says she can go to sleep knowing that I ate something. So glad someone. Yeah. So and she really enjoys the show. Big fans of Bo Wolf.
Shout out. What did you say to Pop earlier?
My grandfather?
Yeah.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
What's going on? All right, let's go to the super chats that we have not picked off yet.
By the way, Sheduer Sanders is not going to go here, according to the Steelers, according to Michael Silver.
Oh, interesting. Idiot Sandwich says, shout out to the Wolves. Bo's here days after third child for the team. Rachel making his appearance here tonight possible by being Supermom Dream Team. Thank you very much. And thank you to my mother-in-law for helping out while we do that.
Agreed.
Steve Whitaker. Bo, what 3 pitchers did you try to emulate back in your days on the mound? Oof.
Good one.
What a good question. This is not the answer, but there was a point early in my high school career where mechanically I loved Chris Benson's mechanics when Chris Benson was on the Pirates. He had a beautiful motion.
Yeah.
Motion-wise, the other one, Tim Hudson had that really long stride.
Yes.
Love the Tim Hudson long stride and like the little rock at the top of the delivery. Loved that. But then you're also thinking like everybody thinks they've got a little intimidation in them, and you're like, you know, a little Pedro brush them back.
Sure.
You're hoping you have a little bit of that. And then I would say, I mean, those are the ones that come to mind. And then, you know, like a big hook and curveball, and my willingness to throw it, you know, behind in the count. I don't know if there was a particular pitcher who had that I was thinking of, but that was part of the deal. So thank you for that memory trip down memory lane, Steve. I still feel in my mind like I would like all the body movement of being a pitcher and just like feeling like you're a pitcher. I still just like I have that in my head all day long. Not all day long, but like I could flip that on. I just always feel very comfortable on the baseball field.
If you went out there and pitched, how would you do?
Against who?
Just against friends. By the way, we have Mukuba coming any minute.
Okay. And the Titans now taking Kevin Winston Jr.
Okay.
Some 18 picks later.
I mean, would you throw hard? Would you?
No, my arm is dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know. I wish. Yeah. 38 years old. You know, haven't.
When was the last time you pitched?
In a while.
Yeah. When was the last time you pitched?
I don't know. Probably 15 years ago as a baseball. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I have a catch every
How many
now and
pitches
then,
did you throw?
I mean, I was
Fastball, changeup, curve. What else?
Yeah, well, you got a 4-seam, you got a 2-seam.
Yep.
Experimented with the slider for a little bit. Threw a splitter a little bit.
Really?
And then, you know, different kinds of changeups as you're trying to change your feel.
A circle.
Yeah, and then just like the four-hander.
Mm-hmm.
But fastball, curveball change primarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
We can sneak another one in here before Mukuba comes up. What else do we have?
Vinny T. We love that. Just the generous super chat. Thank you for that, Vinny T.
Yeah, Mukuba's coming on now. All
All right, do we have it? We're gonna maybe bring you the newest Eagle, safety Andrew Mukuba.
He'll be here any minute. Yep.
From Texas by way of Clemson. So he went orange to orange. Going to be a difficult projection to green for him, I would imagine.
You think so?
Yeah. Would have been better for him to go to the Bengals.
Oh, probably so. Yeah, or the Broncos.
Or the Browns potentially.
Or the Browns potentially.
How do you feel about the Browns not being brown?
Their helmet's orange, but their jersey's brown.
Yeah, but the helmet's orange. Why aren't they the Cleveland Oranges?
The jersey's brown. So
some of it.
Caleb Johnson, that's a very easy one to project to the Steelers. The Iowa.
Great. Yeah.
That's the perfect combination.
I really am. This is a new fascination of mine. Is the jersey color easy transition.
You see,
that's a really good one.
This is the analysis you're not getting on NFL Network right now.
I love that. I mean, he looks like a Steeler. That's perfect.
They're going between offensive tackles and vision and field. They're not giving you anything about jersey.
I mean, you know, Andy Weidl's going to bed at night. He's like, man, can I imagine Caleb Johnson in this offense? Yes, very easily.
Yeah. By the way, man, this is like hurry up and wait. We get let into the Zoom, but Mukuba doesn't come onto the screen. I'm gonna have to roll over to NovaCare soon. The Eagles.
Yeah, you might.
You know what? At this point, I'm just gonna ride it here. I'll just wait
here
here
if you need to. Fran will be back soon. We can carry it, especially if Mukuba starts.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We'll see about Mukuba starting.
Caleb Johnson.
Yeah. Once it comes up.
Did you have a favorite name in the name guide?
The name guide was amazing this year. I loved it. There was one about a date that was really funny.
Stone Handy?
Yes, the Stone Handy one I thought was.
And I think it was good that it was informed by you. Third date.
Specifically,
worst third date.
Yeah. I haven't. We haven't talked about Colorado.
We haven't talked about Colorado.
I met our man Shay.
What did you learn? Did you learn any more about Bean Girl?
Well, Shay and Sheil were talking about being girl for a while, and
Really?
and Sheil's daughter was giving terrific advice about being girl.
Oh,
apparently.
I heard you say that.
Yeah, we
I heard
talked
you
about
say
that.
to Fran.
Yeah. But yeah, it was great seeing Shay. But the name guide. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we got Mukuba coming up.
Andrew Mukuba,
Coming up any minute.
courtesy of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Will you hear my audio when we put it on when he comes up? Would I have to go to a different room? Okay. I'm gonna actually jump in the car and.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna wait for Mukuba to come up here. I don't want to leave you on.
The Chiefs have traded
sit by
up
yourself.
to 85. They must love somebody. Marcus Bowe, Charles Grant. Scadaboo, that'd be fun. Yeah, that's true. There's some fun running backs available. Bashal Tootin, I like. DJ Giddens, we both like.
Yeah, we did both like DJ Giddens. Man, Mukuba, come on, man.
Let's see who the Chiefs have. Moving up for Noel Williams, the California corner.
He was in the name guide, wasn't he?
I don't think he was. And I mean, a lot of people on the cutting room floor of the name guide as well.
I sent it over to Hirschfield.
Did you?
Yeah. Mukuba is coming on now. The Eagles just tweeted out that here he comes up. Yep. So we can go to him, and I will see you guys from NovaCare.
Beautiful. We love you.
I feel very strongly about being on the show, and strongly I love doing this show, okay, with all of you.
Yeah.
That's EJ
Here, EJ.
Smith's voice. It's on the Eagles. You got it? It's on the Eagles Twitter account? Yeah, it's on there. Okay.
Chiefs so far: Josh Simmons, Omar Norman, Lot Ashton Gelati, and Noel Williams. Bum 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 bum, bada bum bum bum. Eagles, they're not too far away.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over there. You can hold serve until Mukuba gets back. This has been awesome, and I will be on. Looking forward to breaking that pick.
Oh yeah, we got to get you on to break it. Beautiful. The chat is saying that they love you, Zach.
I love that they watch us, and I love them collectively.
But not individually. It's important. He loves you as a collective, but you individually are nothing but piss in the wind.
Gotta wait for like the 30th date for that.
The 30th date? I feel like that's about right. All right, let's see if we're getting Mukuba live on the show. Otherwise, we can play the name game as the Eagles pick approaches. I still think they would like to add somebody on offense. Charles Grant, we've talked about. Emory Jones, we haven't mentioned, is an LSU offensive lineman who Fran likes a little bit. Could be a possibility. Cameron Williams, we did talk about. Miles Frazier, the other LSU offensive lineman. Of course, we all remember the exciting story of Zach going to that LSU game, expecting to watch one of them, and then somebody saying, no, watch the other one. So do we have Mukuba here? You know, this is a classic trope of Eagles game or draft weekend Zooms, is the fan going in the background. I feel like this has happened many times.
Had some good conversations, but in general, overall, I feel like I had a pretty good process with the whole, draft process. But as far as, talking to Philly throughout the draft process, I mean, I met with them a few times, had a few good conversations, but, I wasn't, how can I put this together? I'm sorry, I'm lost for words, man. It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit, but I know throughout this whole process, I just left everything in God's hands. So, but I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I'm with the Eagles, and I'm glad I'm ready to compete in everything.
We'll go to John and then Jeff. Congratulations. First of all, saw a little bit of party you had. There was a clip. What was the day like for you in that moment you got drafted and everybody sort of erupted around you?
Man, it was a day full of emotions, man. Emotions all over the place, different emotions, those sort of things. So I mean, overall, I mean, I was sitting there just waiting for my phone to ring, man. And as soon as I seen who it was, you should have seen how fast I jumped out my seat. But I mean, emotions are everywhere. Everybody excited. I'm excited. I'm happy, man. You know, I feel like I'm in a great situation, a great position.
We'll go to Jeff and then Dave.
Andrew, I guess you probably know that you're not the biggest size safety out there, but you still seem to play with a lot of physicality in college. You know, how did you offset perhaps what you lacked in size with still being able to be physical and to, come down and meet guys against the run from the post?
I mean, size never really that never really bothered me. To be honest, I feel like with how much I weigh or how tall I am, how big I am, I can still go out there and play the game at a physical level with a lot of physicality. So, I mean, that never bothered me. I mean, it is what it is. But I feel like despite everything, I still go out there and compete, go out there and play hard, and be as physical as everybody else. So I feel like it don't bother me. It don't really matter to me.
We'll go to Dave and then Jeff.
Andrew, congratulations. What did this last year playing at Texas mean to you? And two of your teammates, Jade and Michael, what do they mean to you? How far do you guys go back?
I mean, playing this last year at Texas was an honor, and a blessing, to be honest with you, because I grew up in Austin, Texas, and from Austin, Texas, growing up, all is hook me your whole life. So just being able to do that at the highest level in one of the best conferences in college. I mean, it was definitely amazing. Oh, shit.
We'll go to Jeff and then Martin.
That's good.
Andrew, congratulations and
Get outta
welcome
here,
to Philly.
man.
I saw when you left Clemson for Texas, you said you felt like you weren't getting better. Where did you feel like you needed to improve your game that year when you went to Texas?
I mean, I'm a guy of self awareness.
Anybody who's ever been on a Zoom can relate to that.
I wasn't putting myself in position to be able to be successful. So I'm a guy that's very very self aware. I knew what I had to do, and I knew exactly what situation I wanted to be in for me to be able to succeed. So that's all it came down to.
Now, if it was me and I was the buddy, I mean,
Brooks.
I'm trying to do something silly in that background.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't move.
How do you see yourself fitting in the Eagles secondary? I know you've played both nickel and safety. I mean, do you see yourself like in one position, both? I mean, how do you see where you fit here?
I mean, for me, I'm an unselfish guy. So whatever is needed for the team, at the moment, like you said, I'm versatile. So I'm a guy that can come in and fill in whatever is needed at the time, whether that's nickel or safety. So I mean, I'm just looking forward to it. Whatever the coaches feel like is best fit for the team, then I'm willing to do that. At a high level.
We'll go to Brooks here.
Hey, congrats, man. I'm curious because you had your most successful 2 years under Venables and Kwiatkowski, a couple of really inventive defensive guys. What did they, in the way that they played defense, unlock out of you coming up from safety? What were the things that you noticed that they had and how they used you?
I feel like I was throwing early. When I played as a true freshman, I had to learn a lot as a true freshman, and I feel like it helped me get to this point. Just going through that, seeing everything I seen, being taught everything I was taught. Coming in young, I feel like that's just an advantage for me now. Coming in my last year, I feel like as far as like my football knowledge and everything, I was right where I needed to be at. But it was an amazing time. But I feel like I just learned a lot with my both places, and I feel like I'm still learning at this point. I've learned everything, but I've gotten a lot out of the DCs I've played for.
We have time for two more, so we'll go to Ed and then Dave.
Yeah, congratulations, Andrew. I read where you were born in Zimbabwe and you immigrated here when you were 9 years old. What led you to football? How did you get into it? When was your first exposure with it?
Like when I was 12, go 6th grade. Me and my little brother, I always wanted to play football, but we couldn't make it happen very early, due to different circumstances. But we finally got into football, me and my little brother, and then we just went on from there. Went through middle school, high school, college, and obviously I'm at this point sitting in front of y'all. But I mean, I football from the day I started watching it, and I always wanted to play. And once I got the chance to play, this was his.
How old is your younger brother, and what's his name, if I could ask?
Mukuba. He's 19. He plays receiver right now. Sam Houston.
Thank you.
We'll end with Dave here.
Hey, Andrew, obviously a unique background for you. I know you didn't, you were pretty young when you moved to the States, but how did that background kind of shape you as a person and as a football player?
And I believe, everything you go through, I feel like that helps you and help you make who you are at the end. So then different things, and just the little things I feel like people don't see and people aren't as they should be. It's kind of like the main thing with me. But just learning out at a young age, I feel like that kind of helped me with my journey as far as just staying level headed, just working hard, dedication, everything that it takes to get to this point.
Thank you, Andrew, for the time, and congrats again.
Now, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all for having me on here.
All right, there you have it. Andrew Mukuba. Good to hear from the young man. Will be a player worth rooting for, whether you like the pick itself, value-wise, or not. Yeah, one of 7 kids immigrating from Zimbabwe when he was 8 years old. What a story. Now he gets to live his dream with the Eagles. Fantastic. All right, the Eagles are now about 6-7 picks away as Caleb Ransaw, the versatile Tulane defensive back, goes off the board to the Jaguars, who have 2 picks in a row. They just traded up to 89. That will be interesting. Some other picks recently to make you aware of. Savion Williams, the sort of Laviska Shenault-esque wide receiver from TCU, goes to the Green Bay Packers. So that after losing to the Eagles in the playoffs, they felt like they needed to address the wide receiver position. They go Matthew Golden in the first round, Savion Williams in the second or in the third round. That adds to their other guys. I don't think that's making you shake in your boots if you're an Eagles fan. The Chargers, Jamari Caldwell, the defensive tackle from Oregon, and that's about it recently. So Eagles are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks away. What are they going to do? I still think that they would like to add somebody on offense. I keep shouting it. Maybe I'm just a moron. You're saying the Eagles should go Scattaboo. That would be interesting. They've already got 1 white running back. They think they need 2? Need to lead the league? Yeah, that's true. I mean, they could have exciting whites on both sides of the ball. Really zag when everybody else is zigging. Offensive line-wise, we've already talked about Charles Grant from William & Mary. We've talked about Cameron Williams and Emory Jones. Caleb Rogers, I kind of like, from Texas Tech. Had a really good short shuttle at the Combine. Sometimes that's indicative of success for offensive linemen. Marcus Bowe, we've talked about, from Purdue. People think he might have to move to center, but there's also a question about whether he could handle that. And then Jared Wilson, probably too small for the Eagles at this stage. Some wide receivers who are interesting. Stanford's Alec Eomanor. Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech, who Fran likes. Isaiah Bond, if you're looking for somebody just fast, from Texas. Ty Felton, your boy, Chris, from Maryland. And then they could go tight end if you want to be a little bit reachy with Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame or Gavin Bartholomew, as Wyatt Milam, who we talked about as a potential option for the Eagles, goes off the board at 89 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then on defense, there is probably more talent available still here. Braden Swinson from LSU on the edge. Jordan Phillips, we talked about. Joshua Farmer, I think, is interesting from Florida State. Young player with really long arms and a little bit of pass rush upside. I could see that being the pick for the Eagles here. And then the problem is the position left with the most interesting talent available is still safety. Jonas Sanker, Xavier Watts, and even Billy Bowman on the board kind of makes the Mukuba pick look a little bit early, but I'm sure the Eagles still feel happy about that. Let's check out some of the super chats as we wait the Eagles pick.
Also, Bo, the Sickos had another surprise for you while we wait for Fran. If you want to check out that box right next to you.
This box next to me?
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh. We have a surprise from the Sickos. Says, to Bo, care of Julia, Queen of the Universe, care of PHLY. This is really YouTube of us, an unboxing.
An unboxing.
What do we got here? Oh, this is. I was alerted that something was bought off the registry. This is it. This is I believe the seat for the bath.
Oh, nice.
Which is very nice. I don't think I need to open it.
You don't. Yeah, I was going to say I have a knife if you do, but
you can see the picture here. The bath seat.
Cute.
For baby Leah. Not quite ready for it yet. You know, umbilical cord's got to come out first so you can get in the submerged in water, and then even before then, you got to be able to sit up for the bath. But excited to use it. Thank you very much. Very nice of the Sickos. Very exciting. Mike Kurtz says, I said ZB's hands were small last night. They look so tiny in contrast. Ant hands. It's the water bottle. Lay off his hands.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the biggest water bottle I've ever seen. Jordan Heller, please shout out my man Mike. He loves you guys and is currently watching. He wants Kevin Winston Jr. I'm not going to read the B word, but he says, read that B out loud, Zach. Unfortunately, Kevin Winston Jr. off the board. The Eagles chose their safety, but we can shout out your man Mike anyway. Yummy Manass, putting the ass in Yummy Manass, says, how many shotguns to have Bo show some skin? I mean, it depends on what skin we're talking about, but it's going to be a lot. Mm-hmm. Maverick, 96. I always saw Tyler Steen as a tackle. His size seems to be more apropos to the outside, and that's where most of his time in college was spent. Why did he get shifted to the interior? This was, they chose, I mean, this is what they saw from him as a prospect, that he would be best moving inside. He is a little bit short-armed for tackle, but Brandon Lee Gowton has made this point before. I think some of the best we've ever seen Tyler Steen look has been when he's played tackle, and that was his training camp, his rookie year. And value-wise, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if Tyler Steen was just your swing tackle, able to back up both positions on game day. But I don't think that you're looking at him as a starting caliber tackle. I am interested now to see, I think it's going to be a real classic training camp head-to-head right guard between Kenyon Green and Tyler Steen. Unfortunately, Tyler Steen has lost that battle already in last year's competition with Mekhi Becton. I think I would probably lean slightly turkeys-wise towards Kenyon Green winning that, but I'm not so sure. Brandon from New Jersey. The tight Dominican fade, Zach. Much love. We appreciate the love for Zach's haircut. Petrus Melli says, any chance Mukuba plays nickel and DeJean goes outside? I think we did talk about that earlier. Fran addressed it. And yeah, I don't think you're moving him inside to make way for Cooper DeJean to the outside. Although I do think that there's a good chance at some point in this draft, the Eagles draft somebody who profiles more as a true slot corner to sort of replace Avonte Maddox. Ross L. Biggest surprise. Eagles haven't addressed either line. Eagles haven't addressed the offense. Eagles didn't pull off a second trade. Ooh, which is my biggest surprise? I would say my biggest surprise of those three is that they didn't trade up in the second round, probably. Now, you could argue that Jihaad Campbell was addressing the defensive line. I thought, big picture, they would want to address the offense. But given the way the board was in the second round, I'm not so surprised that they didn't do that in the second round. Ryan Madden says, a medical for Landon Jackson, too. He really is Josh Sweat. Not bad. Zach Berman's Secret Kendall with a very generous 40-banger of a donation says, follow up on NOLA restaurant recommendations. He went to Giacomo's. Surprised ZB would like a place that makes him literally walk through the kitchen. Loud but awesome. So it's like one of Zach's favorite restaurants in the whole wide world. Danilo says, do you guys think that the last drafts are too tilted in the defense direction? I mean, I don't think that it's necessarily bad, but I think it's not ideal. I think they would like it to be a little bit more balanced out. It's just not the way that the board has worked. As Josiah Stewart, the Michigan edge, goes off the board to the Los Angeles Rams. We have another super chat from Zach Berman, Secret Kendall, who says, "What N7? What a cool looking place. So many lanterns. Must have reminded him of Charlottesville." Okay, we'll move on. Tyler says, "ZB, can we get your top 5 Richards?" Fran, who's your favorite Richard?
Richard Dent.
Okay, that's a good one.
Richard from Friends.
Okay.
Tom Selleck. Richard Lewis.
Richard Lewis, that's a good one. Dick Rod.
Sure.
Richard
Of course.
Rogers.
Okay, I'll leave him off the list.
Keith Richards.
Mike Richards. Flyers.
Ricky Ricardo.
Shout out to Brenna. Ricky Ricardo, good one.
Richard Williams, Serena and Venus's dad.
Here we go. Good one. That's all I got. Richard. Yeah.
Little Richard.
Of course. Yeah, probably what I got.
Okay. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Sorry I left you hanging here. I didn't know how long you've been here.
It's kind of fun.
I guess like 15 minutes because Zach's
Like
just
3
pulling
hours.
Yeah.
Good thing we had a lot of super chats to
Jeez,
talk about.
Thank you everybody for the super chats.
We're closing in here, Fran.
Yes.
Ravens on the clock at 91, which
No
is gonna,
Sheduer yet, huh?
No Sheduer yet. The Ravens should take Sheduer. That's the place to go. Let him be Lamar's backup.
What if the Eagles take him?
What if the Eagles take him?
What if the Eagles take him?
Emory Jones Jr. going off the board to the Ravens.
He would have been on my short list, I think, for the Eagles.
Yeah. We were talking about him. All right, let's play the name game.
Name game.
Sheduer, listen. Wouldn't
Why
that be a
not?
lot of fun?
I don't know. I guess to find fun.
Do
I
you
guess.
think that the Colorado Buff Show would move to Philadelphia if they drafted Sheduer?
Sure. Oh, a quarterback just went.
Really? Milrow?
Milrow went to Seattle.
Milrow to Seattle. That's
Yeah.
interesting. That's fun for them.
Yeah. But another quarterback before Sheduer.
Yeah. I don't really like the framing that I saw today, which is like, oh, Sheduer didn't fall. Everybody's saying he's falling. This is just everybody catching up to what the NFL thought of him. I don't think that that's true. And it goes to the Jackson Dart conversation we had yesterday. Even if people were overvaluing how early Sheduer was going to go, it was pretty consensus this was the number 2 quarterback in the class, right? And I do think that the Dion of it all has probably affected his draft stock a little bit. But if you're the Eagles, like part of the reason that you would be scared off of him would be, well, if he's the starting quarterback, you know, this is going to be such a circus. Dion's going to be talking all week long. This guy's coming in expecting everything. If he is has to come in as a backup to the Super Bowl MVP, like it's a bit of a different situation.
I agree with that.
I think it's just that I think if the Eagles didn't have Tanner McKee, I think they probably would draft Sheduer Sanders. But I think they already feel very good about their backup quarterback.
I think that's true. I agree with most of what you're saying. I agree, especially with the media framing. I think that when you look at the way any conversation that I've had with NFL personnel over the course of going into the season, during the season, this off season, hasn't been like, oh, he might fall to day 3, but it was he's not a top 10 type of talent.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, I think when you factor everything else in, not just the Dion of it all, because I think you do have to put some of it on Sheduer, you know, how this whole process has gone. I think that's fair. You know, I mean, I think back to, you know, I think it was Field Yates, like mocked him falling to like the Saints at 9 in February, like right before the combine.
Right.
And Sheduer like quote tweeted it, and it was like, oh, that's cap, and like I'm not falling that far, and like it was like everybody like you know, and it's like, I think that there was there was a thought going in of what his value was, and I think the way they approached like the combine and the way they approached like the interview process evolved from that point until a few weeks ago.
So do you think that there was a complicity from the draft media to not to prop up Sheduer only because they didn't want blowback if they thought that he was actually going to fall back. They didn't want people to yell at them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for every single person in draft media.
You think there were some people who were?
I think there's
just,
some, yeah.
just going along to get along.
I mean, but that's the case with all of it. That's the case.
Yeah.
With, I think that there are a lot of people in draft media that might watch a player and say like, "Oh, I don't know," but everybody else says he's a first round pick, or everybody else says he's a top 10 pick, so I'm going to put him there because I'm not going to deviate from the groupthink of it. Which, that's their prerogative, I guess. There are other people that have watched him, and maybe they have a relationship with Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is obviously very prominent in the media, former player, has a lot of relationships. He was a kid, and they talk about him, as a player. And so it's a unique situation. And honestly, like, I think it's unfair to Sheduer, in one respect. I think he could have handled it better.
Also,
I think he could have handled the process better. He's handled the last 24 hours pretty well, it seems like, for everything I've seen. I'm sure he doesn't feel great about it, but hopefully that it's something that can be a motivating factor for him moving forward.
All right, we've got Zach, Mr. Berman, coming in from the NovaCare Complex. Good to see you, my friend.
Best host in the city, man. I'm sorry I left you stranded there. You were solo for longer than I would have liked you to be. I'm sorry.
Totally fine. This is draft weekend, baby. We all gotta make plays. Yeah.
But
Justin Walley went?
Justin Walley went.
Wow.
Yes. No, it is Justin Walley. It is not Wally Justin.
See, okay. And I really missed so like when we first brought up Justin Walley, I missed the boat on making like fun. So I say Justin Walley, and I was like, wow. And instead of wow, because there's like the sound effect. Like, see, like a lot of missed opportunity there with the Walley jokes.
All right, let's narrow in on some names, as the Eagles are now 3 or 4 picks away, depending on if this pick has been made yet. It is funny that safety is the best place to go right now with Jonas Sanker and Xavier Watts still there, but that's how it turned out. If they were going to go corner, you love Tommy Hill, who's there, but is probably not expected to go quite this early. Upton Stout, we talked about as a potential Eagles type fit.
Probably a nickel corner only, though.
But I think that makes sense for them. And then Denzel Burke from Ohio State. I think those are probably unlikely. I don't think they're drafting a corner or a linebacker right now after Jihaad Campbell. Defensive line, Joshua Farmer, I think would make some sense from Florida State.
Ty
Young,
Robinson.
long arms. Ty Robinson, old but explosive.
Yeah.
Very old. Cam Jackson from Florida is a specific type of player. That would be sort of your Jordan Davis backup or replacement. And then Jordan Phillips we talked about from Maryland. And then on the edge, it has been picked over a little bit there. Braden Swinson from LSU. I mean, it's probably too early for Elijah Roberts, right? So nothing super exciting there. I think maybe Farmer would be the most interesting.
I think so. Real quick, Sanker off the board.
Sanker off the board.
And Cleveland just traded up.
Okay. You think they're going to draft Sheduer here?
No.
Do you have it?
Yeah.
Is it Jack Sawyer?
No, it's Dillon Gabriel.
No!
Wow. What a man! What a shot to Sheduer.
Oh,
Jeez.
Man. Wow. Dillon Gabriel is old and teeny tiny.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
I mean,
I have like goosebumps. Like that is crazy.
Man.
And that's not the league speaking right there, right?
Oh,
like not to say the league
getting,
But so like when something like this happens though, that's what I mean. Like this is
I mean, and with everybody watching.
Yeah, like
how do you respond?
It's not Mel Kiper's fault. It's not.
Right.
Is. Man, that is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a scoop out of you too. Wow. Wow. And they had to trade up for him.
Out?
Yeah,
What?
they traded up for him.
Wow.
Man.
What did you say, Zach?
I said, Fran's got to tweet that out. Get some.
That's, the show is the show.
Is it out yet? Yeah,
show is not Twitter.
It's out. Yeah, it's out now.
It's true.
Okay. I do think ideally they would like to draft an offensive lineman here. So
the options there. Yeah.
Of Charles Grant, Miles Frazier, Cameron Williams, Marcus Bowe, Caleb Rogers. Who do you think makes the most sense? I'm throwing Jared Wilson to the side.
Yeah. Jared Wilson's the highest grade of that group.
Yeah.
But yeah, we put it to the side. I don't think that makes a ton of sense there. I personally would go Charles Grant. That's who I would be partial to. I know Zach would be in favor of that. He was in Zach's mock draft. I think it's an athletic tackle that has a lot of traits, smaller school, developmental type, needs to get stronger, technique's got to improve, didn't participate in the pre-draft process due to injury. So he wasn't at the Senior Bowl, didn't work out at the Combine, but you watch him on film and you see light feet, you see long arms, you see the ability to be a starting quality tackle. He just did it at a lower level. So getting him with Jeff Stoutland, I think would make a lot of sense.
Okay. We talked, when you were gone, we talked about Cameron Williams as like just a ball of clay to give to Jeff Stoutland. Like nobody's built like this guy, but there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
How would you feel about that potential fit?
Yeah, he's a player that early on last fall you're watching, and it's his first year as a starter, and it was like, oh, like he looks like he could be a first round pick. The running joke that I've had since you started asking me the question, another penalty flag has been thrown on Cameron Williams. He just had a lot of issues with flags, giving up a lot of pressures. As the season went on, it feels like he kind of lost some steam there. I was frankly very surprised that he declared for the draft. I thought that he was, as soon as we got down close to the playoff time, and I'm watching the struggles he had, I'm like, he's going to go back. He's not going to enter this class, and he ends up declaring. Didn't work out at the Combine. He lost a ton of weight. He was down to like, what did he weigh in at Indy? He weighed in, it was like 320, 310. Let me pull up the number real quick.
He was as high as 380 at one point.
Yes, he was 360 in high school. I talked to some people that said he was like close to 400, and like even last year before become a starter. He was in the, he was like closer to 380. And so then he got down. He was to 335 this past season, lost weight for 317 at the Combine, put the weight back on for the pro day, wasn't testing in between. So it's just, I don't know. That's like red flag-ish, like for guys that have those weight, it's like losing weight, then putting it back on. When you pair that with the play, only 1 year starting experience, I'd rather take a bet on Grant personally. So the interviews, all that to say,
right?
You meet with Cameron Williams at the Combine, you meet with him at the pro day, whatever that is. You get Jeff Stoutland on a Zoom call with him because he was not a reported 30 visit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get him on the horn and you see, all right, like what is this kid made of? Can we try and get him into our building and develop him?
Interesting. All right,
Wilson off the board.
Who's that?
Wilson off the board at New England.
Which Wilson?
I think it would be the Georgia Wilson. I just said Wilson.
So if that's the case, that means the Eagles are on the clock.
I think they traded out.
Oh, they traded up.
I think they traded
the Eagles
out.
Traded.
Yep.
Fran has the Eagles trading out from 96. You're getting that here first, people. You're not getting that anywhere else.
Yeah.
Fran and Zach have this thing on lock.
Yeah, Eagles traded out.
Fran says the Eagles are trading out, which, frankly, looking at the board to me makes sense. We'll see how far they're going back.
Yeah, so that's the Georgia center. Wilson went.
Oh, Jared Wilson.
Yep, so it was Jared Wilson.
Got it. I mean,
Eagles moved to 101.
You two guys are just rocking and rolling.
Yeah, so the Eagles moved back to 101.
101 is still in the third round. Second to last pick of the round.
All right, so
yes.
So Atlanta moves up. I don't know with what ammunition, but Atlanta moves up. I like trading with Atlanta. I hope it's for a future pick.
Yeah, true.
It's the second, right?
Exactly. Atlanta sent their 2027 first in order to move up 5 spots in the third round here.
Yeah.
All right. Good job by the Eagles. Way to go, Howie. You know what I'm going to make this? I'm going to make this our golden nugget hidden gem.
Look at that.
Because the Eagles are going to pick up something from moving down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots in the third round. And that little hidden gem is going to turn into something like a diamond, baby. Howie Roseman does it again.
The Falcons take Xavier Watts. So they trade up to take Watts.
Xavier Watts.
All right, so let's see.
Does let me ask you this from a hidden gem perspective. Does the way that the safety position has played out after the Mukuba pick change the way that you feel about it?
Yeah.
No, because you had your pick of the safeties. So I guess it shows conviction.
Right.
It shows conviction in their evaluation of
Yes.
it. But that's the big one. To say like, oh, they could have waited now. Obviously, that is not the case. Unless,
Right.
unless Billy Bowman is your cup of tea. It's probably a little early for Billy Bowman.
Death of a safety.
So the question is too, if you liked Watts, and again, this is not even evaluation. This is an evaluation from the Eagles. They clearly viewed Mukuba as the third best safety in the draft. But you could have gone a different position in the second at 64 and drafted Watts in the third round based on the way the board fell.
Correct.
You obviously don't know that at the time, but these are the types of scenarios you discuss in real time.
Interesting. All right. So we're still counting down here. Thank you to the good folks at Golden Nugget Jewelers for setting us up for that Howie Roseman hidden gem. We're going to find out what the Eagles do with that and what the return is. A 2026 fifth-round pick is what the Eagles get for moving back 5 spots. I mean, I would have liked a little more hooch this year, but that's fine. Probably use that.
So,
Go ahead.
So now the Eagles are back to 19 picks over this 2-year period because they traded a fifth yesterday, so they were down to 18, and now they're down to 9. The talking point with the national media has been like 20 picks in the first, in these 2 years. They were actually 19. Now they're down to, or now they're back up to 19.
Can I tell you what has bothered me about the framing here that about like every national reporter says about the Eagles picks?
Yeah.
They don't even have enough roster spots for these guys to make the roster. They're so loaded that if they use these picks, those guys aren't going to make the team. Yeah, that's how it works. Like,
not just that,
and also
not just that, but
like you're getting more bites. Like, maybe one guy doesn't make the team, but one guy who you thought wasn't going to make the team turns into be a starter. Like, give me a break. Oh, there's not enough spots for them to make the team.
No, but they'll just trade back from 26 to 27 too, right? Like if they have 11 picks going into next year, they'll either trade up, players, or they'll trade back to add to their 27, inventory. It's not like next year is the last draft.
True. That's also a good point.
Yeah.
What national media member are you right there?
All of them.
Just like a coagulation of everybody.
Here's the thing. Watch out for the Eagles. They could be active on this draft weekend because they've got so many picks that all those rookies couldn't even make the team. Great. All right. Xavier Watts goes. So still talking about the same guys. We didn't move over to the skill position players if the Eagles were going to go there.
Yeah.
E.O. Manor.
Alec Manor. Yep.
It's E.O. Manor.
E.O. Manor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jalen Lane, who you love from Virginia Tech, is interesting. Isaiah Bond, if you want just speed. The tight ends, like you could go Mitchell Evans. You could go Jake Briningstool if you want to get spicy, but I don't think that's super interesting.
No.
And then I mean, you could go running back, but that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? No. You could go Tootin or Scattaboo, but I feel like it's offensive line.
I agree. Just looking at the board, this feels like offensive line. Unless it's one of these corners.
Yeah, or I do think Farmer is a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, how you feeling?
I feel great. I mean, I feel bad that I left you stranded. Then the Eagles didn't. Then they traded back.
It was totally
could have waited.
That was fun.
But no, I really am curious to see over time how this 2-year period goes. I'm sorry, how this
Jalen
how this,
Smith
this,
drafted by the Texans, a player who was considered a day 3 guy. The Eagles brought in for a pre-draft visit, the USC corner.
Texans traded up for him.
how this day 2 unfolds. And what I mean by that is, in theory, the combination could have been Harold Fannin Jr. and Xavier Watts, right? I don't know what they're going to, we'll see what they do with their next pick. We'll see what they do with that 5th rounder that they get next year. But I understand their board is different than a consensus board, but they did take Mukuba higher than consensus, right? So if we are praising the Jihaad Campbell pick the night before for the tremendous value relative to consensus, they took Mukuba higher than consensus with the 64 pick in the draft. It's not as if this was the clear 3rd best safety in the class. To a certain extent, it is like the Sidney Brown pick a few years ago, right? When the Eagles took Sidney Brown was kind of, there had not been a run on safeties. I think Brown, correct me if I'm wrong, was the 2nd safety taken that year. Is that right? And there was like a handful of safeties. And so this is a matter of evaluation here. Evaluation is always a part of it, but the Eagles are clearly evaluating Mukuba a certain way. And, Xavier Watts doesn't have the same athletic profile, but he is someone who is considered more like, just, I don't want to say pro ready, because Mukuba is known for that too, but maybe the safer pick.
Well, it's also interesting in thinking about the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade, because part of the selling point for trading C.J. Gardner-Johnson is we don't think a safety is worth this money.
Yeah.
Right? We got to save the money. But that means that you're sort of devaluing the position. If you then use a 2nd-round pick on it, it's sort of a mixed message, right? Like, we do care about this position, a position that is very difficult to judge coming out of college, and so you're willing to put your 2nd-round pick on the line for it, but you're not willing to pay $10 million for it?
A cash issue.
Yeah, but only because he wants a new deal, and you don't have to give it to him.
Well, yeah.
I think it's interesting context in thinking back on that trade, because I think it makes the cash only explanation for it really not pass muster. Either that, or the Eagles just need to save as much money as possible,
right?
And it's more than just the cap,
right?
But you always tell me that the great thing about the draft is they tell the truth, right? They can say what they want, but in the draft, they tell the truth. So the Eagles could sit there and say, we took Sidney Brown high, he deserves a chance to compete to start, but then you spend a 64 overall pick on a safety, right? Now, so clearly you're, either the player you drafted with a top 70 pick 3 years ago doesn't have a path to start, or the guy you drafted 64 overall this year doesn't have a path to start. One or the other, you're not getting like the value that you drafted Sidney Brown to start, you drafted Mukuba to start.
2 years into Sidney Brown's career, you can't be making your decisions based on you having used a 3rd-round pick for him. I'm also willing to buy that safety is a position that is specifically scheme dependent or coordinator dependent, and so we learned last year that Vic doesn't love Sidney Brown. Maybe he'll be impressed by what he does this offseason.
Right.
But it didn't happen last year. And so if you're asking Vic to get rid of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he sort of gets to pick his guy, that sort of seems like what has happened here.
I just mean you were never the one buying, I don't want to say the spin, but the idea that like they want Sidney Brown to have this path to start, right? And if they had taken a safety in the 4th round, then I would say like, no, that they want Sidney Brown. They want to stack the deck for Sidney Brown to win the job, right? But if you take a safety at 64 overall, that's certainly not the case. Like you put 85 turkeys, I think you said, on Mukuba starting. So I think that speaks volumes.
All right. We're going to take our last quick break here as the Eagles pick approaches because it's coming fast. We'll do it real quick. I was reading some national reports earlier, and I'm seeing people tweet things like, God, if the Eagles might move around this week. You got to consider that they don't have enough picks for these to make the roster. My name's Ray, ESPN. That's not the Shady Ray that we're talking about here. We're talking about our good friends at Shady Rays, where they have independent sunglasses that are world class and rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. The sunglasses at Shady Rays have durable frames and crystal clear optics, making them the perfect choice for all outdoor adventures. If you're a skier or snowboarder, Shady Rays has a brand new collection of goggles for you. And guess what? It's spring, it's summer. They've got a brand new line that you're going to want to check out as well. With so many colors available, you'll find a pair that's perfect for you. And my favorite thing about Shady Rays, if your shades ever go missing or take an unexpected hit, because I'm losing sunglasses left and right, don't sweat it. They have the most insane protection in all of eyewear. Every pair is backed by their lost or broken replacement program. And if you don't love your shades, you can exchange for a new pair or return worry-free within 30 days. There's no risk when you shop. Their team always has your back for personal and fast support. PHLY viewers and listeners, go to shadyrays.com and save 35% off polarized sunglasses with code PHLY. Over 300,000 people have rated Shady Rays 5 stars, so use code PHLY today at shadyrays.com.
We'll now hear from our friends at Timeline, because Timeline sells health and longevity supplements featuring their proprietary Midopure ingredient. Now, Midopure works with the cells in your body to help reverse age-related decline. The benefits include increased strength, energy, and endurance. They've done 15-plus years of research, and they've secured over 30 U.S. patents for their products. Now, if you want to learn a little bit more about Midopure, look, the cells in our bodies, they're the building blocks of life. And Midopure is something that, it's a supplement that works with these cells to help give you more energy, and it helps you feel stronger during workouts and preserve health and mobility as you start to get a little bit older. I know I'm starting to feel a little bit older. I feel little things, like I was just saying to Brenna, like I can feel when I don't drink enough water. You know, I start to feel it. If I'm a little bit more active one day than I am the day previous, you start to feel that in my bones a little bit more. So as you get a little bit older, things like Timeline certainly can help alleviate some of those concerns. And with regular use, you'll see and feel the difference in the form of improved energy levels, better workouts, faster recovery, and more endurance. Midopure recharges your cells and helps your body's system to work better. It's shown to deliver double-digit increases in muscle strength and endurance without a change in exercise. That is a huge win. Right now, Timeline is giving you 10% off your order of Midopure. Go to timeline.com/PHLY today to get started. That's timeline.com/PHLY.
All right, so very interesting during that break, as we thought that maybe the Eagles were hoping to take an offensive lineman here. The Raiders, back-to-back picks. Yeah. Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech and Charles Grant from William & Mary, both guys off the board.
Yeah, Charles Grant was a player.
Sorry, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, Charles Grant was a player that the Eagles brought in for a visit that I thought made a lot of sense for them. And so clearly when the Eagles moved down from where they were, they had a number of players, and they might be trading back again here. We'll see at pick 101, because I wonder too if they're trading back again
because they wanted Charles Grant.
But
right.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Upton Stout to the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh.
Another potential target there, as you mentioned.
It sounds like they're moving back again. I don't know. That feels to me like they missed their guy.
Maybe.
Or they just got a big offer. Maybe they thought, it's possible even they thought, we want one of these two guys. One of them will be there 5 picks later. And they both went. I think that's possible.
Possible. Both of them kind of fit. And you wouldn't have necessarily thought, because both of them went to the same team. The Raiders took both of them back to back.
Yeah.
So as you said,
And otherwise, Marcus Bowe, there's some questions about him as a
the position
football
fit,
character.
Yeah, like the interview, how'd the interview go, that kind of deal. So that's part of the reason why
Miles
he's there.
Frazier from LSU mentioned.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we'll get the official word shortly, but it certainly does sound like they're moving back again.
I'm honestly okay with that. Here, just kind of looking at the board. Yeah, I'm okay with a trade back in this spot.
Well, we got straight reporting from Cuz. The Eagles are moving back 10 spots. They're trading 101 and 134 for 111, 130, and 191.
Denver.
So they move up. They move up 4 spots. They're moving back 10.
Move back 10
they're only
spots.
moving up 4 in the 130s, and then they're picking up a 6th.
Yeah. They pick up an extra pick.
That's
They
like
clearly
that's
don't
a
like the board
parachute
here.
down. That's
Yeah.
like we just wanted to get out of
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Picking up an extra dart. That's what you did.
Yeah, but that's like this is not a deal that was too good to pass up. This is like
No,
we
yeah,
don't want to pick
right.
here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. This is
We're gonna
we want an extra
regroup
dart
tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't like how this night has worked out for us. We're gonna get back to the drawing board.
Wow, you gotta wonder.
I mean, all they're picking
gotta
up. It's crazy chart wise. Hold on, let me add this up. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you gotta wonder if they had one of those offensive linemen targeted.
That's what it reads like to me.
Wow, and that because so then that's bad process then. From my perspective, like, is the 5th rounder next year worth it that much?
Yeah.
Now, we just see what the numbers look like. I mean, at the end of the day, I think sometimes the way that teams are starting to look at this as well is the difference in value, regardless of what the value charts will say in terms of if we're getting
If I can interrupt real
extra
quick,
dart throw, it's almost like a negligible difference. Like it's such a minute difference
Right.
that it's almost like, all right, let's just take the extra throw. Let's take
It
the
is,
extra shot at
by
it.
the Rich Hill chart, it's a slight favor in the Eagles' perspective. Go ahead, Zach. You need to leave. Howie's going.
Yeah, I'm heading up to Howie right now. I will. Are we chatting afterwards, or are we just gonna catch up tomorrow and everything?
I think we will do a same thing we did last night. We'll do a video with you that will go up on the PHLY YouTube page when you're done, but we will not see you again for the rest of this show.
Perfect. I appreciate it. We'll have a better show tomorrow. Look forward to it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, listen. I don't think that the team, the Super Bowl defending champions, having lost as many players as they did and not done as much in free agency as they did, is super happy coming out of the first 2 rounds of the draft with just Jihaad Campbell and Andrew Mukuba.
Yeah, I mean, if they take a different safety, you feel different about it. If they took Sanker, or if they took Kevin Winston,
I don't feel that differently about it.
it's about the position.
It's about, like, those are 3rd round-ish guys. Now, listen, you're at 64. It's the last pick of the 2nd round. So you're
Right.
talking about 3rd rounders.
Yeah, when we knew.
But
that the
if
depth
they
wasn't
weren't
great.
going to make a 3rd round pick, I'm surprised they didn't move up in the 2nd to get a more impact player. Obviously, they think Mukuba is an impact player.
Yeah, and maybe they also may have tried and just didn't get any bites. It's possible. That's also possible.
Certainly true. Yeah. This is the kind of haul you would have expected if they had moved up to 22 for Jihaad Campbell.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
But so, like, the fortune of not having to move up that high for Jihaad Campbell didn't really turn out to net them anything here.
Yeah. This is also the tough part. You know, I was jumping on with the with like DLLS, and it's like, oh, they got Siobhan Revel like early part of the 3rd round. Arizona, they get Jordan Birch like middle of the 3rd round. It's like you get players where it's like, all right, you make that round turn, whereas like the Eagles are, they take Mukuba at the end of round 2. Yeah, it's time to slug a few back.
Paps Light, baby.
Yeah, I would say that this has not been an ideal. It's not an ideal haul, but I also kind of think that they were not stuck. Stuck's not the right word, because obviously you are in control.
They were never,
to a certain
they were never
extent.
great situations.
Right.
I mean, would you feel better about this if they had drafted Landon Jackson and then Xavier Watts in the 3rd round with that pick that they had? Wouldn't that feel a lot better?
Yeah, I mean, I would like it more because those are the grades I had, but we don't know what the grades are.
Of course not. Of course not. I think it's okay to be a little bit underwhelmed.
Sure.
They just won the Super Bowl.
Sure.
It's fine.
Yeah. I agree with that. But I don't think it's oh man, they screwed this up. I think it kind of is what it is.
This was a
wasn't
bad
great
draft,
class,
and
yeah.
we got stuck in a bad spot.
Right.
But, last year we said it after the weekend. Players aside, this was Howie's best job moving around the board ever.
Yeah.
And I think that was true. And I think that helped bear out how successful the picks were.
Right, yeah.
I think this has been, it's certainly not as good, maybe not as best.
It could have been worse because they could have traded up to 22.
It could have been worse. They could have
Right,
traded
yeah.
up to 22.
Right.
Yeah. This double move down here, I do kind of feel like they got pipped on either Charles Grant or Caleb Rogers, or one of the two.
I would
but-
imagine he'll get asked about that. Now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what that answer is. So I might keep an eye out on Twitter and see.
Interesting. All right, we will take it through the end of this round. Although I guess there's only one more pick. Savion Jones, the edge from LSU, goes to the Broncos with the pick that they traded up for the Eagles to take. And now the Vikings will close out the third round with some old man making the pick.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
Stu Voigt.
Is that him? It's Tyler Shough. Darius Alexander making the pick for the Vikings
I think
here.
That's Brandon Weeden.
Oh, Ty Felton.
Oh.
There you go, Chris. I kind of like Ty Felton. I don't know if I like
I like Felton too.
Yeah. He's in a good bucket.
Is he?
Yeah, I think. Let me double check.
All of his production was in the first 6 games. So then
Really?
The teams were just like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore.
Oh, he's not in that good. Well, he's...
Yeah, right.
No, he's not. No, he's in an okay bucket for late guys, not early round guys.
Okay. Early round, meaning by day two.
First two rounds, not a good bucket.
But what
This
about
is
round
the
three?
Devontae Smith. But this is a place where there have been some late round hits.
Okay.
Although the problem is most of them have been small school guys. John Brown, Tyreek Hill, Adam Thielen, Tyler Lockett, T.Y. Hilton, and Emmanuel Sanders.
Got it. All right, so we got thousands of people watching still.
Yeah?
Who do you want tomorrow? People that are in the chat. Who do you want?
How high did we get up concurrent viewers?
I saw 20.
It's not bad.
No, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. We still got some super chats to go through.
Let's do that.
Let's go check out those super chats. Vinny T. ZB's got Trump hands, Mukuba. Okay, we'll move on. Okay, Max Legroom. That's not Zach. That's the bottle. That's the water bottle. Okay, Max Legroom. Beer money well spent on these super chats. Love for the new Wolflet. ZB's great Jihaad Campbell article and Fran's draft expertise all month long. I know that's right.
Thank you very much.
The problem is that, Fran, they're going to keep trading out, and we're going to have this wonderful event on May 6th. You're only going to have 2 guys to watch.
Which, by the way, we are sold out of the May 6th.
Well, we've opened up a few spots.
So we only have
Yeah,
a
that's
few
a chance.
spots left now on that.
And I'll tell you what, I don't think that there are any 2 better positions that you sort of need to watch the film than linebacker and corner and safety, especially with Fran. I feel like I just saw a mouse go across the floor. Oh, yep, I see it. I see a mouse. Oh, it's on the felt. Ah, gross! Oh, no! They're running around like it's a playground. Oh, no! Oh, God, get them out of here. Oh, God. They're in the girls' room now. One of them went in the women's room. Oh, no, get us out of here. We need to take this super chat money and get a new office.
CDP, help. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
They were pissed about the trade out.
They were running around like it's their freaking playground. Oh, my God.
Someone protect the Santucci's.
Oh. Oh no. Left go. I mean, I don't want the mice coming on the show.
It went right into the.
They love the Mukuba pick.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what though, change of direction on that mouse, pretty good.
Yeah. Is that one just still hanging out there?
Bend the edge as well. I mean,
he's still just sitting on the corner, right? Mousegate 2025.
Unbelievable.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, but like, what the hell?
Polar Jab just said $4. He said for mouse traps. Thank you, Polar Jab.
Oh, Brenna. Brave Brenna.
She's saving our bags.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
Into the fire.
I'm gonna bring my cat tomorrow.
Your gat?
My cat, or do that too.
Next time I bring my gat.
I'll bring the cat in tomorrow.
Yeah, live rounds. All right, let's keep going through these super chats. Shart Gallery says earnestly, thanks for the great coverage this weekend. You're welcome, Shart Gallery. My wife's favorite part has been the ZB water updates. DJ, aka Mr. Sandman. Sheduer Sanders is better than Tanner McKee on a cheap rookie contract. I mean, I don't agree because I love Tanner McKee, but I mean, I think someone's going to get good value with Sheduer now.
I was before they traded out again. I was like, it's becoming more of a real possibility that they would just take him.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but I think every team in the league is having that discussion, like right now or within the next 30 minutes.
It's one of those. I wouldn't be surprised if someone trades up to the top of the second or to the top of the fourth round. It's one of those ones where like, we can't do this now. We haven't really talked about it.
Yeah.
But we're going to have a meeting about it. And then like someone's going to go get him.
Yep.
Kind of like Matt Barkley when the Eagles did that. Remember that?
Of course.
Pita Fish.
Honestly, there's some similarities there.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody was so worried about the distraction of Matt Barkley's dad.
Yeah.
Mr. Barkley, of course. Charles. Pita Fish. When a player like Sheduer falls, does his agent or his dad contact teams to lobby for him, or is that too Jerry Maguire? Thanks, love the show. What do you think, Fran? You think he's back channeling?
A lot of that stuff has happened already. And that's why, I mentioned earlier, like talking with people that were close to Sheduer, like they knew coming in today, like they were keeping their fingers crossed that it was going to be Cleveland or Pittsburgh. And when Pittsburgh got up in the third round and it was Caleb Johnson, it's like, man, and like Cleveland traded back up and I was like, oh, like maybe this is it. And that didn't happen again. At that position, it becomes like a matchmaking thing where it's like, okay, these three teams are Sheduer Sanders teams. These four teams are Tyler Shough teams. These three teams are Jackson Dart teams. So you start kind of weeding out, like, all right, who's going to get who? And eventually, like, the chairs kind of run out. Cleveland trading out for Dillon Gabriel is
really tough, man.
Yeah, because
That's brutal.
This is not a scenario where it's like, oh, only two quarterbacks went. Like, five? Or is it five?
5 now, right? Shough and Milroe and Gabriel.
That is crazy. That's crazy.
Roger E. Tons of picks. Take your guy versus trading back. Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of picks. They could have moved back. I mean, obviously, it tells you they didn't love anybody. And so you take the picks. You take more of the dart throws.
I never mind trading back. And it's maybe because I just like I love the idea of like, oh, I got more players. I've spent time studying.
And it is usually a plus EV to trade back. That is usually the better deal. I just think to come out of this with only 2 picks and your second rounder is more of a consensus third rounder, not ideal. That's okay.
Yeah. So what are we looking at? So tomorrow we got
2 more super chats first. Daniel Mormack, the CJ GJ trade was a disaster. Round 1 was a win. Since then, disaster. Brutal offseason. I agree. Fold the franchise.
Yeah.
I think it's done.
Disaster is probably strong.
Leah Wolf has never seen an Eagles Super Bowl win in her lifetime. It's beyond time for the Eagles to get this right.
Yep. Been saying it for 4 days.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough. 5 days in, she hasn't even seen him win a game. Rohit, do you think they didn't want to trade up or they were priced out in the second round potentially?
It's impossible to say. Yeah.
It's also, maybe there were 2 or 3 guys that they would have gone up for, but those guys all went early in the second round, and
Right.
we're out of the way.
Yeah.
Roger E. ZB water bottle and an exterminator. He's given him $2. Thank you. And then Vince, Jalen Lane is my pick at 111.
No mention of the moisture. Conveniently left off the message.
I can't get over the two of them just playing it as
Like chasing each other. One was running from the other one, and it probably was a female, hence why she went into the bathroom to get away from the man. Probably. She's like, I'll be safe in here.
I do respect that the other one respected that privacy.
Yeah.
The second one didn't follow the first one into the bathroom. That's nice.
Not
I
a creep.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah. Playing the waiting game.
888 likes.
888. They're beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, so for tomorrow, the Eagles now,
Okay,
let's see if we can get the full lay of the land of their picks. They
Yeah, I got
have.
it up, yep.
Let's see. They will start off the fourth round with pick 111.
The ninth pick in the round.
The ninth pick in the round. They'll also have pick 28 in the round, number 130 overall. Nicely, you guys, Brenna banged out this graphic. Unbelievable, Brenna. While she's defeating mice in hand-to-hand combat, she's also banging out these graphics right away.
I can't believe it.
They have 3 fifth-round picks, 161, 165, and 168, and they now have a sixth-round pick, 191. Let's get a Brenna. Last night was Chris's night with the shotgun. Tonight, Brenna's night. Every night is Julia's night. All right.
Could have been worse. They could have been rats.
Yeah, that would have been worse. Yeah.
I would have walked out.
It could have been skunks. It could have been bats.
Ooh,
I would have preferred
no, bats. I mean, the skunks would be worse than bats. Was a bat worse than a rat?
No.
Yeah, I would.
I agree. I would rather have a bat than a rat.
I would rather have a bat than a rat.
Yeah.
I was at the combine one year. Right? I was at the top of the combine one year. It always happens to me on these trips where I go away and like a terrible storm comes through, and the morning after I leave, and like siding is falling off the house, and now Meg has to handle it because I'm not there.
no.
Right? It was like one of the last days.
Or
I
it's
was in
it's your birth. It's her birthday, and
on
it's the first night of the NFL draft.
That happens once every 5 years, 6 years. But I'm there, and I get a call. Like it was like 3 calls in a row at like 6:30 in the morning, and I wake up late at the combine. I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, like what happened? I call her. She had come downstairs and she went to open the door, and she was like, and a bat flew out of the curtains and it flew past my head. My father-in-law's coming over, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Like she was like, when are you coming home? I'm like, not until later tonight. Like turns out it was a mouse that was in the curtain and jumped off the curtain when she opened it.
Oh.
She thought it was a bat. She was more worried about it being a bat. The cat took care of the mouse, thankfully.
Ugh.
That was years ago. I would rather have a bat than a rat.
I agree.
1,000%.
Peck nest migrate. Bat. Rat. Cat.
Just some nesting the cat. Nesting the cat. Pecking the bat. Migrating the bat or migrating the rat.
Okay. That's probably right. Timmy Tat with a watermelon hat.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that'll do it for night 2 of the PHLY Eagles draft show. We're back tomorrow the whole time. So now the Eagles have a 6th-round pick, so you know we're going to go at least to the 6th round, unless they trade it up. But we'll be starting right at noon when the proceedings begin. Eagles set to have the 9th pick of that round. Anything that you feel like they're going to sort of hit tomorrow?
When they got
Any
6
priorities?
Picks, yeah, they got 6 picks. I would imagine looking at my board right now, players that are available. I feel like there's a glut of receivers, early on. I know Vince mentioned Jalen Lane. I think that would make some sense. Torrey Horton, wide receiver from Colorado State. I think that's a surplus value pick. This is a guy that missed most of the year with an injury. Probably goes tonight if he's healthy.
Or Isaiah Bond if you just want speed.
Yeah, I just wonder with the accusations thrown at him.
I didn't even see.
Oh, yeah, you might have missed it in the last.
Well, then I'll pass on that.
Yeah, I think so. I think you would definitely pass on that.
Okay. There's a lot of running backs available.
A lot of running backs. Scadaboo is available. There's a
Tootin, Giddens.
Yeah, a ton of running backs available. You're probably not taking a linebacker again. Corner. Plenty of corners.
Plenty of tight ends now, if you're just looking for a guy.
Yeah. Take my guy Jackson Hawes.
Some edges.
Saw something out of the periphery.
Yeah, no, I see. That's how I see. You just see a little bit of movement where there shouldn't be movement.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where it does start to level out again. And it's like, okay, like these are all, honestly, I'm sitting here as we're going through like late round 2 and into round 3, and I'm like, I don't know if I love this guy here. I don't know if I love this guy there.
Yeah.
This draft kind of is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. We'll have more coverage on the PHLY YouTube page coming up after the show. We're going to do a little guys to watch with Fran like we did today. And then we're going to have the download from Zach Berman after he talks to Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni about everything they did on night 2. But until tomorrow at noon, we thank you very much for enjoying your Friday evening, night 2 of the draft with us, for all of us here at PHLY. For Chris, Brenna, Julia, Zach, Fran, and of course, the 2 mice, I'm Bo. We'll talk to you tomorrow. And as always, we love you.
We all silly like the mayor.